the training we organized is a capacity building training meant to teach social media users on how they can make money while using the social media space. Many of them use the social media space without really knowing that they can actually make money while using it. And so because of that, their content is not worth the while. But when you know that what you create on Facebook, the number of followers you attract, the kind of people that follow you as a result of what you're doing, it attracts funds.
This kind of training allows participants to understand that Facebook is not just a platform for community living or for posting about activities, general activities. There's also the possibility that you can convert whatever you're putting out there, especially if it's something you have passion in, and be able to leverage and make some money.
I have some of these social media platforms, LinkedIn, X, Facebook, Instagram, but how to use it to make money is the issue. So by virtue of this training today, I am now impressed. Understand? I am now taught on how I can monetize this social media platform.
Now, the Taraba state government has reiterated its commitment to providing essential needs in the state. Governor, who was represented by his deputy Aminu Alkali, said this during a presentation of wheelchairs and crutches donated by the lawmaker representing Aldokola, Lao and Karim Lamido Federal Constituency, Honorable Abdullahi Lauya. The deputy governor praised the federal lawmaker, noting that his gesture aligned with Governor Kefas's commitment to empowering Taraba's citizens through similar programs and initiatives. In turn, Honorable Lauya said the donation was a step towards alleviating the challenges faced by people living with disabilities.
We thank the honorable member for gathering us here and giving this token gift to our disabled members, which we will also try to do more on that to them and ensure that not only the disabled, the able too will see our effort.
These bicycles, we pick the recipients from each ward. 11 wards from Karilami, we pick two person per ward. Ardokola, two person per ward. Lao, two person per ward. So we have to reach out to them. We have to add value to their life. We have to give something to where they too, they should be proud that yes, government is doing something, and what we are doing is to partner with the laudable objectives of our state governor, to partner with him to improve the life of our citizens in this, especially Ardokola, Lao, and Karilamido.
Other speakers praised the federal lawmaker's efforts, highlighting how his contributions would significantly benefit the state's residents, especially those with special needs.
Your efforts in championing the rights and empowerment of persons with disabilities are commendable, Honorable Sir. I want to thank you for key interest of moving Taraba State forward. This is one of the ways we can move Taraba State forward.
The Honorable Member will say thank you for this gesture, which will in no small measure gladden the heart of both the beneficiaries and the government of His Excellency Dr. Abu Kefas. I'm saying this because we know that the government has desire for inclusivity in all its activities.
Our members that have been given these tricycles, coaches to enable them to move from one place to another. I want to use this opportunity to forward our endless happiness, joy to the Honorable.
Now, the nation's healthcare sector is poised for a significant turnaround as the federal government reaffirms its commitment to improving the welfare of all health workers, not just doctors. This was reiterated by the Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Isiaq Koli Salako at the National Association of Western Doctors Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference in Abeokuta. According to Salako, President Tinubu is dedicated to revitalizing the healthcare sector and ensuring quality universal health coverage for all Nigerians. Addressing the current economic hardship, the minister stressed that the president is working to turn around Nigeria's fortunes.
What I can say is that government will continue to ensure that as much as possible we try our best to meet doctors, especially resident doctors, midway. They will give some concessions. Government will definitely have to do something to ensure that we uplift their welfare. Like I said in the lecture, during my introductory remarks, Mr. President Bola, very, very, very medical-centric. You know, I say that this cabinet is a cabinet of doctors.
While delivering a paper on building a resilient health workforce, embracing climate-centric innovations, the minister noted that the federal government has begun incorporating climate change considerations into various health policies and plans.
It means that doctors have a voice in this system, and we're going to ensure that we use that voice to push for the welfare of not just doctors, the entire health workforce. But like I also said, the commitment of Mr. President to all Nigerians, and I could see that Mr. President wants to do all his best to turn around the fortunes of Nigeria so that all of us can start smiling again. Thank you so much.
Meantime, the Ebonyi State government has reported an additional 3 fatalities resulting from the cholera outbreak that previously claimed the lives of 10 individuals in Nibokote village located in Eza, in Imago within the Eze local government area. During a press briefing in Abakaleke, Dr. Moses Ekuma, the State Commissioner for Health, indicated that approximately 69 cases have been confirmed throughout the state. In providing an update on the situation, Ekuma noted that other affected troops acted on intelligence and executed a tactical ambush, neutralizing the threat before the terrorists could attack innocent civilians. Highlights the NJTF's unwavering commitment to safeguarding the lives and property of citizens within its area of responsibility. Now, the Ogun State Police Command has confirmed that a 35-year-old zoo worker at the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library in Abeokuta was killed. According to the police spokesman, Omolola Odutola, the victim from Bauchi State, Dowley reportedly failed to properly secure the lion's enclosure before entering to feed the animal. This allowed the lion to escape and attack the handler, inflicting fatal injuries to his neck. The victim's body was transported to the Ijayi General Hospital, shot and killed in order to release its grip on Dowley. Now, the Director General of the Cross River State Border Communities Development Commission, Onum Ngim Obo, says the National Boundary Commission NBC will soon commence the demarcation of interstate boundaries between Cross River State and its neighboring states. This announcement comes amid a resurgence of boundary dispute between the people of Okwa, Iburutu, a Cross River community, and the neighbors in Abia State, leading to human and material casualties in recent times. Ogbo made the disclosure over the weekend during a meeting with stakeholders from border communities in the Flashpoint, Odukbani local government area of Cross River State. The meeting was organized in response to the recurring border conflict with neighboring Akwa Ibom and Abia communities. He emphasized that the meeting would provide an opportunity for these communities to express their positions regarding the boundaries, including presenting relevant court judgments and survey plans. He encouraged the communities to maintain peace and adhere to the law, especially as they approach the end of the farming season. Now, the National Orientation Agency has urged riverine communities along the fringes of the River Benue in Nasarawa State to relocate to higher grounds in anticipation of impending floods. During a media and stakeholders engagement on flood safety alert held on Sunday in Lafia, the state capital, the Director General of the NOA, Larry Onilu made this appeal. Now, Onilu, who was represented by the Director of Planning, Research and Strategy, Yusuf Kobi, explained that the appeal became necessary due to the rising water levels in the River Benue caused by the release of water from the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. Now, the stakeholders' engagement aimed to intensify sensitization, effort encouraging flood-prone states to take precautionary measures and prevent the loss of lives and property in the event of flooding. The Nigerians have been urged to plant more trees because of the benefits they provide to the environment. This charge was given during a tree planting exercise by a well-meaning organization in collaboration with the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. In his address, Director General of the NCF, Joseph Onoja, while thanking the government for its support, urged Nigerians to not leave the earth to itself.
About environmental conservation. We're actually talking about human conservation indirectly, because the environment would always take care of itself. And if we allow the environment to take care of itself, the speed at which the environment will take care of itself will not be able to adapt to that change. And that is why we need to take care of the environment, so the environment will take care of us. It feels as if we are doing the environment a favor by doing that, not knowing that actually we are actually doing ourselves a favor by conserving. So that's why we continue to create awareness, so that people will know that our lives are closely linked to this. So we must have equivalent green spaces to be able to take care of this number of people. And I'm aware that there's a law in Lagos that said at least 25% of every land should be green. How much that law is being implemented begs the question.
Representatives of ATC Wireless Limited pledged their unalloyed support and said they will urge Nigerians to nurture the environment.
By virtue of our operations, we do have a huge impact from an environmental perspective. So we want to send the right signal. As a company, we've invested heavily in renewables, thereby reducing our per tower or per site consumption of diesel by almost 50% over the last 5 years. And as part of that, we just think it's important to continue to send the right message that we do care about the environment and we care about driving the right culture and behavior with regards to environmental issues. This year, we intend to plant 6,000 trees in 11 locations across Nigeria.
Yeah, so tree planting is not just something we do, for paparazzi and all that. I think it's really important because sustainability of the environment is key. It's not something that people have really taken up, as serious. But over the years, awareness and all that, people now see the importance of tree planting. So personally, I think tree planting is something that I'm involved in, not just, with my company, but as an individual, because it's very important for sustainability. So, for the earth to be better, for us to sustain nature, tree planting is very important.
Still ahead on News Now. Egypt demands permanent seats for Africa. Arab state at the United Nations Security Council. For details when we return, to join us again.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
This is it. I will take you through this amazingness today. Welcome
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back to other parts of Africa now. Egypt's Foreign Affairs Minister Badr Ahmed Mohamed Abdullati has warned that it is time to ring the alarm bells, as the international system is currently showing structural shortcomings stemming from ineffectiveness, double standards and inequality at the time of occupation, hunger, terrorism and injustice relative to the multilateral system, but stressed that Israel's brutal aggression against Gaza and the West Bank institutions, which have failed to stop these attacks. Condemning Israel's escalation and attacks on Lebanon that are pushing the region into the abyss, Abdullati said efforts must put an end to the bloodshed and immediately deliver humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. He also called for modernizing multilateral banks and making international institutions more representative, including by expanding the UN Security Council with more permanent seats for African nations. After more than 20 confirmed cases of Marburg virus disease and several reported deaths, Rwandan health authorities are ramping up outbreak control efforts. The cases have been confirmed in multiple districts, with some patients isolated and receiving treatment. Additionally, dozens of individuals who had contact with reported cases are being closely monitored as authorities work to identify the source of the infection. Now, the World Health Organization is providing support to help the country respond to the outbreak. It also plans to send medical supplies to Kigali from Kenya in the coming days, closely with Rwandan authority efforts. Outside Africa now. Israel has announced the killing of Nabil Kouk, a senior member of Hezbollah's Central Council, in an airstrike on Saturday. The Israeli Air Force followed up by hitting dozens more targets across Lebanon today. In recent months, Israeli strikes have decimated Hezbollah's senior command structure. Prominent casualties include Nasrallah's right-hand man Fuad Shukar, the head of the elite Rwandan or Radwan force Ibrahim Akil, and others. The past week's raise of strikes on Hezbollah strongholds throughout Lebanon have plunged the small Mediterranean country and the wider region into fear of even more violence to come. This escalation was backed when Hezbollah launched low-intensity cross-border strikes on Israeli troops after its Palestinian ally Hamas staged an unprecedented attack on Israel on October 7, igniting the war in the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has confirmed the death of another senior official, Nabil Kouk. This comes after the Israeli army announced on Sunday that it had eliminated a route, making him the latest of several senior Hezbollah commanders to be killed in just over a week. Kouk was the deputy head of Hezbollah's Central Council and had previously served as the group's military commander in southern Lebanon. He was a long-standing member of Hezbollah who participated in the 2006 war with Israel. Kouk's death follows closely on the heels of the killing of the leader of the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group, Hassan Nasrallah, from whom Lebanon has declared 3 days of mourning. Israel says it is carrying out new air raid against dozens of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon after killing the Iran-backed group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Earlier, Hezbollah confirmed that its leader Nasrallah was killed in an Israeli strike a day earlier on Beirut's southern suburbs, dealing a massive blow to the group he had led for decades. His killings marks a sharp escalation in nearly a year of tit-for-tat cross-border fire between Hezbollah and Israel.
that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan African out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to that only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get a heel. www.africaagility.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Nigeria's money supply has increased by 65% year-on-year to 107.1 trillion naira in August, according to recent data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. This represented a 0.75% month-on-month rise from the 106.3 trillion naira recorded in July. Compared to 64.8 trillion naira in the corresponding period last year, the 107.1 trillion naira M2 figure marked a 65% up last week. They also hiked the cash reserve ratio for deposit money banks by 500 basis points to 50% and increased the ratio for merchant banks by 200 basis points to 16%. Now, the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, says there have been significant enhancements in the nation's electricity, benefiting from up to 20 hours of power daily. He attributed this achievement, realized within a year, to a series of transformative measures undertaken by the ministry supported by the President, Bola Tinubu. Adelabu emphasized that these facilitated by the establishment of NISHA. Just before we go, a reminder of our major stories. We told you that President Bola Tinubu has appointed Joseph Tegbe as DG for China-Nigeria Strategic Partnership. Organizers of Fearless October 1 protests vow to go on with the action. And Israel has killed another top Hezbollah official in Lebanon strike. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex TV and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
easy. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating up in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes. Even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
and it's so wonderful to be back with a fresh and interesting edition of Today with John and Helen. To say we've waited patiently for this engagement will be stating the very obvious.
Yes, and how have you been? You know, that's a question I ask all of my friends at this point in time. One of the key reasons we're here every week, come rain, come shine, is our commitment to being that channel, you know, that will help you to rise up from wherever you find yourself at this point in time. And we are about to impact and it's body, spirit, and soul. Today, like always, we welcome you to a half an hour show, 1 hour and a half show of inspiration. And I'm Oma Helen Odele, as always, and it's wonderful.
Emphasis on Oma. And so, dare I say, it's an interesting time to be alive, Helen. Heads or tails, with the right attitude or mindset, we're bound to make it. I am John Senaya, and I can't wait for the show to kick off proper. How about you?
Exactly. I can wait for the show to keep up proper too, and I'm sure they can't. Now, the direction of our conversation and guests joining the show today will be unveiled just after we return from this very short break. And once again, you are watching Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa. Thank you so much for choosing this channel today. We'll be back in a bit. All right, the show is still Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa, and we are but just a few days to marking Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary. So far, how far, John?
Does it feel like we're having a 64th?
Does it have to feel like?
No. I, honestly, Helen, I thought about it this morning, and I said, growing up, by this time, you'd at least see some green, white, green flags on lamp posts.
Still a few days now.
Still a few days.
See the green flag.
Oh, really? There's no reason for it.
Well, yeah, and Nigeria is here, so we'll have a celebration.
We will have a celebration, yes.
Is it? Okay.
And another thing I want to get off my chest is last Tuesday, I was traveling from Yaba to the island. And just before I climbed the bridge, I saw someone lying on the ground, comatose. And what interested me, I was on the other side trying to climb the bridge. There was a young lady, attempting to feed him.
Oh, Lord.
She bought a few sachets of water, and then she was trying to feed the guy with something else. By the time I got to Ahmadu Bello Way on Victoria Island, I saw another person lying destitute and then I saw three all together.
Okay.
No, 3 people in that condition. On my way back, the first guy I saw was still there. It was drizzling.
Wow.
And I was like, hey, what's going to happen to this guy? And then that night, it rained heavily. And since then, my head I've not been able to get him off. What happened to welfare department? I just thought I should get that off my chest, Helen.
And another thing I also noticed within the week is we are having a lot more people carrying their generator sets or the tank of their Okadas across on their head. Not on. I've seen like 5 people with the gen on their head.
Because filling stations are refusing
to jerry cans. And the danger that comes with that
is even worse.
I don't know who is looking in that direction.
Anyway.
Okay.
So, I'll wait to hear the contribution from our guest on this matter. Right now, it's time to meet our first guest. Yes?
Okay, and we are honored. Lovely lady. She's been here with us almost all morning. We're honored to have joining us right now a visionary leader who is dedicated to empowering women and transforming lives through her multifaceted ministry. Bola Olawale, our guest, leads the BSS Women, which is Body, Soul, and Spirit Women, a global ministry which inspires and uplifts women through conferences, mentorship, and spiritual growth initiatives across Nigeria, the USA, and Central America. She's a life and relationship coach and a teacher. Our guest is committed to empowering individuals and communities. Let us meet right now Bola Olawale, founder, GEM HIV and AIDS. And that's an initiative. She is also an initiative and conference speaker. Welcome to the Family and Success Platform show.
Thank you so much.
I will hear you just arrived the country barely 3 days ago.
Yes.
Yes, I can still feel the snow. So it's heartwarming to have you here with us today, Belle.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Yes. To be here.
So quickly, like they say, real quick.
Yes. You know, amongst all that you do and every other area that we would normally have you to speak on, we chose mental health at this point in time. Women and men, sensitive topic, especially for women. Why do you think so many struggle to speak openly about it?
Thank you so much for that question. And I mean, when you were talking, I mean, if we could go down we would be here forever. But really, when we look at it, I want us to go down to the basics. Being a woman in this dispensation is really difficult. Gone are the days whereby a woman was just relegated to the kitchen and looking after the children. Her roles were really simple. But now we have the fact that women are aspiring to be greater. Women are breaking into boundaries and things that were normally male-dominated roles. So you have women having to work, juggle those roles with being a perfect wife, a perfect mother. And then we have all these expectations. And when we fail to meet up with these expectations, whether they be personal or they may be societal expectations, then we see people struggling with their mental health. And unfortunately, anytime you show vulnerability, people attribute it to weakness.
Wow.
So nobody wants to show their weakness. And so people kind of like keep mute about their mental health. And of course, there are wrong understandings. People have wrong perceptions about what mental health really is. So you see, nobody wants to talk about it because you don't want to be termed crazy. You know, so then you see that people are just, you know, trying to keep it quiet.
Yes. Stigma.
Yes.
Shame.
Yes.
These two things always go, you know, when we discuss mental health. You're right. So how do these barriers impact women, especially in African societies as we have it?
You know, in this our society, it's a communal society. Everybody's in everybody's business. Now that can be a blessing, but it can also be a curse. And because everybody knows what's happening about you, everybody wants to know what's happening about you. Unlike, you know, in the European system, everybody is private. Everybody minds their business. So nobody wants to be the gist on anybody's table. So everybody kind of like tries to pretend. There's a lot of performativeness going on. I pretend that everything is okay. And unfortunately, social media is not helping matters. So people come and show their lives being perfect. I mean, sometimes when I see things on social media, I'm like, nobody wakes up looking that beautiful in the morning. You know, nobody has a perfect home. Nobody has a perfect husband that is buying you designer wears all the time. But when we see all these things and people compare themselves with this perfect lifestyle, and you find out that your life is not that perfect, and then you see that people start having pressures, whether they may be societal or even personal pressures. And when you can't meet up to that, then we have a problem. So how do we break through those barriers? I think it's important that we let people understand that it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to have everything perfect. It's okay to have bad days. It's okay. I mean, even the way God has made it, what's the monitor that they used to monitor in hospital? It goes up and down. The moment it flatlines, you're dead. So that means that life has to have mountains and has to have valleys. So it's okay for some days things will not just work out. There's some days that, you know, everything that you planned will not just gel. And you should be okay with it being that way. But when we see people portraying that life of perfection and making people think that, no, I mean, you have to have it all together. You have to be a perfect wife, raise perfect children. Your children should have all A's in school. And if that is not happening, and then you must support your husband to be a perfect man. So if you fail in being supportive as a wife, fail in raising up your children, fail in looking beautiful, something wrong. Wow. But I feel that if we give people permission to understand that it's okay not to be okay, and we're able to share our own shame stories.
Yeah.
There were days that I didn't have it all together. There were days that things were not going well. Then that gives people permission to say, okay, so there's nothing wrong with me if I'm having some challenge in what particular area or the other.
Yeah, like, perfectionism itself is a mirage.
It is.
You're always, you never get there. You never get there. It's always ahead.
Yes.
It's always there's nothing like a perfectionist.
All right, so when you said it's okay for us to be able to tell our own stories, it struck a chord, and it took me to the essence of support groups, of having that platform, that grouping, that opportunity, those friends, where you can easily tell your story, be vulnerable, and have people listen to you and help. So how will that play out when you look at some of the misconceptions that we have around us at the moment concerning?
Yes. Even though we live in a communal society, we find that many people are lonely. It's important that and the right company being people that you can share your stories, your shame stories with, and there's no fear of judgment. Because there are a lot of people that judge people, right? And so people don't feel comfortable enough to be able to share their stories. And that's one of the things that we do in our conference. Funny enough, the conference that we're having on the 1st of October is titled Unashamed. Right. And we're creating that environment for people to come and share their shame story. I've been there, done that, I bought the t-shirt, right? And look at me, I'm still standing. And then when people can see, you can put a face to it. Because the problem is, a lot of times people feel their problems are unique. I'm the only one going through this. I'm the only one having financial problems. I'm the only one having problems in my marriage. But when you see that your problem is not unique, that there are other people actually going through those problems, and they've been able to navigate those problems, and they've been able to come out on the other side, then you kind of find that kind of strength to say, okay, I can handle this. I can go through this. So having the right company is important, creating those kind of environments where people can share their stories without any judgment, and also having the support. And that's why we have the mentorship, whereby we're able to support the younger ones that, okay, look what you're going through. It's not a big deal. You can overcome it. And of course, being part of a faith group, I'm a Christian, so everything about me is based on the word of God, right? So you having a faith group, having the word, to support you, I think is really important for us as women.
Awesome.
Yeah, what you just said now, strikes an important note in my head. Up till early this morning, I was listening to an audiobook which was dealing on boundaries, creating boundaries for family life, your business life, and all of that. Now, what we are saying here is that we should be more open. Sure. But from what I read overnight, it's like you should create your boundaries and let everybody know the limits. How do we balance those two?
Beautiful. It's important for you to have boundaries.
Yes.
But yet it's also important for you to have an outlet. God did not create us to be like a dam whereby everything is stored in. But you need to know where you open up to, who you open up to. The fact that you want to talk does not mean you talk to everybody. Okay. Not everybody is trained enough to be able to understand what you're going through and be able to counsel you aright. I think sometimes people talk, but talk to the wrong people. And that's why I was saying that the kind of environment that we create in our conferences, the kind of environment that we create at the BSS Women Conference is the kind of environment whereby there is no fear of judgment. And so these are people that are matured enough to understand that just because you're going through this does not make you less of a person. So when we talk about boundaries, knowing who to talk to is important. Knowing who to talk to, knowing what to say to who. Like when we talk about mentorship, for instance, I always tell people you can have mentors for different areas. The person that mentors you in your career might not be equipped to mentor you with regards to your relationships. So it's important for us to understand and to locate who it is that I'll be able to open up to.
Interesting.
All right. So you have you're a conference speaker, you're a lifestyle coach and all of that. And so my attention now is on the communities. I also found out that you do a lot of community engagement.
Yes.
How did you take this message to the people who are not in Lagos, the ones who are not in Port Harcourt, the ones who are not in Abuja?
In urban.
Yes.
Because it's mental health with women.
Yes.
It's everywhere.
But it actually starts from childhood. So I think when we're talking about just mental health for the women, we need to understand that it starts from the childhood. And if we're able to begin to speak to our children in schools, there's a program that we started running about 4 years ago where we called it Preserving the Next Generation. Okay. So we're going to different Lagos State government schools, private schools, and also in the rural areas, talking to them about their identity, because it really starts from there. Sure. A lot of people that have, mental conditions, poor mental health, is because they have low self-esteem. It starts from even when they're young. Like for instance, in Nigeria, here in Lagos, if a child is chubby, they start saying, orobo, 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 from when the child is young. And so when the child is young, the child is made to have body shame. Yeah. So the child now begins to cover themselves up and feels inadequate. There's something wrong with me because I'm this size. So it starts from childhood. We need to reorient people and let them understand that. Be proud of yourself. Have a positive body image. The fact that you don't look like, there isn't any perfect person. Sure. So it starts from there. So I think we need to actually even talk to parents, making your children understand that you're good.
Yeah, the way you are.
Yes, you don't have to fit into anybody's image of how a person would be.
Yeah.
I remember the days whereby, for instance, someone like me, I have big lips. And when I was growing up, I was very conscious of my lips. But then now we see people going to get injections in their lips
to enlarge
their lips. So it tells you that beauty doesn't have one standard, right? So you need to understand who you are, accept who you are. And
big lips for someone would be kissable lips for some other person.
Thank you. Spoken like a man, right?
That's where he's right. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay, so you're still on mental health. Today.
Yes.
It's invisible. You can hardly see. Most times you can't even see when something has gone wrong. What are the signs that we should be more aware of? Yes. To better, around us.
That word is so important.
Support. Yes.
Yes, because it's very important that we support each other, and it shouldn't be just lip service, but it should be something.
Lip service. Okay.
Yes. That we're intentional.
We're back to lips again.
Are we going to get out of the lips?
Get out of the lips now.
It's important that we are mindful to support each other, right? So what are the things to look out? Mood swings. So the person might be really chatty and happy, and then all of a sudden she becomes morose. Also someone that wants to isolate themselves. So they don't want to be seen, they don't want to go out, they don't want to, communicate and things like that. Also poor self-image. Suddenly you see that the person is not taking care of themselves, their hair is untidy, they're not looking neat, they're not looking, and then also, even when you go to their homes, you might go to their homes and, the house is untidy, is unkept, and things like that. Those are telltale signs, that something is going wrong. And it's important that when we begin to notice those things, we should ask questions, and not questions that are just routine questions. There was an experience I had one day, which kind of like changed the way I ask people questions. So normally, you just say, "How are you?" Now, what are you going to say? Fine. That's the end of that. It's an end. It's a question that doesn't. It's not an open-ended somebody. So, how was your day? That's an open-ended question. So the person now begins to go on. So there was a day I had a conversation with a lady and I said, how was your day? And then she goes, do you want the edited version or do you want the real version? And I said I wanted the real version. And we had a 2-hour conversation that day. And she poured out.
Everything out.
Remember, I was saying people need an outlet. As a coach, the major work we do is just listening to people.
Yeah.
People want to talk. A lot of times we don't let people talk. They say, pray about it. It's okay. You're a woman. You can handle it. Be strong. You know, we see all those kind of things. And don't minimize what they're going through.
Yes.
Don't say, what is it? So you are cleaning the house. So you are going to work at 5 a.m. in the morning. You know, we don't minimize what people are going through.
Yeah.
Give them that room to talk.
To ventilate.
Yes. And then whatever, you might not even give them any solution.
But just listening.
Thank you. Is what some people need. Just somebody that will just listen to
someone they can talk to.
That's all.
And everybody is so much in a hurry, so busy. So finding this time has to. All right, time is really, really fast.
And you know, one of the things that we're doing, during our conference is that we're giving out free coaching sessions to 10 women. Free coaching sessions that they can sign up and they can come and actually talk and get professional help.
So before you leave the set, you would let our viewers know how they can, you know, access this. But finally, looking ahead, how do you see the conversation around women's mental health, you know, evolving? And what more can we do to normalize, you know, the act of seeking for help on time?
Having this conversation. I think it's important that we have more conversations like this, you know, making people aware, you know, about what mental health is, why it's important for you to look after your mind. There's a lot of looking after the body. People are looking good, but the mind is sick. So you have people that are well made up, wearing designer outfits, and they're sick in their minds. And so I think it's important for us to prioritize looking after the mind in whatever way. So for instance, I mean, number one thing I would say would be, of course, faith, because that is important. And also looking for professionals. I mean, in Nigeria, we don't normalize going for therapy or going to see coaches. And it's important. Like you said, people are busy, but the professional is paid to listen to you. So, I mean, and then you can find, and I'm talking about certified, not just anybody on social media that just put a coach in front of their names, people that are professionally trained. So you can pay for that service. I tell people, if you need to sacrifice buying that new outfit or buying that new bag,
just to get,
and just to look after your mind, it's important. And thank God that we're a faith society. Of course, going to church, praying and the word helps us. And then you're looking for people that can listen to you. Making sure that you're looking for the right kind of friends. There are people that have 1,001 friends on social media, but that's not friendship. That's not friendship. So you're looking for people that have got your back. People that will cheer you on. People that are with you in the pit and in the palace, right? So we need those kind of friendships. So I think it's important. The onus lies on you to be intentional about your own life. Because you have only one life to live. So you're intentional about making good friends. It doesn't have to be many. You know, you can't have many good friends. When people are saying, I'm looking for friends, I'm saying, you don't need many friends. It's not, there's even nowhere, I'll always go to the Bible because I'm a Christian. Even in scriptures, there's nowhere where Jesus did not have many friends. He had many disciples, many followers, but they were always the three. So I'm always saying, if you have three, you have it God. You've got it good. If you have three people that you can call at 12 midnight and they would listen to you, you have three people that you can go and cry and they'll be there and they'll let you cry. you know, and then also I believe that government needs to also give incentives
Yeah.
that will make people actually pursue seeking for health professionals.
Okay, so before you forget, how can you know?
Okay, but that is only open to people who have registered for the conference. So people that are attending the conference are going to be able to get those 10 free slots to be coached by a professional.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. So I'll have to find my way to the conference.
On the 1st of October.
1st of
It's
October.
on
No problem.
Ikorodu Road at Solution.
Okay, great.
Okay, Solution Arena, Ikorodu Road, 1st of
October
October,
at 10
time
a.m.
is 10 a.m. All right, we give you that one free advertisement for the good work that you have been
Thank
doing.
you so much.
Okay, so no more to add, and more than ever before, we must be committed to lending a helping hand, you know, to the underprivileged, to the
Hello everyone and welcome to another session with us. All right, so as you've noticed, we're on the floor today because we're working abs. We're cooking those six packs. You want some? Yeah, I know you do. So get a mat and let's get on the floor. We're going to go straight into the workout now. So first of all, just a point to notice, you want to make sure there's no space here. So don't stay on the floor like this and have a space. That way you hurt your back. Instead, tilt your pelvis forward. Make sure your lower back is completely on the floor. Now you can see there's no space at all. And this is the position you stay for every workout that you do on the floor. Okay, so we have 6 workouts and we're going to go into them. We're going to start with the first workout, which is a sit-up and a punch. We're going to use my timer to help us do this right, okay? So let's go. Sit up, punch. That's it. As you go down, don't let your shoulders touch the floor completely, unless it will be a little bit difficult to come back up. If you can't come so high, right here is okay for me. Last one, and rest. Very good. Next one, we're going to do a sit-up and a knee press. Sit up, bring your knee to the chest. Let's go. Good. If you can't bring yourself up, just bring your knee to the chest. We're working the same muscles. Bring your knees to the chest. Very good. 2 more, 1 more, and rest it. Very good. Next one, Russian twists. Now, I will do the easy version with my heels on the floor. Elvis will do the hard one. Now we rock side to side. Let's go. Keep going. 3, 2, and 1. Good job. Nice one. Now, hands behind you. This is a hard one. I'll show you the hard one. I'll show you the easy one. Ready? In and out. Let's go. And do this. Just use one leg. One leg. That's it. 2 and 1. Woo! Those abs are working. Very good. Now, straight legs. Hands behind your head. Elbows to the knees. We start with the left elbow. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2. Everybody can do this one. Everybody can do this one. Just make sure you make contact with your elbows. Come on. And rest it. Excellent. Last one, leg raises. Everybody lie down. I'm going to raise one leg up at a time. Elvis is going to raise both legs. Elvis, let's go. Good. One leg at a time. Relax your head and shoulders on the floor. Lift that leg up. Try to keep your legs as straight as possible. And relax. Good job. Quick rest, because we're going to do it all over again. Sit up, jab cross. Let's go. 9, 1 more. 10, nice. I felt that one. All right, sit up, knee press. We're going to lie down, come up, knees to the shoulders. Let's go. This is also an option if you can't sit up, all right? But I'm going to sit up because I really want that 6-pack to come out this 2021. 12 packs even. 1 more, and relax. In and out. Hands behind you. We're bringing the knees to the chest. Ready? 1. Woo! If you can't do this, remember, one leg at a time. I'm going to join Elvis here. One more, and relax. Woo! These abs are crying, aren't they crying? Elbows to the knees, hands behind your head. Get ready, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Make contact with those knees. Make contact. And 1, good. Now we're going to stretch both knees to the chest, big hug. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Extend one leg out. Very good. And change. Excellent. Good job. Now extend both hands above your head and both legs. And imagine somebody is pulling your legs and another person is pulling your hands. You should feel that stretch all across the abs there. Let's count. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, that's such a relaxing stretch. I don't want to stand up from here, but we have to. Everybody get up. Good job. Cross those legs. Let's face the camera now. Drop the left elbow on the floor and stretch the side. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now don't go back, just sweep close to the floor and drop the other elbow and reach over. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Remember, we're going to sweep again all the way around, and then we come up. Hands above the head, clasp, push towards the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In front of you, push, stretch those shoulders. Very nice. Now, the next one's a little bit difficult, but just go as low as you can. Both palms on the floor and slide out. And let your chest touch your legs. Go and drop your head. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Slowly roll up. Extend those legs in front of you. Shake, shake, shake. That was nice. Give yourself a little massage. Come on. Sorry, darling. Sorry, muscles. We've disturbed you today. Shake, 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 and relax. Good job. Thank you for joining us today. Elvis, nice one. Yes. So keep safe and be good out there. Until the next time, bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dolly. You are still watching your Family Inspiration and Business Show on Plus TV Africa, and today with John and Helen is the program. A totally new and exciting experience awaits you with our next guest.
Sure. A very courageous Nigerian entrepreneur and communications expert joins us for the remaining part of the program. Founder and CEO of Q Concepts, a parent company for some of the biggest national and international brands like Miss Tourism Africa International, Mr. Tourism Africa International, which I'm interested in, Mr. Universe Nigeria, which I'm also interested in, the Men's Fashion Week Nigeria, and many others. Our guest is a recipient of 40 Under 40 African Awards under the category of Beauty and Lifestyle, as well as Africa 100 Most Influential Tourism Personality 2024. To help us shed light on the topic, Leveraging Beauty Pageants, a tool for peace and economic growth. Let us meet and welcome good-looking Seth Santiago Roberts.
Intimidating.
I'm so jealous of you. Beautiful people on planet Earth.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
And I'm yet to meet any young man, really, and I mean that, as determined and as daring. You know, he is about to prove any point, and he breaks, you know, glass ceilings, all of them. Yeah, it's a pleasure, Santiago. It's a pleasure that you could make it today. I know how busy you are, you know, to be able to squeeze in this time with us today. It's an honor. Thank you. How are you? Looking good. All right, we have a very beautiful lady here. Who is she?
Well, I mean, this is Miss Tourism Africa Nigeria, Fiona Omoye Elimigbovo. She is representing the giant of Africa at this year's Miss Tourism Africa that is being hosted by Nigeria.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't wait to hear where it's happening. So
You will get there.
I shouldn't be in too much of a hurry.
No, don't be.
Okay, and I know you have a bevy of ladies. You have other ladies who will join us on this show before we leave today. Yes? So let's jump straight into the questions. And now we know that beauty pageants and peace building, these are two things people rarely link together. They're like strange bedfellows. How did you see the connection? How did you, as a person, see the connection between beauty pageants and?
So first and foremost, I mean, the ability to bring different people from different backgrounds who grew up experiencing different way of life, different cultures, bringing them under one roof, you know, to cohabit and be able to understand themselves in the spirit of sportsmanship and friendship is the beginning of creating peace. And for me, I believe that the more we are able to bring more people together, the more we are able to get people to understand the way of life of other people, the more they become more tolerant to why people do the things they do. And the more people are able to understand the reason why people do the things they do, the more we are able to begin to open ourselves to peace.
Awesome. Well, Miss Tourism Africa.
This is actually the third season, and it looks like it's been there forever.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure you've made such an impact. Because,
Yes.
I mean, it didn't sound a strange thing to me when I heard it. It was Miss Tourism Africa. I mean, you guys have been doing a huge, good job on it.
She's just sitting here like the queen that she is.
I was going to first talk about her poise. Her poise. Are you able to maintain that poise?
Or
is it just for the camera?
Oh no, actually it's really comfortable. First of all, you get to be trained to sit this way. There are certain training sessions we've had, but as time goes on, you become more comfortable. As long as you're able to engage your core, it's pretty easy. Actually,
your core.
Yes.
You know that. That's a student.
That's one of my
students.
That's great. Impressive. So now this is your first time
being in pageantry?
In this
contest?
This pageantry? This particular one?
Oh yes, it's my first time. But through the national level.
Okay, yeah.
Before contesting, qualifying for this.
So how did it feel?
It's been really daunting, but
Yes.
also very transformational. It's actually shaped my confidence level, helped me grow in so many ways. And I'm just really grateful for the platform, and I intend to use it to actually help promote tourism and also my personal cause. I was paying attention to the mental health lady on mental health. That's also something that's really personal to me. So I'm trying to use tourism to promote mental health, because one way we can feel better, you can actually be in your house all locked up. I was like that sometime in a really dark place. And I had a friend who took me out, explore some really beautiful sites in Lagos. And that really helped my mood a lot.
Okay.
So we'll be back for another show. So now tell us, what do you think of the impact that pageants can have on a country and its economy? And what comes to your mind first?
Tourism, fashion, entertainment.
What comes to your mind first when you say,
as an entrepreneur,
you're running a pageant? Are you supporting tourism? Are you supporting fashion? Are you getting job opportunities out there? Which is the first thing that strikes you?
The first thing that strikes me personally will be education. I mean, for me, that's how I see tourism. And I tell people that you cannot have the best of tourism if you don't get the information that you need to have the best time. For instance, all the contestants that we brought into Nigeria are having the best of time because we have people that are taking them through different tourism attractions, telling them what those attractions are about. You know, so for me, tourism is not just the ability to see things, it's the ability to also learn, be informed, be educated. You know, so for me, that's the first thing that, you know, sticks out to me.
Okay, we'll need to take a break so we can bring the other ladies who are waiting. But let's take in this last question from you at this point. Many people still see pageants as outdated. For the number of years that you have been involved in these all kinds of pageants with the men, with the women, how do you think that we have transformed, or the platforms have been able to transform and influence more than just the beauty standard change, really?
Absolutely. I mean, we've had pageant winners who have been appointed as special advisor to governors on tourism. We have pageant winners that have become United Nations ambassadors. We have pageant winners that have gone on to become SDG ambassadors. So it's just beyond the physical beauty. Now, so much is expected of winners of pageant. I mean, like I always say, beauty will get you through the door, but what keeps you there and puts you on the table of power is what you have here. And we have been blessed to have some of the most amazing delegates, especially this year. I'm sure you will hear them talk and you'll be like, wow.
Yes,
I mean, she's wow.
Yes,
she has wowed me.
She's wowed me already. we were coming to that because we'll take a break now. And when we come back, we'll meet another beauty.
Two others.
One after the other. Yes?
Two other beauties.
Two other beauties.
Yes, they'll be joining us.
All right. So
let's take that
Fiona,
break.
Yes.
I'll see you after the show.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too. My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of freaking materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
We're still here at the studios with, of course, John and
Helen. Okay.
I'm very delighted to introduce Miss Tourism Africa Uganda, Mary Allison Akelo, Miss Tourism Africa Mauritius, Javina Dalapa, and of course Miss Tourism Africa Nigeria, Fiona Omoye.
Who we met earlier on.
Yeah, I'm trying to make up my
How you
mind.
doing?
Can I just like so you're welcome, beauties.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Africa
Mauritius?
Tourism Mauritius. How has it been in Nigeria? How long have you been here for?
Nearly a week now. Yeah, I came here last Saturday.
Last Saturday, so you had our
it's a
jollof
week,
rice.
Yeah, a week.
You had our jollof rice.
No.
Not yet?
No.
That should be the first meal.
At the Aquaba event. Had the Nigerian and
Yeah, like the fries.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay,
I
that's
did.
the one.
Yeah.
So that's the one.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, so Mary, what's your height?
6'3".
6'3". I won't even get up from this seat till you leave the studio. So you're welcome. Welcome to Nigeria. And this is your complexion, or you did something to?
No, she's.
This is
For God's sake, she's Ugandan. They're black and beautiful.
Right.
All right, so we're talking about leveraging beauty pageants. Looking at how we can link it up with economic growth and peace and unity across the continent and the world. So, how can beauty pageants really create the long-term economic benefits for host countries, for African countries? Let's look at that, and just let's hear a view on that.
What are your views?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank platforms like Miss Tourism Africa, Miss Tourism Uganda. That's where I come from, where I want to come here. And these kinds of platforms have given women empowerment to be ambassadors for their countries.
And we know that right now tourism is something that is really countries. And that is why when we create ambassadors, especially women that are to promote tourism in their countries, we are giving back to the economy in very small ways, but in very big ways. So it cuts across.
You sound like you saw the questions ahead.
No, I got together with you today. I can't live here without giving you some Ugandan.
Right away. Thank you so much.
Come to Uganda.
Oh my goodness.
So how do you say thank you in Uganda?
In Uganda, we have different languages, but I will tell you in mine.
Yes.
Yalamanui.
Yalamanui.
So there's no pidgin English like we have in Nigeria.
We don't have pidgin English.
You don't have general one.
You just go straight to the
Yes,
core.
when I went to I was at the airport and everybody was speaking pidgin English. I'm like, do they all speak pidgin English?
Thank you so much. This is very grateful. So, Jevina. That's Jevina. I think Jevina.
Let's go ahead and ask the same.
Jevina is my favorite now. I switch favorites from one person to the other. So, how do you think contestants themselves, grow beyond the competition? Because I mean, this is like an act. Beyond this competition, as a contestant, how do you further improve yourself?
Yeah. So for me, it's my second pageant that I'm taking part in. It's first international, but national level it's my second. I took part in Miss Planet first. I was second runner-up.
Okay.
Companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back, as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie, or that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working. If you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs
startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool, but I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing, and ever since then I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. He wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are, the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it. And I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. At Ibere, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, if you about a year, a year to be served. So one serve that most of them want to send the federal, one serve the federal, and one can serve the states. Instead to can remain one, síbẹ̀, wọ́n dá gbogbo wọn lẹ̀. So àwọn ọmọ pé kí làwọn fẹ́ ṣe, most of them want online business náà ń ṣe. Tó bá wo ní ọjà ń sìn, àwọn youth náà pọ̀ jù ní business náà ṣe.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then, I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, Seth? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that there's no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made. And probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Proja? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and the individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million, well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right? And place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we are upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? And what have you been up to? The fuel situation is still hard on Nigerians, and I join my voice with the rest of my fellow Nigerians in pleading with the government to palliate this harsh situation. Well, I have a very mysterious guest today, and I'll ask him for a remedy. Hopefully, he will assist in his revelations. So stay put at the Literary Bar and you'll enjoy this conversation. Go grab your cup of tea or any drink of your choice and join me after the break. My heart goes out to the people of Borno State over the terrible flood that was made worse by the overflow of the Alao Dam on the 9th, 10th of September. It's so disheartening to see the good people of Borno State being displaced by the raging floods occasioned by the torrential downpour. Men, women, children look confused over the sad turn of events. Cars and household properties are floating about, and some houses are sadly submerged in a watery grave. As if all this were not enough to devastate the community, some wild animals, crocodiles, snakes, have unwittingly been released from the enclosed spaces in the zoo in this deluge. Insecurity in Maiduguri got a boost as convicted criminals also escaped because of the flood. We send our love and support to the people of Borno. It was nice to see the Vice President Shettima wading waist deep in the flood to identify with his home base. And I trust that their action governor, Babagana Zulum, will be in the forefront of rehabilitating the victims of this flood. It's interesting to know that 30 years ago, almost to the day on the 13th of September 1994, a Alao Dam burst, displacing 400,000 families in Maiduguri. And as of today, it's over 1 million people that have been affected. So really, I send you my love and support from the Literary Bar. Coincidentally, the 16th of September is World Ozone Day as declared by the United Nations. The theme for 2024 is Ozone for Life. It calls our attention to the climate change and our responsibility in making intentional and sustainable changes about how we relate with our environment. So let's protect the environment by doing the right things. Deforestation is happening as people are resorting to cutting more trees for firewood as the cost of gas and kerosene has gone up. We should use cleaner energy, recycle, reuse. Also, let us use more eco-friendly products and avoid ozone-depleting substances. This responsibility is personal, and also it needs government support through policies that will protect the environment. When we come back, you will meet my guest, whom I call an African man of mystery. He wrote a captivating article on Ebo, as it is central to his practice as a Babalawo in Ifa divination system. In 2008, UNESCO placed Ifa on the list of masterpieces of oral and intangible heritage of humanity. Ifa divination system, with its 256 Odus or Odu Ifa, looms larger than the derogatory label of paganism, and its adherents are no longer cowering in the back rooms. Young and old, educated and liberal, Africans are carving an indigenous path to God because they are no longer satisfied with the received Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. I want you to suspend judgment for the next hour and keep an open mind as you listen to this modern and young Babalawo. So see you after the break. My guest today is a well-educated professional, Chief Oketola Olamilekan Mudashiru, the Otun Alashe of Isheri Olofin in Awori land. He's also the secretary within Ijo Alagemo of Isheri Olofin. He's an entrepreneur and holds a BSc in Business Administration from Lagos State University, LASU. His focus is on management science. Chief is also deeply ingrained in African tradition and culture, serving as an intermediary between humans and orishas. How he's able to do this? He'll tell us. Because at the bar today, we're honored to have a Babalawo in our midst. Chief Oketola will lift the ignorant veil that shrouds Ifa in mystery. I found this article on Ebo rich and enlightening, and it has implication on how we conduct our interaction with the orishas and the Olodumare. Aboro Aboye, Chief. Okay, you are welcome to the literary bar.
Saying Aboro Aboye already has, captured everything, every greetings.
Okay, it's an education for me as well. I want to say something quite interesting before we get into this. So, my name is Dibia, all right? Chinedu Dibia. And I grew up with people always trying to poke fun at the fact that my name is Dibia, because Dibia in Igbo land means native doctor. And everybody used to make fun that, oh, this person is a Babalawo. My dad was an engineer. So, and at a point, we got worried, should we carry on with this name, with all the Christian things going on around? And my father said, no, your name is your name and you have to be proud of it. And I grew up being really proud to be a Dibia. I'm still and always will be a Dibia. But I'm happy today that I'm presenting a real life Dibia, but Babalawo as it's called in Yoruba.
Wow.
So
it's my honor being here. It's my honor.
Thank you.
I'm really honored. And that name, Dibia, it looks interesting.
It is.
And it even sounds more interesting, more, spilling out from your mouth.
Yes,
because it's more like African.
Yes, it is.
As beautiful as you are. Why did you change your name from Dibia to something, Western?
Never. I will never change my name. So that brings me to our conversation. What is Ifa, first of all, before we go into the Ebo?
Okay. Thank you very much. I would have loved to, do this in that Ifa's language.
Go ahead, but you just tell me what it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Ṣeun Muki gbogbo ara lé. Orúkọ mi ni Babalawo Olamilekan Oketola. Mo yà sí ọ̀nà Ifá ní kòpẹ́kòpẹ́ bí abẹ́ ọdún kẹẹ̀ẹ́dógún sẹ́yìn. I became a Babalawo probably 15 years ago. So when you say Ifa, Tabani Ifa ni ọ̀rọ̀ Olódùmarè. Ifa is simply put the word of God.
The word of God.
Yes, ma'am.
Olodumare. Okay, Olodumare and the Orishas, are they what are Orishas to Olodumare? Are they the same as God and his angels? And Olodumare and Orumila, are they the same? Because I don't know if they're interchangeable.
They are not the same. Thank you very much. Let me pick the first question first. We said, what are Orishas?
Yeah.
Orishas are not angels.
Okay.
They are not angels. When you say Orisha, let me just, it's a Yoruba name. Understand? And whatever you say in Yoruba must have a meaning. You understand? When you go to the market, or you want to buy tomatoes, there are some that are, they are in whole, they are in handy, and there are some that are being affected a little bit. They call those Esha. You understand? So when you say Asha, Lesha, and Orishada, something that is created with specialty.
that has a special creation. That is what Orisha is called.
Okay.
And he can, through them, get through them, or from them, get to God.
Okay, like the person. But let's go back, because every time I hear Orishas come up with, when people are talking about Ifa, say, oh, the Orishas and all that. But what's an example of an Orisha in the Ifa divination system?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. You know, as I said earlier, that Orisha are special made from God. They are special made. They are the first on earth. They are the first on earth, yes, if I'm not wrong. And there is an Ifa that supports it too, which I will tell you.
Okay.
You understand? So, the Orishas, Igba Akonleru Urumole, you understand? Those are the Orishas. While they are coming from, when they want to come to the earth, they are like the messenger of God.
The messenger.
They are sent.
So, okay, I hear you say God and this. Where is Ifa in this? Is Ifa a religion?
Okay. Ifa is not religion, but it contains religion.
Okay.
Ifa is not science, but it contains science.
All the 256 Odus of Ifa, it's science, but it's not religion.
It contains science, but it's not science.
So what is it?
Ifa is everything.
Everything could be nothing if we cannot pinpoint what it is.
It's because you don't learn it. That is why it is nothing. It is nothing because you didn't see it.
Okay.
Once you understand it, it's something. Nothing becomes something when it is understandable.
This is heavy philosophy, because in philosophy they'll say you don't know anything. At the end of your life, you come and realize you don't know anything.
Thank you.
But you're a Babalawo. Are you a Babalawo to nothing? If Ifa is nothing, are you a Babalawo to nothing?
I'm not saying Ifa is nothing.
Okay.
Ifa is everything. I said it's everything. But it is nothing because you don't understand it. As it is now.
Oh yes. By the way, we have
Okpele.
We have the Okpele.
Yes.
Before us. So Okpele has everything here is the Okpele, even with this extra.
Yes. Those are like the messenger of the Okpele. That is how, you know, the messages, it's convey messages through them.
So as a Babalawo, you have to go and learn. You have to learn this. It just doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
Like the pastors, you have to go to pastoral school. This is how you come across.
More like that, ma'am. You know, that was why I said it was nothing, because you don't understand it. But once you got closer, then you know it is everything.
So how do we, okay, you know that we have this issue of us being brainwashed. You know, if people from the African traditional religion would say that Africans, during our colonization, we were brainwashed as we accepted the Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. And then our own traditional religion seemed to have no place. It was moved to the back. So how would you tell somebody who thinks that this is paganism, some mystical thing that they won't understand? Because I will not be able to understand if you tell me it's everything and then, yes.
I understand you.
Yes.
Now, actually, Ifa is the word of God, as I said earlier.
Okay.
And you only understand the word of God when you learn it or you have the vibe to understand it. Well, you know, if somebody tell you, I beg, it's nothing. But when you understand how huge that thing is, then you understand what it is.
Okay, let me start this by asking you again. How did you get involved in this? Because I know you were born, you were religious half-caste, because Muslim mother, Christian father. So how did you end up?
It's the other way around.
Okay, Muslim father, Christian mother. So religious hybrid half-caste. How did you come to this?
Well, you know, naturally, firstly, I would say everything in life is predestined. But mind you, you might not attain that your destiny if you didn't work for it.
The Kadara.
Yes, ma'am.
I've watched enough African magic to
It's
know.
African magic that you understand.
We will get there. We will get there.
Because somebody that is predestined to be rich and just come to this life and there is this nonchalant attitude take over him and, you know, sit down that I've heard I will be rich. Please, you might not.
Oh, wow.
You might not, yes.
So even if it's your Kadara or your destiny, you have to work for your destiny.
Not every premonition that comes to reality. Not every premonition.
A premonition is not your destiny.
Yes, you know, somebody might just give you a kind of, you know, how do you say it? Okay, by this, okay, even a pastor might just give you this prophecy. Let me say prophecy instead of a premonition. Let me say prophecy.
Okay.
Every prophecy doesn't come to reality, you know. If you have been prophesied to become rich, and every day you might not. Like some okay, don't let me go there. So when you say me, talking about me, I grew up with my father. May his soul rest in peace. Fiyawori Jenimore. He happens to be a Muslim. He was an Halaj. You know, though naturally it was with my grandfather that I lived with most of my life. So while there I was a Muslim. I was, you know, my name was Mudashir. I was going to mosque. I knew nothing. I knew nothing about Ifa or whatever. So while there, I was growing up, and I later on, at the end of my later days, met my mom. I think I was in GS3 or so. So I met my mom. I went to her side, and she was a Christian. We started this church. Should I mention the name?
Go ahead, it's your church.
I think CMCM, Christ Miracle Church Mission.
Okay.
At Yasuno Crescent, I think. So they moved from Oregon down to that site. They bought the site. So I was part of them. I was going to church. I was very, you know, I understand. It was so, you know, church is like more like fun.
Not all churches, but
no, they want it was much as fun. Even the prayer was fun. You understand? So I was going to church. So while I went out, or let me say, we moved from Oregon back to Okwaba. As my mom husband, you know, was dead, then he was demised. So we moved from there down to Okwaba, and that was where I met another version of life. So it was this Okwaba that even my boss, my mentor, I didn't even know him, not until, I think something happened. Yes. Something happened that led me to him, that connected us. Though I've become an initiator, I've been to Igbodu. That Igbodu is where you become, you know, as in, you know what your taboo is.
Igbodu, is that a spiritual place or a physical place?
It's a physical place.
Okay. Is it in Lagos or where? Okay, initiates
like
won't
that.
know it.
Not like that.
Okay.
It's like, you know, in Ifa there are stages to things. There are stages. And like now, let me say your Olugo is like somebody that you seek refuge. You understand?
Okay.
Like me now, I'm an Olugo to some people.
Okay. But what led you to this?
That's what I'm trying to say. Let me say my intuition. You understand? I'm somebody that likes to know things. If I discover this is another thing, I covet it.
No, you were happy in church.
I was.
And then somehow you've become an Ifa worshipper. What happened?
I think somebody said something to me the other day, said, why are we going to church demonizing the traditionists and going out the back door to meet them?
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. That's a scenario of my mom.
Okay.
My mom was going to church, would take me to the back door.
To consult a Babalawo.
A Babalawo.
Yeah, that's what is called a syncretism, when people mix up two different religions.
So from there, I started getting closer, and something happened. Something struck me. Though I've had my Ifa, because I had then that if you go and do Itefa, you become rich.
What is that?
Now.
Itefa.
Itefa, yes. Itefa is another concept on its own.
It's part of Ifa?
It's part of Ifa, yes.
So if you go and do it, is this like Ogbonwo?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we should let people understand this now.
Yes.
Because this is Itefa.
Okay.
It's another title on its own.
Right.
Yes. Itefa is like, you consulting with the spiritual realm to know more about yourself.
Okay.
To know what's your purpose on earth. To know what your do's and don'ts.
Okay.
The kind of food you eat.
Okay.
The kind of drinks.
When you say the kind
what
of
will
food,
kill you?
Is it allergy? Is it?
It's more like an allergy.
Okay. Spiritual allergy or
Either
medical?
Both spiritual, medical. I said something that, as I am here, I'm not just to me. The chief Okitola or Babala Okitola that you see, it is not this spirit. It's inside. It's inside.
The spirit.
It is the spirit.
Yes.
This body is just here to cover the spirit.
Okay.
That is why I can sit down here.
So you move from your mom going through the back door to talk to Babalawos and all that. When you say that, if you look at the average Nigerian, they have marks all over their body.
Okay.
For maybe they've gone to visit and they put some medicine in their body. They put a mark, rub some medicine in there. So most Nigerian, and they get it through this backdoor consultation of a traditional this thing. So maybe they say a child is very sickly, so they have to do some marks and infuse the medicine inside.
I understand.
They put some in the forehead and all that.
I understand.
And so when you say, how'd you get this mark? They just say, so that is part of, what you explained that your mom did. Yes.
Not really.
Okay.
Just because I am into Ifa now, and I'm so deep in it.
Yes.
I'm already a Babalawo.
Yeah.
You understand? So it gives me an insight on so much.
Okay.
Even the known and the unknown.
Okay.
You understand? So what you said now about, making some incisions is like your science.
Your what?
It's like a science.
Science.
Yes. It's a science in Ifa, It's something that tackles the spirit. Maybe the child is seeing some spirits. You understand? So there are some concussions that will be made.
Like an emery?
More like that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So that will stop the child from seeing the spirits.
I'm learning plenty from this African magic.
They made their research too.
Okay.
But it's only that they bastardize the Babalawos much.
We will come to that. So I still want to get to the part where you now move from managing Christianity and Ifa, and then now openly declaring to become an Ifa follower.
The funniest part is that, when I was with my mom, I later decided to be a Muslim.
Oh, back again?
Yes, back again. And even at a point in time, I was, each time I think it all depends on how spiritual you are.
Well, I said that you're confused.
I wasn't confused.
Because
I wasn't.
You went from Muslim, Christian, back to Muslim.
No, I was only going to church because of my mom.
Okay.
It's not that I believe in church or I have this kind of connection with them. No. Though I don't rebuke any religion. All religion is religion based on your belief. You understand? Even our constitutions support it. You understand? So, but my mind and everybody that knows me knows that okay, this guy is a Babalawo, is a Muslim, and I bear the Muslim names. It's only my mom. Even at the point that my mom decided to let me go, she didn't force it. No, she didn't even flog it.
At what? I know you're still quite young. At what age did you now fully say, okay, Ifa is the way for me?
Okay, at a certain age where I discovered that I need spiritualism. Yes. At a certain age, I discovered I need to connect with God directly. Don't let our viewers listen to that, because it's something that has to take a lot of years for you to connect.
No, it's fine. We're spirits, like you said.
I was only joking.
God is a spirit, and then the Christians, are very open with their Holy Spirit.
Okay.
And so if Ifa, you encountered Ifa, and it helped your spirit to be at one with God. We thank God. How do you say hallelujah in Ifa?
Adukwe.
Adukwe, yes, Adukwe to Ifa. But seriously, did you encounter any sort of resistance, the people around you, when you openly declared to become a Babalawo? It's such a heavy name. And I will say that the heaviness is due to maybe pop culture, because everywhere we look, Babalawos are not very good people. They're really not nice. They have this very scary house of horror, you know, with all those statues and things they have to feed blood to all the time. And again, this comes from what we see in the movies. How is that acceptable to the Ifa movement when this is the only picture, the sustained picture that we see of Babalawos and Ifa?
Thank you very much. This particular thing you say, this statement has been the order of the day. And I think we Babalawos have been stigmatized by that, you know. People run away from Babalawo openly, but go to the back door when they have problem. You understand? Okay, I run a little shop, frozen food shop, and that shop is even my mom's. It has been existing for the past 30 years now, and I still continues with it. So you can know how the business management in me exists. It sustains.
You're a graduate of business.
So, and I have other outlets too. I understand that I manage. So the funniest part is that I once decided to be a Babalawo. It's not even me that decided to be a Babalawo. It is the spirit in me that told me you're a Babalawo. My Odu Ifa, as I said, when you go to Itefa, a Odu will be of your own, your personal Odu. Out of the 256 Odu will be your own personal Odu.
There's one you recited for me.
I haven't recited it.
No.
My personal Odu.
Okay.
There are so many Odus in the fire, you understand? Okay. So, but my personal Odu has never been recited. My Odu is Awori Dagbon.
Okay.
Awori Lotun, Ogundalosi.
Okay. Is there any Odu you can just share with us?
My Odu, I've just shared my Odu now.
No, general Odu. So Odus have to be personal. You can't just have.
It can be general.
Okay.
I've met people that owns my Odu too.
Okay.
That bears my Odu.
Okay.
You understand? But our taboos might not be the same.
Before we go and break, I'd want you to just share one Odu. Let's see how this works, or tell us something a bit about what's before us. So join us after the break, and then we'll see a practical demonstration from the Babalawo.
owó àbẹ náà mo tó sílẹ̀ ẹ̀rù tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú là á owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ nù gbàrà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀ àwòfún àwòdó o ṣàgbéyàn òkú ọdún ẹ sẹ́yìn ọlọ́dà àbí má bàa ń ṣe fídíò ọdún. ọdún ọmọ olóríṣà ọdún ìwéré. wọ́n ṣe pariwo lọ́pàá owó àbẹ náà mo tó sílẹ̀ ẹ̀rù tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú là á owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ nù gbàrà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀ àwòfún àwòdó o ṣàgbéyàn òkú ọdún ẹ sẹ́yìn.
Oh, how time flies. But fret not, because there's a part 2 of this exciting and insightful episode of Literary Bar continuing next week. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, where have you been? The Babalawo has been enlightening us so much, talking to me and teaching me. Maybe I should come and become an apprentice Yanifa. Abi? But anyways, he's going to show us something that a few of you out there may have never seen before, but it's the okpele. To even let us know the instrument, can I call it instrument?
Yes, it's an
instrument for Ifa divination. Babalawo, what is before you?
This is called okpele.
Okpele, okay.
Yeah, this is part of the instrument a Babalawo used for divination.
Okay, can you show us?
I will.
Okay.
But I just want to enlighten us more about
All right.
it because before showing us,
Mhm.
you know, Babalawo will either use okpele or ikinfa.
You said a spiritual pumpkin, or what's a spiritual? Can we see it? Is it physical?
It's something you can see,
okay.
but it has to be a personal belongings.
Okay.
You can either leave it to your Babalawo, which is your Oluwo,
Mhm.
you understand, or you can have it with you. So instead of you coming personally, as in coming down for consultation, by using this okpele, it will have to be your Ifa, your Ikinfa, that will be used. You understand? That is what we use. That is where the binary figures are being inscribed.
That sounds so scientific when you say binary figures.
Yes.
I've never even heard that in any sort of religion.
Yeah, well, so Ifa, you can say Ifa is not religion, but it contains religion. Ifa is not science, it contains science. So that's why I say Ifa is everything. Ifa taught us so much. You know, Ifa is philosophy. Ifa is human. Ifa is God. Ifa is spirit. Ifa is devil. Ifa is angel.
Devil, that one is scary.
It's not scary because it's part of us.
Okay.
You understand? It now depends, boil down to those who carries the Ifa.
Okay. So Ifa assumes the personality of the person that is the worshipper or the Babalawo.
Or the conveyor.
Or the conveyor. Okay.
So as I was saying now, assuming somebody comes, this comes in two parts now.
Okay.
This
okpele.
This okpele, yes.
Yes.
If as in two parts, what I said is that, what I meant is that, if somebody is coming to me to ask a question about yes or no, okay, Babalawo, Ebawa Biri, like, please help me to ask. I'm going to so place, maybe from here to like a very far place. If my going there will be smooth, if I'll meet goodwill there, let me consult. That consultation will not just be a personal thing, okay? Any lorry, it will now use this. You know, this is good.
What's this?
This is like, this is your money that they used to spend.
The cowrie, but what is it called?
It is owo. Yes, can touch it. It is called owo.
All my enemies.
It doesn't work that way, ma'am.
Can I turn anybody into a tortoise right now?
No.
Okay, so
like
it's called what?
It is money. We call it money.
Money?
Yes, it's the money.
Okay.
We call it Ibo in Ifa.
Oh, right.
Ibo. So you use it to touch the okpele. Okay, this is a person, you must have known the person's name. And I think this should be inculcated in our educational system. If the government wants a productivity in African traditional,
they want to.
It should have been.
You know, because we always say that if we follow the traditional way, a lot of corruption would not
a lot of correction would be.
Shango will strike people down. Shokbono will follow everybody.
In fact, Imeja will hit so many people.
So we get to that. So can you just brace this so people can see? Is it possible?
It's possible, yes.
Okay, if you want to talk, you can tell.
You know what? Okay, let me do something now.
Okay.
Ìyàwó ìfọlọ́kan sọ̀rọ̀ Dayọ̀ lẹ́yìn ìyàtọ̀rọ̀ tí ó sọ̀rọ̀ ṣe Chinedu Dibia Ola Onilari ọ̀nà sí ọ̀nà là fún bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Ifá, and this is how to do it typically. But naturally, I'll have to remove my cap, or might not, I have to remove my shoes. You know, this is like a respect to the unknown. So this is like saying it is a no.
That's what.
That is where the probability comes from.
What's this one?
This is a bone.
A bone of what?
It's an animal.
Any animal?
Yes, any
chicken
animal.
bone, anything?
Any animal, yes.
Enemy too.
Well, it's not just 2.
Yeah.
We have about 6 or 7 that we normally use based on our request or our...
But I can't touch the other one.
You can't touch anything here. It is touchable. Okay. No, well, I want to demonstrate for you.
Okay.
So I say no. You understand? You still touch it like that. So you use it to touch the ground. The ground must see it. You understand? For it to be affirmative.
Yeah.
So you now place one on the right, one on the left. Either this, or you give it to the person that is sick, that's sick or for the questions. So the person will now share it into 2, one on the right and one without me knowing.
Yeah.
So that I should, not even me, this should trace my question. Are you understanding now? So after doing that, then the Babalawo will now go. The first thing Babalawo will do is to Juiba. Ijuba is like saying you should accord respect to those who are due. Iwaju Okmo, it's an initiate on its own. This is Okmo Ifa already.
Okay.
Iwaju Okmo Awonishi. That's telling him that you are an Awo. And Okmo Awonishi. You are seeing that I'm calling some spirit now. Olumulotun, Otun is a spirit too. Olokonolosi, it's a spirit on its own. Another thing entirely. You understand? If I'm on the mat, I will call on that mat. I will tell him what it is. I will tell the mat what it is. I'll call his indulgence. On the floor, I'll call the ground. Then the wall, Ogiriaba. I am calling them to bear, or you understand?
Yes.
So you
to
know,
bear witness.
Not more like you know, for what I'm trying to do, to be of a truce. I don't want it to be minced. You understand?
But this is very similar to the Islamic Tasbih and the Christian and the Catholic Rosary.
I don't know.
And
I know, but I don't want to say this.
Okay.
You understand? So you now call on probably Iwaju Atiwayi Ojo. This is like saying the north, south, west, east. You understand?
Yes.
And that is why they brought everything up. I told you Ifa is everything.
The Okpele has a Okpo Ifa, the tray.
That is another.
The diviner tray. Does it work together with this?
It does and it doesn't.
Okay.
So why I said it does is that it is an instrument of divination on its own too. So that is where there is called something called Iyererosu. So that will be poured on the Okmo Ifa. You understand? To make that a binary incision or inscription.
Okay. Now that we've come to the divination proper, this is a time for me to ask you about something we have all been learning, pop culture on Nollywood.
Okay.
People making money, blood money, Yahoo Plus.
Okay.
You know, Yahoo on its own initially was just digital criminality, but Yahoo Plus now requires sacrifice. Every day when you open the newspapers, somebody has been abducted, close family, friends, relatives, and all of that, because some babalawo somewhere said, go and get me the human eye, the human leg, kidney, whatever anatomy, so that they can do Ogunwowo. Is that possible? I read, by the way, that Ifa does not like human blood. It doesn't want you to hurt people. So how come babalawos, I'm saying this well aware of the fact that we have fake pastors and fake imams, where are they pouring this blood? Whom is accepting this? And people insist that they make money from this. Even Yahoo boys down the east, up north here, Yahoo Plus. They steal women's underwear, they take babies' diapers. Who is accepting this sacrifice from them?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. You know, I think this is where we differentiate the babalawos and other traditionists. Understand? So there are so many ways of, you know, consulting the spirits. Others have their own ways. But when it comes to Ifa, Ifa is the father of Oba Orisha. It is the smallest among them, and it is their king. Because they learn from every Orisha, and it talks of everything. So when it comes to saying blood money, Ifa doesn't constitute or doesn't consist or doesn't accept ritual or making human sacrifice. I've never, during my course of learning in Ifa, at least 15 years back, I've never had a scenario or a case of human body being used for Ifa, initiation or whatever. No. Even Ifa forbids such.
So how did this narrative start? And how come you've not complained to the Nollywood people that they should change the narrative of this ritual, whatever, which I didn't culminate in somebody running mad, but they've given this impression we're catching 14, 15-year-old children, boys mostly, who are doing blood money ritual because a babalawo told them that.
You know, if I want to delve into that, I'll have to make a comparison, and that comparison is what I'm trying to avoid here.
Comparison between what and
between the religions. I wouldn't, because when you're saying, are you referring to the Nollywoods and other African magic movies? You know, I intend to say, I think I was very young when they did a film. It was titled, can I mention the title? I think Ajoke Ashewoto Remeka.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
And the Muslim society came up, dragged the lady, and they have to change the name.
Okay.
You understand? So, but Babalawos doesn't.
Why?
We believe in Ewo.
What does that mean?
Ewo is like the taboos.
Okay.
Taboo said, don't fight for me.
All right.
I will fight for myself. And I think now, you can see that taboo is fighting for us. You can see these young Babalawos coming up on social medias. Even social medias is now becoming an avenue for Babalawos to, you know, to put themselves out there.
Oh, why not?
They are putting. Are you not?
Yeah,
you can see young Babalawos. They are coming out. If anybody now say any rubbish or the rubbish Ifa or the traditionists, they give them instantly. Now, these young Babalawos, at least, he said you don't want Babalawo in what they call Panadebore, Atekpa. And it is these your children that are coming up, becoming Babalawo, associating with the Babalawo, trying to marry a Babalawo. And that is what is going on now. The world is changing. And it's changing in multiple. Not addition now, multiple.
So is there a solution if you say that the Babalawo, I would like to believe, is there an association of Babalawos?
There are.
So how come they are not? How come they are not speaking against this? I have seen pastors talk against some bad practices. I've seen imams, alfas talk about it, but I've not seen a Babalawo come out to say that this thing people are doing is alien to the Ifa divination system. It's not correct.
No. Thank you very much, ma'am. People understand there is Ifa, and most of the time they are not referring to Ifa.
What are they referring to?
They are referring to my best of knowledge, the Olorishas. You understand? And Ifa is part of Olorisha too, because Ifa is the king of Olorisha.
Yes. That's why I asked that at the beginning.
They don't even come to Ifa or Babalawo directly. No, they don't come to Babalawo directly, because they know nothing of it. They see it as nothing. And it is nothing to them because they don't understand it.
Okay, you mentioned Olorishas. There are various levels in this Babalawo thing. There is the Elewe Omo, Adamshe, Onishegun, and Babalawo. So how is that ranking done in terms of people being charlatans and doing these things?
It's not ranking. It's, you can call it their business and their religion.
Okay.
You understand? Orisha is a religion.
Okay.
A way to connect to God.
But there are multiple Orishas.
There are multiple. There are multiple Orishas.
Okay, somebody can worship the water, and then that they'll have an Orisha for water.
Yes, and it will, you know, meet God.
Okay.
Right there. You understand? Their prayers will be, God is a God of yes. Doesn't say no. It's a God of yes. An armed robber will say, okay, I want to go and rob that person. At least to pray to, he will pray to God. You should pray to God. And God say yes. Why did he say no?
Yeah.
So that God, that mystery God is a yes to everything. Night said, I want to become night. He said yes. They said, I'm going now, I want to go become day. He said yes. Okay, have you ever asked yourself, how do we call this water? Who told us this is water? It is the Orishas. Who told us this is this? It is the Orishas.
So the
They name
Orishas
everything.
do the, is Eshu an Orisha?
That one,
Is
that one
Eshu the
big
devil? Is Eshu the devil?
Let me take water for that, because it's another concept on its own.
Okay. Maybe we'll take a short break while we allow Babalawo to digest the water and then tell us what he has to tell us. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
You are back. You digested your water. So is Eshu the devil? Or is he an Orisha?
Should I call Eshu an Orisha? Definitely is not a devil.
Okay.
It's not a devil. No.
But you know, again, in pop culture, for lack of another name, Eshu is seen as a devil.
Okay, maybe they don't know another name for it. Or what they term as devil, they don't know a name for.
Is there a name for the devil? In Ifa?
Ifa doesn't recognize anything called devil.
So there's no evil?
Ifa recognize evil. In a particular, I think Okoronwani, in Okoronwani, Ifa speaks about.
What is that?
That is an Odu. You said there is 256 Odu,
Yes, yes.
as you know.
I've asked you to recite one.
This is, I've recited about 2 or 3 years.
That's your personal one.
Okay, this is another one entirely. Okoronwani. About Ebo, how did Ebo came into?
We'll get to Ebo, yes.
So Okoronwani said, let me see. Okoronwani, it says so many things. You understand? But I want to pinpoint to one. If any bo shiri, ara rẹ ló ṣe fún ara rẹ ló ṣe dé. Adéwá fún èké ọmọ alára. Bó ṣeré ara rẹ ló ṣe fún ara rẹ ṣe dé. Adéwá fún ìkà ọmọ ajérò. Bó ṣeré ara rẹ ló ṣe fún ara rẹ ló ṣe dé. Adéwá farínú ọmọ agbọ́n ní ìrègbọ́n náà kàrá ńlẹ̀bọ̀ nìkan wá ṣe. That is where Ebo comes in. Ìfarínú nìkan ní fiṣẹ́ lẹ́yìn tí ṣe bọ́. Wọ́n ní farínú o. Ilẹ̀ ríkà ọlọ́run nìkan ní mọ́ni tí ń sìn wọn. I am very sure you don't understand what I just said.
No clue, but I love hearing it. You said Ifa is poetic, so I'm just.
It's more like poets.
I'm just enjoying the poet.
Yeah.
The poetry, yeah.
So what I just said as a story, a very big story that like this. It's from this Ifa, and Odu can make 10 stories. If all these are artists go into the wisdom of Ifa, go through I think they won't lack in writing films. Because I think that's what they should have done. Stop them.
Why can't you, the Babalawo Association, start to do even short films to educate people?
Do we have the time?
Then what is your work? Are you not interested in, you're a mediator between Ifa and people like me?
Yes, ma.
So you can educate me, you can invest in educating me.
Excuse me, ma. Do you want to listen to what I'm about to say now?
Yes.
You know, you advised me to switch up my phone.
Yes, technology.
Okay, before, while we were together, At least we spent like 2 hours together.
Yes.
How many calls have I had,
Quite
for
a
consultation?
Lot. Quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
You at
So
work, yes.
So now, assume I'm at my office. Would I even have a time for any form of conversation or whatever? So because if you are good, if you know what you're doing and you are real, you see people flood your doorstep.
Yes.
And that's just what it is. At times I don't have time for myself. At times I just close everything and go home. I don't want to spend a day at home with my kids and others.
Does it bother you when people come with certain requests? I was telling you that we seem to run to Ifa because that's what we're talking about now for everything. Should I go? Should I come back? Should I go? Does it make people lazy spiritually when they always have to recourse to Ifa to guide them on everything, like some Christians do? Oh, you meet somebody you like. I've introduced someone to somebody, and before even reaching out to the lady, he had to take her name to the church, to the pastor, and all that. And I said, why can't you just get to know her character? I said, I need to know ahead of time what the future portends for us. Only my pastor can tell me that. So, does it make us lazy spiritually?
Thank you very much for that question, ma'am. I doubt it makes us lazy spiritually, There's nothing bad in you knowing what the future holds. You understand? There's nothing. So that will teach you how to lead your way, how to walk your path. You understand? So what are the things that needs to be done? And that is why Itefa comes in. You understand? There are some people that, they're anxious to make money. You understand? While what their future holds is they make money at the later day. Unlike, let me recite one of my odu for you, which is Awon Ogunda. If I say Pandoro Shibuke Lowa, Obati wa nile, Obaso Jushulo, Adia Foyira Shasha. This Ifa has told me personally that it's when it is at night that everything you want will come in handy. Esma, have you ever seen moon comes up at day?
Eclipse. No.
Even eclipse doesn't come up in the morning.
Yeah.
It will be around probably 6, 5. And did you see sun comes out at night? So there is time for everything.
Yes.
So they went to make consultation while in heaven. That is why it befits them. Do you know that our eyes has been somewhere before staying in this spot?
No.
So it's Babalawo's that I can tell you. Do you know the most spiritual part of our body that doesn't even need to come with our body?
Our mind?
Mind care.
No.
That is our head.
Our head.
That is the most spiritual.
Okay.
Even the Orishas are afraid of.
So we are powerful beings.
Very powerful.
But it seems we don't know.
That is it. Do you know what? I told some of my friends, that the beautiful part of being going to church or going to mosque, if you know that having spoken to God, you are very sure of the fact that God has answered or God have given you his response.
Okay.
That would have been the best part of it. But it is the Father who will tell you.
Wow.
This thing that he has done it.
Amazing. Okay. God, this conversation is amazing. So I need to, I told you earlier, I shared an article with you previously when men, it was released that 1 out of 4 children at least do not belong to the husbands at home. And Babalawo was saying that there are traditional ways to determine the DNA of a baby so that men do not feel duped. Is that possible to do DNA traditionally? And following that, you mentioned that Ifa doesn't like people cheating on their spouses or partners.
Yes, ma'am.
But Ifa, from what we think, is supposed to be a polygamist or supports polygamy. Again, pop culture, most Babalawos seem to have multiple wives, and they tend to give women who come for consultation Oguife. So how does that work?
You're doing good. You've watched most of the.
I must tell you that.
You are very close to this African magic of
Yes,
the film.
yes. But I must tell you that I have a degree in Africa and Diaspora Studies.
Wow.
I did my master's in that. And part of my courses there was African traditional religion.
That's
so I'm giving a shout out to Dr. Ishola. My other lecturer, unfortunately, has passed away. He was an Adaonshe Babalawo. Yes, Professor. Yes, Professor Orimo Gunje. Yes, they passed away 2 years ago. Yes. So I know what I'm talking about.
So your question was
traditional DNA.
Traditional DNA and the polygamist in Ifa.
Yes, the cheating.
The cheating.
Yes, you said Ifa doesn't like men cheating.
Okay. Now.
And women.
And women too. Okay. There is a DNA. In fact, but it's only that. It's very detrimental to the life of
the baby.
The baby.
Oh.
Do you understand? It's might. You know, it's like there are so many ways though. Don't let me use that word, detrimental. You understand? You know, there are so many ways to, you know, make the consultation or to know if that child is yours. And probably the Ifa worshippers though, as an Ifa worshipper, you must know. If you are very close to your Ifa, Ifa will not cheat you. Will not let anybody cheat you. In fact, it won't.
So what basic test can we have for traditional DNA?
There are so many ways, you know. Even in Oro, they call it Oro. Oro is like the rite, R-I-T-E. You understand? There's different Oro in Idile. They call it Oro Idile. That is like a clan right. You understand? So that negates that bastard. It's negated.
Well, illegitimate kids, because there's nothing like a bastard anymore. If a child has a mother and a father,
it is a bastard during. Let me use a legitimate or a biological
child. Yes, biological. Yes.
You understand? So because every child is a
legitimate child. Yes, so, you're right. A biological child. So
that bastard is. Let me say I'm sorry for it, because every human is a human.
Yes.
And every child is deserved to be on earth.
Yes.
You understand? Either by mistake or by the major lines. You understand? So there is a way, you call it Oro, to know if the child is a biological son or daughter of the clan. You understand? So there's a laid down right that to be done, and it varies from one background to the other, as in one clan from the other. Unlike in our own tribe now, let me say my own clan now, I am Alagemo. You understand? In Isherolofi, and Agemo is like an Orisha in its own. You understand? So through that Agemo, we tend to know if that child is a biological or not. There are some ways that our forefathers do.
That's what you said about floating. Put the child on the water.
That is another thing. That's another aspect of
DNA.
Yes, it's a DNA. It was done for my daughter. Our mother was even afraid. She was even crying. And my daughter floated on the water. I was surprised.
What happens? You place the child on top of
it? It is a very.
Is it a basin or swimming pool?
Swimming pool, okay.
It's
in a very big river. A very big river. There is this old woman that, collected the daughter. I didn't even know that was what they intended to do. They collected the daughter from my wife, and I wasn't even around. I was just coming there. I should come over. I think she thinks they are doing something for her daughter. I just came over and I saw that woman. She happens to be my grandfather's wife.
Okay.
So she now took my daughter to almost at the middle of the river, a very big river, ma'am. She now placed it on the river, and she was bathing. She placed it there. She was bathing. I was like, hey. And my dad said, they are doing Oro Father. I shouldn't worry that they will both come back. You see that the child is legitimate, is your blood.
Wow.
If that child is not our blood, I don't know what would have happened though.
I can only imagine how many
I can't even imagine.
children that have sunk. Innocent children.
And that is why they demolize.
They stopped that, I hope.
Yes. I think they've stopped it. They demolish it, yes. And they have been abolished.
Okay, I'm sure they'll find other ways. You know, so that's the thing.
But
that sounds really mean.
If I can, you know, show us if it has been simplified in Okbele, yes, I will tell you.
Okay.
Even after the child has been born and every child of Babalawo, there's something called Akosejayi or Atesejayi. That is, you know, after the 3rd day of the child's birth, you bring it to your Oluwo. There are some rites that will be done. You understand? That will tell you what's the purpose of the child on earth. It will tell you. You don't need to disturb the child, what the child should eat and what not. My last one doesn't eat fruit.
Fruits?
Yes, she's over 4 years now and
doesn't eat fruits.
And yes, she doesn't. She doesn't even taste it.
Because her...
I don't know how that thing works. I don't know.
Okay, so she would avoid
No, if I told me that she doesn't eat fruit, and while she was growing, she doesn't. I even forced her a day. She doesn't. She vomited like...
That's not what she's supposed to eat. So going back to Ifa telling men or women the problems in polygamy, or not marrying more than one wife, or being faithful to your partner, male or female.
Okay.
Yes.
If I spoke extensively on that too, extensively. So if I advised one woman and a man.
One man, one woman.
Even where Oromila itself married more than one, you know, they create cause. They create chaos in his life.
Okay.
They tormented him. You understand? So you now have to, like, every ebo, you know, as I told one of my students, I said, there is never a solution without a problem.
Okay.
Every solution out there brought about a problem.
Yeah, we will, but this, you were telling me that one wife, Ifa has a word for that, 2 wives, I want to hear that.
You know, Yakumeji, if I spoke about this, you know, if I said, Okon Shoshokporo, lobìnrin dùn mọ́ nílé ọkọ, tó bá di méjì, á dèké, tó bá di mẹ́ta, á di pamínkù, tó bá di mẹ́rin, á di wọ̀rọ̀kọ́, tó bá di márùn-ún, á ní kí ni fàárẹ̀ tilẹ̀ fọ́ ṣe fóun náà, tó bá di mẹ́fà. So if I spoke that, what I was telling is that the beauty part of a man's or a marriage is for you to have a wife. When it becomes 2, they bring problems to your life. When it becomes 3, the problem multiplies. And so on and so forth. So that was what if I was telling you about. You understand?
Wow.
I even had a client yesterday that I've forewarned of his fornications. If I warned him,
African men will not be happy with that.
Oh, they should. If I want a woman too.
Yeah, well, I know how African, because they keep saying, oh, we're African men, so this is how it should be.
Though, if there is
an agreement,
not even agreement, if there is a reason for you to marry, or if you are predestined to marry 2 or more than 2, you know, the woman will come your way. There is no how. And with Eboruru and Ifa, everything will go smooth.
Okay.
Without problem.
As we round up, let us go back to the topic of this conversation, which is Ebo.
Okay.
What is Ebo? Now that, you know, people understand a bit more about Ifa and the divination, the conversation is just so much, it keeps going round and round. But I know that everywhere I go, because I spent more time in Yoruba land than anywhere. So you come to Ebute Metta, and a Metta place, and then you see this bowl with food and all sorts of things. That is an Ebo. Is it at a Ebute Metta junction or
can be
anywhere?
Yes,
so you see it. What is the purpose of putting out this food secretly and most in the middle of the night that it's not meant for human consumption. So what is an ebo?
Thank you very much. As you extend your heartfelt to the people of Borno earlier, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Now, there is an Ifa recitation, or a verse of Ifa in, I think is Awani Shogbi, I think. Awani Shogbi. Ifa said, let me remember that Ifa site, because there are so many Ifa that said it. Ifa said, Agada Gudugba, Adiva fún Aláùsá, èyí tí ń ṣẹbọ tí ò f'Èṣù jẹ.
Okay, no clue.
Because when I said, what is Èṣù and what is evil or devil? Èṣù is just like that your, let me say,
mischievous.
It can say is a mischievous, but like now your custom officers.
Okay.
You understand? Like your custom officers. Whatever you bring in,
bad reputation.
you have to. It's not a bad reputation.
Èṣù has a bad reputation.
It doesn't.
But that's how we see it, because
it doesn't. Èṣù is okay. What Babalawo is? Let me say Babalawo is doing ebo to Èṣù.
Okay. Anyway, just tell me what's ebo. Ebo and Ètùtù.
That's what I'm going to, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now, if I said ebo, that the Alausa, what you say Hausa, you should understand Hausa. Hausa people doesn't rubo. So if I is telling us that mostly the Hausas are being infected with natural disasters. And if you no, if I say it.
Okay, if I knows everything, yes.
If I said it. Adiva for Alausa to share bottle of issue there. Alausa is doing, they are doing ebo in their own way, but they are not giving it to Èṣù.
Okay.
They are leaving Èṣù.
They do sadaka. I think
that
sadaka, salaka.
So many things. So they are leaving Èṣù behind. That is why he said, Ebo Èṣù maloron. When he said oron, it's a must.
They must do ebo.
It's a must. Ebo Èṣù maloron. You know, how do I put it oron? Oron is like something that, an issue. A very big issue that you must. So if you don't give it to him, it will stand on your neck.
Yes.
Do you understand? So that's what ebo is. And in ebo, let me say, there are so many definitions for ebo in Ifa. There are so many Odu that cite the efficacy of ebo.
So it's because I always say this black pot with soup, egg, and whatever. Must it all be the same thing?
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A Babalawo doesn't carry ebo to the Orita Meta or whatever, or else, or unless, if the ebo insists on going to the Orita Meta.
Okay.
Mostly, Babalawos have issue at the back of their house or somewhere very close to their house.
But the people who drop it.
So I think those are the
you
wannabes.
Instruct them.
No.
Okay. Oh, okay.
No. Do you think these are Muslim brothers doesn't do that, or the Christian brothers doesn't do that?
That's why I talk about syncretism. When people mix up religion. So okay. So you as a Babalawo, you do not instruct people to take ebo to.
No. It is operator that will tell you where ebo is going to. Ebo can be. Some ebo can go to the rivers.
So what is the purpose of that ebo? Let's just give us a final word on what ebo really is and why we should do ebo.
Let me use the let me define ebo simply. Let me simplify it through Yoruba's language. When you say ebo, ani aru ebo is like saying you are trying to wear off bad omen. You understand? You are trying to find solution to a problem.
Okay.
If something bad is happening now, and a boy now, ebo is a very deep Yoruba language.
Ebo is sacrifice, it's not charms.
It's not charms, no.
There are charms and there is ebo.
There is ebo, there is charms. They both work in hands. I understand. So ebo is like saying, okay, now what I did today now is tantamount to saying arubo. because I sacrificed my time for coming down here.
Okay.
Because I don't know what might happen if I don't come.
Okay.
Understand?
Yes.
So you coming down here to make ends meet, you're sacrificing.
Yes.
Arubo.
Yeah.
But that your highball is personal. It's not for issue. But when it comes to issue, airball it has to contain some things, that some major things.
Okay.
Which is echo.
Right.
Which is coming. Is it coming? Echo?
I didn't. We know.
Pipe.
We are Nigerians. We know echo. Yes,
so
it's
echo. So ekpo, palm oil,
okay,
and yerosun or iyepele. You understand? Agbora iyepele si ebo. So if it's not something you can just learn in a day, or you can summarize in an hour.
Yeah, and a lot of white people have written books about Ebo. One of the biggest books we had in the library at IADS, Institute of African and Diaspora Studies, UNILAG, was actually written by a white man. Big black book. So anyway, Babalawo, we cannot leave without asking you to please pray for Nigeria, and please invite Ifa, use the tools and say a prayer for Nigeria as we come to the end of the program.
Well, are we
going to get better? Is Nigeria going to get better?
Surely, I should be optimistic.
You're sounding like a politician now.
I'm not a politician, but Ifa talks about politics too.
Okay. And technology. I know. Let me not even go further. I know people, they're your clients, right? People who come, they're clients. You call them clients or customers?
I don't even know what to call them, but though they're called patient.
Patient, okay. I guess they're coming for a resolution to something. So please, a prayer for Nigeria. And
do you know the problem with we human? We just think we pray, but it is not prayer.
Okay, what is it?
We're just saying.
Okay, let's say something for Nigeria. Let's say something positive, yes.
So just saying positive, and you don't know if that positivity is being granted.
Speaking to Nigeria.
If we want Nigeria to be good, our government should lead their ways in tradition.
I support that.
If they do, ma'am, Nigeria will be better.
You know, we've come to, we're rounding up, but these days we're seeing people go to villages, carry chiefs and bales and obis and all that, people who are custodians of our, traditional worship system. And Shokpono or Amadioha does not strike any of them dead. So what happens, right? Is it that we no longer have respect for our traditional worship system, and we have reduced their power, or what? But anyways, you must come back. So please say a word for Nigeria, and then say it's something good for Nigeria.
Well, Ifa Olódùmarè, ajẹ́kí Nigeria, ajẹ́kó dẹ̀rọ̀, ajẹ́kó ṣègbè fún wa. Ọ̀rọ̀ Nigeria dayọ̀, ọ̀rọ̀ Nigeria dire. Gbogbo onle á dẹ̀rọ̀ fún wa báyìí o. Ìrọ̀rùn báyìí la fi máa gbélé ayé wa o. Eku ilé wa máa ké bí eku, ẹja ilé wa máa ké bí ẹja. Ọmọ ènìyàn á máa fọhùn bí ọmọ ènìyàn, ẹyẹ máa ké bí ẹyẹ o. A ní ṣubú dànù o. A ní rí ohun tí ó kó wa lẹ́rú mọ́ o. Torí gbogbo tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí, ó kó wa lẹ́rú ni, ó ṣe ń kó wa lẹ́rú ni. Olódùmarè á wá fún wa ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àyè tá a máa fi darí wa o. Ifá kan ní nínú ẹsẹ̀ ọ̀kànràn méjì. Ó ní ọyẹ́ kì í mú kó sán àrá, kùrùkùrù tá mọ́ ìmọ̀ nǹkan lẹ̀. Akọ àparò, abo àparò, wọn ò lágbé lórí sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀. Adífá fún ọlọ́fin tí ń ràrùn ìtẹ́, àná sí ara ìrọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́dẹ́, ọ̀kàn bí wọ́n ṣọ̀gbọ̀rún ńlá káká láì lè dídẹ́ bọ́ lọ́ní kan wá ṣe. Wọ́n ní kó ní dúdú agbódúdú, bárápétú, Ifá àwọn bàbá mi ká lọ́wọ́ bárápétú. Wọ́n ní kó rú pàápàá, bárápétú, Ifá bàbá mi ká lọ́wọ́ bárápétú. Wọ́n ní kó ní fún ọgbà ó fún. Bárápétú, Ifá bàbá mi ká lọ́wọ́ bárápétú. Wọ́n ní kálá ìwé àgbà ìrìn ẹ̀. Bárápétú, Ifá bá mi ká Ifá bá gbogbo Nàìjíríà abá kánù lọ báyìí o. Gbogbo tó ń járùn, tó ń jẹ́ pè, tó ń jẹ́ gbé, tó ń jẹ́ pọ̀njú, tó ń jẹ́ dààmú ayé wa. Ifá Olódùmarè Ọ̀rúnmìlà yóò bá kó lọ báyìí o. agbègbè ayé ìrọ̀rùn láṣẹ Olódùmarè, láṣẹ Ọ̀rúnmìlà, láṣẹ òrìṣà, àṣẹ.
Àmín, 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 àmín. Thank you so much, Chief. I deeply appreciate your time. I know how busy you are, and it's quite a sacrifice for you to be here today. So you give us an ebo of your time. So once again, I send love and prayers to the people of Borno and Kafanchan as they deal with displacement occasioned by flood. Thank you for watching, and remember that the bar is always open. Make your life a great story. My name is Chinedu.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me," is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others for your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went into mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand, and when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And they're like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, little associations here, like student associations, will now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff is asking the court to evict its tenants.
All right. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Assault presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Kayode Udubanjo and Eunice Osonju, parties.
Thank you, Akin.
You're welcome.
Kayode Udubanjo.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendants you claimed that is your tenant, right?
Yes.
And you said the house rent expired in October
Yes.
31st, 2023. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right then. and that you've been given 6 months notice to quit. Were you served?
They did not give me quit notice. We are not.
How about 7 days notice?
Give me 7 days notice.
By law, all they need to give you is just 7 days. They don't even have to give you 6 months. That's what the law says. Once your rent has expired and you are still in the house, it's only 7 days that the law. Where is the property?
At Akeson, Igon.
Akeson, okay. Well, there is allegation that you destroy the apartment by making it unclean. She does her cooking outside of the kitchen on the balcony with firewood. I'm telling you what he wrote there.
Yeah.
She refuses to always spread her clothes on the spread wire. Rather, she spreads them on the rail, which caused damage to the railing. She wrote us through her lawyer that she needed 1 year to move out of the apartment. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You requested for 1 year.
Yes.
Okay. Then there isn't much to be. I hope your lawyer told you that the law requires that you must pay for every day you spend in that house.
Everything.
When he was asking you for that 1 year, he told you will pay that 1 year rent. Did he tell you that? That's the law. For every day a tenant spends in a landlord's premises, you must pay until you move out. Even if you are already in court, you must pay. The law will even grant it. So when you are asking for time extension of time, that the landlord should give you, like, if you ask the landlord to give you like maybe 3 months, 6 months, the bottom line is you pay for that period, but you'll be paying the old rate unless there is an agreement that you pay the new rent. Do you understand me? So right now, as of today, you are owing rent from November 2023 till the day you move out of the premises. The old rent, it cannot increase the rent. That's the only thing. Do you understand me? Now, you granted that 1 year at that time, did you?
No.
Even if you did not grant the 1 year, it's almost 1 year. October, it will be a year.
Yes, ma'am.
This is September.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're talking about a month's time.
Yes, ma'am.
So automatically, she has taken that 1 year. And I'll tell you one thing. When you lease out your premises, all these things that you complained about, at times you see some lease agreements. The landlord will put it there that you can't keep a pet. You can't keep a dog or cat or something. At times it's due to the kind of experience they've had with a particular tenant. Now you know what you don't want. You know things that are likely to happen. Put them in the covenants of subsequent tenants that you get in the premises.
Yes.
You state everything there specifically. What you want and you don't want. Make sure they agree before you take rent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not that you take the rent, you not bring the agreement that will not be acceptable to them. Do you understand me? Please, I'm listening to you.
So, ma, I don't want to go further. When all these things happen, fiscal challenge, I'm sick. And somebody that is helping me have an issue is no more working or doing anything. So since instead of know that I'm not feeling fine since that time, even till now, I'm supposed to go hospital now. Because of the honor here, I don't like to disobey. So please, ma, I still begging. Give me time.
There's no time that will
I
be
beg.
given. I'll tell you why.
Give
You
me.
asked for 1 year.
That
What I
was-
ought to be asking is when you want to pay. Let me tell you, you see, it's part of mistake we make in life. And you're not a young woman. You understand this better. If staying in Lagos is so expensive that it's pulling you down, change, leave Lagos. When you bounce back, You come in. For as long as you are struggling, you keep on getting deeper. Do you have the 1 year rent now that you want more time? Do you have it?
I don't have it.
If you have it and you know you are going to pay, you are ready to pay that 1 year rent, I'll ask him to extend. But before you move out, you pay for that period again. But that is unfair. You are depriving him of income. You have children too. You want somebody to play that out with your kids? Will you be happy? It's not so. You are not feeling fine. Quite all right. You have relatives, don't you? You have children, don't you? You can move in with any one of them. Temporarily. Let them nurse you back to health. Then you get another apartment. Maybe get something smaller if you can't afford where you are right now. Look for something that you can conveniently and easily afford. Why are you stressing yourself? You don't have the rent now. You still want the rent to keep on piling up, the money to keep on increasing. I don't understand. What's the basis for that?
Mommy, by June, let me go out. I beg.
June next year.
You can help me. I don't start today.
You are very unreasonable. I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
You are very, very unreasonable.
Your Honor.
I'm telling you, you don't have rent to pay. You have spent how many months in the house?
I don't start today. If not
okay,
that
how do you want to be paying the one that is outstanding? You want more time, but the one you are owing now, how do you want to pay
it? By the time, maybe.
Maybe. You're not sure.
I don't know what to say.
You're not sure.
Yes, mommy. What else?
I'm not mommy.
Okay. Honorable. Honorable, please.
Order.
I'm begging. I don't have any help.
Talk to him.
I don't have any help. I'm
Talk
a
to
widow.
him.
I just manage myself.
You want to stay in his house without
Please.
paying rent, free, until any day that you feel like packing out, you feel you have enough money? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Think about it. Turn the table round. If you are the one in his shoes, how will you feel?
If God help me now, I come out here and I see the money. Tomorrow I will leave.
If you don't see it, then what happens?
Huh?
If you don't see it, what happens?
I'm struggling. I'm planning.
You've been struggling for how many months now? From October last year till now.
Since that time, I'm not.
Talk to discuss. Let me have your opinion on this.
Your Honor, there is really nothing I want to hear from her, because her son was actually the one who took the apartment for her.
Oh, she's not even the one.
She wasn't the one who came direct. Okay. She came through her son. And what her son told us was, because my late dad actually owns the property, and my late dad wanted to evict her before we lost him. So the son never told us that there are so many grandkids that will be staying with her. She has more than 12 grandchildren staying with her in just a room and parlor, self-contained. It's as bad as one of the grandkids actually threw a stone from upstairs and damaged my car glass. We nearly painted the house. When we went to inspect the paint, we noticed she put a mop that was dripping water on the railings of the apartment. So it's really nothing that we can't condole her anymore. So what we actually want her to do is to leave the apartment.
Okay, nice. You just want eviction. You're not even asking.
We are not even asking her for that.
Oh.
The plaintiff, Kayode Odubanjo, claims that his father rented an apartment to the son of the defendant. Now his father has passed, the son is nowhere to be found, and unpaid rent has been accumulating. The defendant, Eunice Osondo, admitted that her son rented the apartment for her, but due to her health and family challenges, it has been impossible to renew the rent or vacate the apartment. She had earlier pleaded to be allowed a year's stay in the apartment after her rent expired. Now in court, she is asking for additional 8 months. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
So you're even lucky. Very lucky. So what do you do? How long do you want to give her to move out?
We can give her till the end of next month.
October.
still
to make it 1 year.
Now we find money to come out.
Madam.
Now I will see
You
money.
know- you
Even
know-
if I want beg somebody to stay with them, is it one within
The son no longer picks
How
our
much?
call.
How
Your
much
Honor.
are you paying for?
Not
How much are you paying for?
300.
per
No, it's
annum?
not even 300, Your Honor. We have the cheapest house at Igondo. She pays 250.
How many bedroom apartment?
It's a one-room and parlor self-contained.
One room apartment. So you have grandchildren staying with you.
I have grandchildren.
How many of them?
Huh?
How many?
The one that stays with me, will come with me. They are 8.
Okay.
All of both my children. Because it's when I am not okay, when I'm sick, I say let them go there because small thing why they do. Now when I take the feed. So their mother carry them come. They go there, I take and they eat. They go hospital. Because the one where they help me, and the one where into the house for me.
Where is that one now?
And since that I never hear him, even though me I'm afraid. I don't know it's because
Is
he
he
lost
abroad?
his job.
Is he outside Nigeria?
No, you see, they have challenges. You see, that is the problem. Not that
So
he
all
never
of,
default.
all of them, the other children too, they can't assist you.
There's no work. They don't have anything doing. It's only this one that is helping me
Is he your relative? Are you related?
with this. No, it's my landlord's son.
It's your landlord.
It's my
So you
landlord's
are not
son.
related. So you can't carry your own family problem
I know.
and put it on his head.
Even when the father.
You understand me? And you see, I think they've tried for him to even waive all the money you are owing. Because you see, you have to be able to live up to your words. Last year, you went there, you even got a lawyer to write a letter to him. And you said that is true because I asked you. You said yes. The lawyer wrote them to request for 1 year for you to stay for 1 more year in the house.
Mommy, honorable, you know what happened?
What happened?
When I go out, when I come back, people are telling me that I carry people to come and throw away my load. That is waiting bring life. I've been begging them. So maybe they have patience, even though if for 2 years or 3 years I stay. I
You
will
know
pay
what?
them.
Let me tell you one
pay.
thing. Let me tell you one thing.
Like now,
I'm going to do one thing. Listen to me, right? By October, you requested for. Please give her till November. You know why I said November? Now she knows she must leave. All this while, she has not been looking for any alternative accommodation.
Why?
So let's give her the room. Do you understand? Time to look for somewhere else. So give her till November ending. You have up to November ending, last day of November. That's what the law says. You have to go.
Honorable.
What is it?
Can I find any money now to go from now till November? That is 2 months.
You can't keep on staying in his house forever. He has to.
I
He has
cannot
to.
stay there, and I no wish to stay there.
So you will move.
I no wish to stay there.
You know
If
what?
not that
Start
I'm
looking for where to go now, madam.
If
You
not
understand?
my
Let me
physical
tell you
challenge.
something, Eunice. Let me tell you, right? 2 things ought to be happening now. Ordinarily, you should be looking for the money to pay for the time you spent in that house without paying. Secondly, you should be looking for money to get somewhere else that you will move into. Even though I know it's not compulsory, you obtain another apartment, you can look for somewhere or somebody to live with temporarily.
I don't have anybody.
So anybody, where are you from?
From Imo State. I don't have anybody.
All of us, we all have family houses. We are
I don't have.
Nigerians. You don't have a family house.
I don't have. I mean, I cannot lie to you.
But you can't live in his house forever.
I know.
Okay.
Just
And he wants you to go in October. I've told him to let you leave by November. What else do you want?
The plaintiff decided not to collect the overdue rent, but demanded that the tenant vacate the apartment. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
No. You asked for 1 year. Ordinarily, you should not be taking a day after that 1 year you requested for. You got a lawyer, and I'm sure that lawyer would have told you the implication that time. There is no lawyer that will help you to write a landlord to ask for an extension of time that will not explain to you that that period of time you will pay for it. But now they are waiving it. My judgment for the plaintiff. The landlord has waived the rent that the tenant is owing. But the tenant is to vacate the premises by the last day of November 2020.
1 minute, please.
All rise.
On the Justice Court, the partners are back in court to establish the paternity of their child.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Helen Okome and Abraham Okonkwo. What is your name?
Thank you, Epi.
One day, I got back from work and she called me and said she was pregnant. So, and I was like, okay, what do you want? So we agreed that she was going to give birth to the child. I said, okay. So 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. You know, then I was kind of busy. I was going to work every day, so the pregnancy was not showing. I had to take her to hospital for a scan. So when I got there, the doctor was like, she's just 1 month, and she was 1 month pregnant. I was like, it's impossible.
The plaintiff, Okonkwo Abraham, claims that he doubts if he is responsible for Helen's pregnancy because the duration of the pregnancy stated by Helen is inconsistent with laboratory scan results. Judge Fumi recommends a DNA test after Helen puts to bed and helps both parties to reach amicable settlement on upkeep.
Helen. Abraham brought it to court.
Your Honor, actually, we've had so many issues that I could not say the first day we were here. So, and I'm not saying them now. So it gave me so much doubt that I had to request for a DNA test. Because we all know what's happening these days. Okay? I don't want to take chances. That's just it. So that I will know what I'm fighting for and what I'm struggling for, what I'm hustling for also. You understand? So that's just it, Your Honor.
Do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. Can we have the result? I believe the result is ready. Please, can we have it?
Your Honor, here's the result.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Aki. We have the result here. Links DNA Laboratories. The above summary shows that Abraham Chinemerem Okoronkwo is the biological father of the tested male child, Nelson Chinecherem Abraham, as plainly expressed on the DCC test result sheet overleaf. DNA analysis positive. Probability of paternity 99.999995%. How do you feel?
Relieved.
Pardon?
I feel relieved.
Don't you think she deserves an apology?
She actually deserve an apology.
So first give the apology before we go ahead.
Helen, I'm very, very sorry for taking this to this extent. I think we both know why it got to this stage, but I'm really sorry. Sorry.
I'm fine. You accepted his apology. You see why it's always good to be cautious. It's good to address your doubts as well, because at that point you'll be at peace.
Yes.
Moving forward.
So,
Arise.
Your Honor, I want to say something, please. Yeah, I believe I went too far. Okay? I've always thought of what if Nelson is my son. So how would she feel that I brought her out this far, you know? But at the same time, Your Honor, you're a mother. I know. And there are things I think you know more than Helen. There are things you can, you know, chip in into her, you know, teach her. Right here and right now. And those things are things that maybe if I had told her, she wouldn't have believed me. She would want to argue it.
You know what I want to do? I love this call for an external interference in your relationship. You know what it means? You've realized and accepted that you have challenges on ground,
yes,
which you want resolved, yes, and you need the assistance. You know what I'm going to do? I'll refer the two of you to the professionals, okay, where the two of you are able to air off camera.
Okay.
That way, you feel relaxed to say everything out.
Okay.
And they will guide you on how to move forward.
The DNA test confirms Abraham is the biological father of the child. Judge Fumi advises both parties to use the service of a counselor to address other personal concerns in their relationship. After the break, Judge Fumi wraps this matter.
So, when you leave here now, the courtroom, go to the legal team.
Okay.
Let them arrange that for you.
Okay.
Go for minimum of 4. You can have maximum of 8 sessions.
Okay.
After that, if you still have any issue, report back. They will know how to take it up from that angle as well. I wish you all the best. Ellen, you see, in life, challenges come. Do you understand? Things are not always the way we want it to be. But the two of you have to work hand in hand. He's been humble about everything. And that takes a man. When you know you have done something wrong, you accept that. And you are looking for a way forward. I'm not saying you are a saint. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you are without fault. So I want you to, the two of you to cooperate with each other. Do you understand? So go to the legal team. That's my ruling. Arise.
All rise. If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticecourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hey guys, it's Oluchi for Ways Breakfast. Thanks for always tuning in. Our research has shown that you're probably not subscribed to our channel. What are you waiting for? Make sure you hit that subscribe button below so you never miss out on our latest content and stay in the loop with all things Ways. If the channel grows, it means more great content for you guys. So hit that subscribe button now.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as they affect all of us as Nigerians and the global village. My name is Sandra Eze, and today I am joined by the beautiful Alero. How are you?
Why did you have to the beautiful?
Because girl, you are beautiful.
Stop it.
You are beautiful, baby.
My dear, thank you so much, Jerry. Thank you.
I think sometimes in Nigeria today we need that reaffirmation because when you get out there, the world is so tough that sometimes you forget you're a lady.
Truthfully.
You just walk in that masculine
Yeah.
energy. So sometimes you need that reminder you're beautiful, you're
Thank
girly,
you.
you're
Thank
feminine.
you. So for me, right, I think whenever I'm going through stress, I go through my photo gallery I go through my Instagram page and I just start to, check myself out and I'm like, oh my God, Alera, you're so hot, you're so
Baby
beautiful.
girl.
So with the kind of day that I had now,
Yeah.
like the past 1 hour was something else. I don't even know if I bought bad fuel. I really don't know. I was already on reserve. Let me branch a few stations to buy. After they finish putting the fuel, let me start my car back. My car refused to start.
Oh dear.
And then the most annoying thing is that when people notice you are in distress, all those boys now gathered me, and I was the only one there. I was so scared there. And then I had to pay money that I didn't plan to pay for. So getting to the studio, I was already feeling sad and stressed, only for me to get into this, into the set, and then Sandy is like, "Ooh, you look nice," and I feel better.
See, it works.
It does work. It does work.
Well,
but
you do look great. Though.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Nigeria.
Let's just leave it at that,
oh
okay?
God.
Well, if you are yet to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Official Upgrade TV, click the subscribe button right now, like and share the link. Tonight, we are discussing celebrating the enduring bond of father and child. But first, here is what we found as today's quote. A good father will leave his imprint on his daughter for the rest of her life. That's a quote by Dr. James Dobson. What do you think? A good father
I
will
love
leave
my
his
daddy.
imprint.
I miss my dad so much. So my birthday is on Sunday, and I have been missing my dad so much.
Do you plan to go visit him?
He's dead.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
oh,
I miss him, I miss him so much. And the interesting thing about our guest today is that the first time that we met, he shared a story about himself and his child and also his dad. And I know he's really, really passionate about the father, the whole relationship between father and child.
Yeah.
And for me, it's really personal because my dad was my best friend. Since I
Wow.
was 8, my dad basically spoke to me like an adult. Like, he would have issues, he would reach out to me. In fact, daddy used to give me money to hide for him because, everybody will basically come and collect money. And then when that one with him has finished, he will not come and say, that money I see you should hide, bring
Give me
it.
the reserve.
So me and my dad were really close. And I'm super excited about the guests we have today so that you guys can get to hear a lot more about them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited about our guests. I want to hear what they have to say.
Me
Because when it
too.
comes to father-child relationship, a lot of us have had that. We were not as privileged.
I'm
as
not
you
close
were.
to my mom, but my dad.
My dad is still very much alive and healthy, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
But our relationship, we struggled.
Aw.
But right now, as an adult, I'm just getting to rebuild it. And it's not just me. There are certain people Hilda Bassi, we know her story. She has this father-child struggle. She doesn't have a strong relationship with her father. Charles born as well. So a lot of people are having this. I'm really, really interested in this conversation. Yeah. So it's Friday, and Fridays we talk about businesses and focus our attention on SMEs. But today will be a little different. We'll be talking about celebrating the enduring bond of father and child, and we'll be joined by our guests. We have 2 of them much later. You definitely want to wait around for that. When we open the phone lines, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's go on the break and see what we found in the news today. It's been very hot lately. Let's see what we found in the news after this.
One man, one mandate, liberating the world through the word of faith. God, through Bishop David Oyedepo, has transformed countless lives, winning millions of souls to Christ, and has built a global ministry spanning 142 nations and 22,000 branches, over 100 best-selling books, 2 world-class universities, and numerous humanitarian initiatives, celebrating 70 years of God's faithfulness from the Winners family in the United States. Happy 70th birthday.
You are still watching Ways. What are you saying? Hashtag Ways. Now, about international holidays, today is World Tourism Day, and it is celebrated on 27th September every year to highlight the significance of tourism and its impact on communities and economies worldwide. Established by the United Nations in 1980, the day promotes sustainable tourism and aims to raise awareness about the benefits of tourism as a tool for global development. Each year, the celebration focuses on a specific theme, encouraging discussions on how tourism can foster cultural exchange and economic growth while promoting environmental sustainability. Events you could practice today include seminars, workshops, and cultural performances, bringing together industry stakeholders, policymakers, and travelers to engage in meaningful dialogue. The theme for World Tourism Day 2024 is quite inspiring, don't you think? It is tourism and peace. I like it. Tourism and peace is
Tourism
definitely...
actually encourages peace. Like, just look at the images that are just being shown on the screen. Like, this is art, and art is peaceful. I like the fact that we're basically celebrating this day, and it basically urges people that as you're working so hard, remember to take a breather and go on tour, travel around the world. I mean, even if you don't have the money to travel outside Nigeria, there are so many beautiful places in the country.
Explore Nigeria,
yeah, there are so many beautiful places in the country that you can explore, and it's not even just about just going around to see places, but you need to regroup. Everybody knows how stressful the country is, so please take tourism seriously so that you can actually use that to feel, ease the stress and feel better.
Yeah, but particularly for me, what I find most interesting about tourism is just the people I meet.
Yeah.
And the fact that you realize that life is bigger than your own little box.
Yep.
I remember growing up, I used to have a certain mindset about Northerners until eventually when I was able to travel to the North, live there for about 3 years, and I mingled with them and I saw
That's
that.
so lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I met the bad ones, but that's just like 2%.
I mean, the culture,
100%.
even experiencing the culture, is just like going to, let's say, China or going to India. I mean, that's far away from Africa. So their culture is so different that you want to learn how they do things, even if it's their food, taste their food. Culture is so rich that you can gain so much from it.
Absolutely. It's another level of education.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's find out what we found in the news. Let's start with you, Alero.
Okay. I chose this story because this is the one that is tricking me the most. So, why foodstuff prices are not coming down? The chairman of BUA Food PLC, Abdul Saman Rabiu, on Thursday, blamed the artificial scarcity of rising cost of foodstuff in Nigeria on the activities of some greedy distributors and producers. This was while the business mogul appealed to President Bola Tinubu for granting duty waiver on food imports into the country. Rabiu disclosed that at the third annual general meeting in the company in Abuja, he actually said that BUA products are the cheapest in the market, and because we have other companies producing similar products, it is very difficult for the price to be low. For instance, a few months ago, a price of flour went for as high as 70,000 naira per bag, while we retained 50,000 naira for quite some time to try to force other companies to also come back with a low price. But when they saw that this was not happening, they deliberately stopped production and the price kept going up. I actually saw another story where a guy was actually explaining. He actually he sells things in the market, and he said, when the trailer brought the goods, it was, let's say the price was 50,000 naira. And the next day, the price went like ×2. So what this new story basically is saying, and Rabiu Saman is saying that, can't we have like a general pricing for all products? Because if one brand, if BUA was selling their price of bag of flour for 50,000 naira, other competitors of the same bag of flour were selling for 70,000 naira. And a lot of people would, of course, buy the one of 50,000 naira, but the other guys are still selling for 70,000 naira. So who is going to curtail that to make sure that the price is uniform everywhere? So some distributors are just selling higher, which is affecting everybody.
But do you think we could ever get to that place where the price is uniform.
That's what he's trying to say. So
Yeah.
he's actually appealing to the president that there should be like a uniform pricing for distributors. So the distributors and the producers of this food stuff, can't everybody just have a uniform price? So that's what he's fighting for.
That would really
Do you understand?
Because
Like,
means of transportation, let's not forget, we don't have ports across the country. We just have in Lagos and I think in Port Harcourt. Those are the two functional ones.
Yeah.
So, and then cost of translation to move goods from here to the north, it's a whole battlefront
crazy.
altogether. And then
It's
to
crazy.
the east. And so the cost of fuel right now, 868, 900, 1,000, and you factor all that together and you realize chances are it could
Google
maybe
bought at
never.
960 something.
Oh, wow.
See, I don't want to be
I go
sad.
for 868.
I don't want to be sad. We move.
Yeah, we move onwards. Here is what I found in the news. Bobrisky has been trending. If you follow the story with the very dark man, the story broke, I think it was on Monday.
Yeah.
And it just like whoo, shook the whole country.
Fire.
And it's been headlines. Shocking enough, the Senate are already acting on it. They had a hearing about Bobrisky and the prison saga. Bobrisky versus Very Dark Man versus the prison versus Fowles versus his father, Falana. It's a long story. But anyway, the Director General of the Prison Rehabilitation Mission, Bishop Kayode Williams, was on air earlier today, and he was giving us an explanation why Bobrisky had to be shifted to a private cell. Now, the story has it that he was paid, he bribed the prison officials 15 million so he doesn't have to stay in jail,
yeah.
and he was just there for like 3 weeks.
Okay.
And according to the Director General of the Prison Rehabilitation Mission, he said that the reason is because, yes, Bobrisky identified as male in court. However, his looks and the contours of his body looks nothing male. And so you cannot put him in a female prison because he is not female. And if you put him in a male prison, you are just opening him up to abuse, because according to him, some of the inmates in those prisons, they are chronic homosexuals, yes.
Yeah.
And so it was practically impossible and that made a lot of sense to me, don't you think? I think to a certain extent I can see why, because if I was Bobrisky, I would be scared, because I'm sort of in that place where transgender, do I belong here? Where do I belong? So I think this maybe brings to attention the fact that there maybe should be a different jail.
Not necessarily, but in Nigeria, I mean, I'm not castigating Bobrisky. Personally, I like him, and the reason why I like him, I like Bobrisky. The reason is because he's confident. It's his personality that I really like. I knew when he started. I've been following him since then. He's really confident, and it takes a lot for you to want to transition from one sex to the other, right?
Like an uncharted territory.
Do you understand? God bless you. So that confidence for me is, I will give him to him for that. So what I don't like, or what I'm unhappy about this situation is that, but why did you go and talk? Like, why?
I think it's about trust. Did you see the clip with Radio God?
It's like, it's crazy.
I'm not angry with Bobrisky. There are people whose weakness is they want to talk, and when they talk to someone, they feel better.
And then you were calling names, my guy.
Yeah, well, there is that part too.
Like, you were calling names. You could just tell your story. This is what's going on. I need this. End of story. But that person too was probing for. You know what? This is a very messy situation. And there was a video I saw. I can't remember his name. I think Fayose or so. One guy, he doesn't live in the country. He's like an activist. He talks a lot about what happens in Nigeria. He doesn't live here. And he was saying something around, why are we focusing, why is the, judiciary focusing just on Bobrisky? There are a couple of other people that they caught spraying the Naira, abusing the Naira, and they didn't arrest those people. There are a couple of governors and some political people that have actually done a lot of crime, mostly financial crime, that EFCC should actually have in their custody, but they haven't done anything about that.
Yaya Bello.
Exactly. In fact, Yaya Bello his own is even very clear, like the whole money. So
he's got fresh new charges, about 16
exactly.
of them.
And he also mentioned that there's also the Edo State gubernatorial election that we know what happened there, and nobody is still talking about it. So it just seems like this Bobrisky issue is distracting Nigerians to focus on some important things, which is already something that is used. Everybody is basically used to it. So they'll distract us from the important things and then put our attention on what's not important, so we'll forget about it. But I really wish Bobrisky well, and I wish every other person that is involved in this, because personally, I don't know.
It's a really sad place
yeah.
to be for him, and
is.
I do not want to see him go back to jail.
Me
However,
neither.
if there's something to take away from this, it is the fact that it's better to be with in the rise to influence or being an influential person means that you need to guard your circle. It's not everyone who comes around you that because for me the biggest disappointment would be Radio Guard.
Yes.
And the fact that he released, or rather he believes that for the fact that he's been friends with Bobrisky and the fact that he's been supporting him and defending him, so therefore he should pay him back by perhaps promoting his product or promoting him on his page. I'm like, no, if you're a real friend, you do it whether or not you're appreciated. And when you
That's
know
nice
that
friend.
you kind of, yeah, it's just people hanging around you for the benefit.
Yeah, and just before we move on, another thing I've also noticed is that when you're in need, that's when you know who your friends really are.
Absolutely.
Like when you're in need, because for me, I feel like if you have a small circle of friends that you trust, and some of those people should be able to sort you out when you have some type of issues. So it really speaks to the kind of friends that he has around him, and I really, really hope that every other person in the world is paying attention to this. Your friends, just know who you can trust, because it's not every information that you're like, oh, I need money, and then you just, in fact, let's move on from
I
this.
think the one true friend he's had since I've known Bobrisky would be Tonto Dike.
And
That's
you know what happened now.
Yeah,
and
but
if she,
anyway.
actually, she also posted something today saying
About
that
betrayal.
Yeah.
We gotta move on. We're pressed for
We have
time.
to.
So yeah, that's what we found in the news. See you after the break.
One man, one mandate, liberating the world through the word of faith. God, through Bishop David Oyedepo, has transformed countless lives, winning millions of souls to Christ, and has built a global ministry spanning 142 nations and 22,000 branches, over 100 best-selling books, 2 world-class universities, and numerous humanitarian initiatives, celebrating 70 years of God's faithfulness from the Winners family in the United States. Happy 70th birthday.
Today, we celebrate a remarkable leader, father, and visionary, Bishop David Oyedepo, founder of the Winners Chapel International. His unwavering faith and dedication to spreading the word of God have transformed countless of lives across the globe. With a heart full of compassion, Bishop Oyedepo has built a legacy of empowerment through education, faith, and community service. His teachings inspire millions, encouraging them to reach their highest potential and embrace the promises of God. As we honor him on this special day, let us reflect on his profound impact, pioneering a movement that uplifts individuals and strengthens families. His commitment to prayer, prosperity, and purpose resonates deeply with all who encounters his ministry. Happy 70th birthday, Bishop David Oyedepo. May this year bring you abundant blessings, joy, and continued strength as you lead us into a brighter future. Thank you for your extraordinary contributions and your unwavering faith.
Happy 70th birthday, Bishop David Oyedepo.
May this new year continually bring you joy, blessings, and strength.
Have a beautiful birthday, sir. May God bless you.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges.
With the growing youth population and very little engagement.
That is a ticking time bomb. We're blessed people with a diverse culture who have a lot to say.
And yes, we are talking.
It is important we drive conversations that informs, inspires, and influences thoughts and actions.
If we say there is beauty in diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture.
We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation.
As we are the hope for the future,
Yesterday's conversation shaped today.
What are you saying to shape your tomorrow?
We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Welcome back. You are watching What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news that affects all of us. This evening, we are diving deep into a topic that is close to the hearts of many, and that would be the incredible relationship between fathers and their children. Now, as we get up for the highly anticipated premiere of the movie Daddy's Love on October 1st, we can't help but reflect on the powerful narratives it explores. And it explores the unique bond of fathers and their child. Starring the talented Likwa Rose and the renowned Jibola Jabo, this film promises to tug at your heartstrings while showcasing the joys, challenges, and unconditional love that defines fatherhood. Joining us as we discuss this would be the producer himself and the actress, the major star in the movie. And, well, again, the topic is celebrating the enduring bond of father and child. Let's get started first with a sneak peek of Daddy's Love. Here is the trailer.
Oh, Papi.
She's going for it, Papi. She's going for it.
I am your husband, for peace sake.
My father made a huge sacrifice for me, not to remarry.
Good job.
Alrighty, that's just a sneak peek of what to expect in the movie coming soon to cinemas, October 1st. That would be on Tuesday. Now, joining us to have this conversation, like I told you earlier, is an award-winning filmmaker whose journey started at the prestigious New York Film Academy, and he has produced a couple of movies in the person of Willis Ikejum, and dancer, actress, brand influencer, and Big Brother Niger star in the person of Roselyn Ajife, but you know her as Likwa Rose. Willis, Likwa Rose, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You want to correct that name?
Yes.
What did I say something wrong?
No.
Please help us.
No, go on.
Afije.
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 What did I say?
Ajife.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Afije.
Afije. Oh, thank you very much. Now it's noted. Pardon me. It's completely wrong to butcher people's names, so forgive me.
Fine.
So, let's start with you, Willis. This movie, it's a theme that hasn't really been explored in Nollywood. So what was the drive behind it?
Basically, two things. Firstly, I did a movie before called Mommy Dearest. I've always wanted to do a reply to Mommy Dearest, right? So I thought of something and I came up with Daddy's Love. Again, I have a daughter, she's 6, all right? So I've had this little fear of her getting married, loving another man and then going with another man. So that's basically it. And then, at the point in, I think somebody tweeted something, and that's like the go-ahead thing, the sign to go ahead. He tweeted something on Father's Day, one of these Father's Days, and it was like, everywhere is just dry. Mothers have two Mother's Day in Nigeria, and then fathers, nobody's even answering us.
We have like 4 Mother's Day.
Please, every father, look after yourself. So I'm like, okay, let me just make a movie to remind us about our fathers, because I'm also guilty, right? I come over every day. Yesterday I called her, my dad. I can't, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. So that's how it is, So that's the reason why I made the film.
Oh, lovely. Now, Likwa Rose, you took on the character, and I'm curious about your relationship with your dad and what inspired you to take up this role.
Oh, first of all, I have a very amazing relationship with my dad. Like Uncle Willis, I can't go a day without talking to my dad. The first person that call me every morning is my dad. Yeah, I'm daddy's girl.
I feel like I don't belong in this club because I recently started rebuilding my relationship with my dad. It wasn't
I'm
good.
happy for you.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward still.
For real?
But yeah, but
No,
we're
my
gradually
dad
getting
is
there.
like my best friend. You know, my dad's my driving force. The reason I wake up every morning, I'm like, because I made him a promise, I'm gonna make you proud.
Oh.
So anytime I feel lazy or like today I don't feel like doing anything, I'm like, you say you're gonna make daddy proud, do it for daddy.
Yeah.
So my dad is like my pillar, is everything. I love my mom.
Wow.
I love my mom. We're very close as well. But she knows. She knows daddy come first.
Can't compare. I know
Wow.
that feeling. I know that feeling. Because I was close to my dad as well. And for me, I think maybe a father's bond is usually not as amplified as the mother. Because everybody just always expects, you know, when I tell people that I'm not close to my mom, they're always like, how come? But my dad, oh Lord, he was the best. I used to bring, growing up, my boys can come to the house and sit down and just watch movie with my dad. But when my mom is around, nobody go around. So this is amazing.
Yeah, and I think it's because my mom was the strict one.
Yes.
But most mothers are
Yes.
strict, is it not?
Yes.
My mom was very
Yes.
strict. I used to be like, is she my mom?
Oh my God, I used to think I was adopted.
Me too. I remember I ran letters to my dad as a kid. I'm like, you need to come and take me to my mom.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was a stubborn child, so they would always whoop me, you know. So my dad, I think it's that thing just made me like, daddy's girl, you know.
And I feel good now that I have somebody that we have almost...
I feel awkward.
Oh my God. I used to ask, like, are you sure I'm not adopted? So the only difference was that I have curved legs and my dad also has curved legs. So that's the only thing that I know that, okay, this is my father. But are you my mother? Because I'm not sure. I mean, this is awesome. The question I want to ask Willis is, regarding this movie, I know that you have a mission for this movie. What is the message that you are trying to pass?
Like I said before, remember your father. Take care of them, right? They're like my friend Alex Ekubo said something. He said fathers are like roof over your head, right? If they are leaky, right? You get water coming in, sun, everything inside. So you have to take care of them. Remember them. Like the guy tweeted, he said, Mothers Day have 2, 3, 4, 20 Mothers Day. Fathers Day 1, and it's very usually dry.
But you know, I do have a question on that. I don't know if you know Hilda Bassi. She was on a podcast at some point, and she revealed that she doesn't have a stable relationship with her dad. And it's not just that we find out. I mean, there is me, and then I have a friend, Charles Bond. He also said that and he's male. Growing up, he didn't have a stable relationship, and there are lots of stories. That's why I say, two of you, I feel like I don't belong in your WhatsApp group. So why do you think we're having more people that are having fatherhood challenges?
Me too, I had that. So
Oh,
the
you
father I
did?
talked about here is my stepfather, not
Okay.
my biological father.
Okay.
My biological father, I've not had any relationship with him since I was born, since I was 3.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's it. So I think so many reasons, right? So many reasons. Sometimes events happen during, maybe between when they met the woman and when they had the baby or the children. We had a couple of 1 or 2 other movies that explored that, where the man disappears.
Yeah.
Sometimes fear, sometimes they met someone else, just like that. So many reasons can happen, you know. So my dad is only, I don't know, he's the only person. But the thing is, his whole family accept me. They do things with me. I called my uncle, his older brother. I called him 3 days ago or 4 days ago. He turned 80 years old. Yes, I called him to wish him happy birthday. Everybody, I have a relationship with my cousins, my brothers, and everything. It's just him. Yeah.
That's odd, isn't it?
So yes, it's odd. Every other person except me knows that he's my father. It's only him. And yeah, so that's it. So he hasn't given me a reason, so I cannot even speak for him, right? So he hasn't given me any reason. He hasn't given me, when I went to Seek Audience 2015, what's up with you? He gave me his number. I took his number. Call, how far? Then I shouldn't worry. I should just go.
But is there like a part of you during the making of this film that wants to like use this movie, Daddy's Love, to call out to him?
Yeah, kind of. Not just him. Every dad that's not in the life of their children. The funny thing is, my daughter too. Some way I'm not with her. She doesn't live with me. Lives with the mother. I haven't seen her since she's 6, but I haven't seen her since she was 1.
Oh.
So this is like a reverse. My dad, I don't have a relationship with, and then this one I don't have. So it's like a reverse, playing it back, and I've been fighting from day one, and I wouldn't stop fighting until that relationship is established between myself and my daughter, right? So that is actually what I'm using this movie to say. Just everybody, you have to just give everybody, every father, remember your father.
Yeah.
The women who had children with men who have cut them off, remember, those children need fathers, right? They need men in their lives. One way or the other, whether you like it or not, children who don't grow up with their father or either of their parents, they're a bit awkward emotionally. Me too plus me. Yeah, I'm not taking myself out of the equation, right?
Definitely agree.
Yeah, so
I completely
yeah,
agree.
so nobody sat me down any day and sat me down as a father and said, do this and don't do this. Every morals I have now, good morals I have now, I exhibit now, they were actually things I gleaned from people. Because from younger age, I made friends with older people. I never made friends with my age mates. So that's, you get it.
Yeah.
So that's it. So nobody sat me down. I learned, God taught me through people, right? So my own, why I'm saying this or why I made this film is simply, everybody, you must remember your father.
All right, thank you. So, Liquorose, you are just stepping into the world of film. Is it?
Have you seen the videos she has been doing with
No, it's not. No, I mean film. Like,
Is this her first? Is this your first
yes.
film?
No, it's not her first. But
My first this was The Johnsons,
Okay.
2012.
Yeah.
African Magic. Yeah.
What about that short film?
Yeah, X in 2015.
I haven't seen.
It's a short film.
It's a short
film on
Johnsons.
YouTube.
Yes. Okay, and I'm definitely looking forward to watching you on this one. Is this your first lead?
Actually, yes.
Oh,
congratulations! Aside the short film, this is my first lead.
I'm definitely looking forward to that. So I'm curious about you exploring the world of film and having, obviously, considering the relationship you have with your dad, this is a story that is dear to you. I imagine that will be one of the reasons why you settled for the script.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to watching it. But for people who haven't watched it, and also for you during the filming process, what would you tell, what's the takeaway for you from the movie?
The takeaway for me is just probably the appreciation of the relationship between the father and daughter. You know, to me, it's like every female child, your first love is your dad. That's one man you believe and trust blindly, like, can never hurt you.
Yeah.
You know, and I think you should get best advice, relationship advice from your father. Yeah. The best relationship I've gotten ever in my life was from my dad, and it was shocking. You know.
I definitely want to hear that.
Because we never have that kind of conversations, you know. I mean, my dad is the first man that ever get me, like, Valentine gifts. He introduced me to what Valentine's was like. Like, he would buy me my other sister, like, gifts. I was like, oh, today's February 14. He would buy for my mom as well. And, you know, my dad really support me, though. So...
Were you one of those kids that your mom is fighting with you for attention?
I'm the last born, yeah. I remember then when my dad
let go of my husband.
When I was in primary school, yeah, my dad was working in Enugu. And he would, like, he would call, like, he's coming to Lagos. My mom would cook. I remember then as a kid, I think I was like 7 or 8, I'll go to the market. I'll buy egusi, I'll make my own panejam and egusi. So when he comes, he's eating my first.
No. Oh my goodness.
And my mom will be like, you this small weed. She would just laugh because that was the only thing I knew. That was the first meal I knew how to prepare, egusi with panejam because of my dad. Yeah. I had to make sure it was, although the ham had some lumps.
Yeah. So he would eat it with love.
Yeah, eat it with love. Yeah. So to me, I just took that, like, you need to actually appreciate that bond with your father. And, you know, yeah, we know we have that mom love and everything, you know. Our mom is like the foundation of everything, you know. And the bond, you can't explain it. You can explain the father bond, but you can't explain the mother bond. It's just there.
I guess so.
You know.
All right, we have.
Let me ask
we're gonna go.
question.
We're gonna go on the break and then we will come back. Don't forget,
right.
we have the producer and the female lead, Liquorose and Willis, here with us on today's edition of What Are You Saying? We'll be right back to continue the conversation.
One man, one mandate, liberating the world through the word of faith. God, through Bishop David Oyedepo, has transformed countless lives, winning millions of souls to Christ, and has built a global ministry spanning 142 nations and 22,000 branches, over 100 best-selling books, 2 world-class universities, and numerous humanitarian initiatives, celebrating 70 years of God's faithfulness from the Winners family in the United States. Happy 70th birthday.
All right, we have Willis Ikejum and Lekwa Rose from the movie Daddy's Love, premiering October 1st, and we're just having a conversation with them about the beauty of father-child relationship in the 21st century. And Alara, you're going to ask a question.
I was going to ask Lekwa Rose some questions around the set. He already started talking about that's why I had to tell him to hold on. So while you were shooting, first of all, when you got the script, how did you share the news with your dad? Because I'm sure you was like, Daddy, come and see this thing.
I didn't really break it down for him. I was like, oh, I have to, because I stay alone now. So I'm like, I have to go to Port Harcourt. Like, oh, Port Harcourt, he's in Port Harcourt. Because I don't fly. I don't leave Lagos without letting my dad know, and my mom too. I don't. Everyone in my family has to know I'm about to go up in the sky.
Wow.
Even though it's Oyo or wherever I'm going to. Yeah. So I had to like tell him, and I was like, oh, okay. Is this what you really want to do? No, it's the acting thing. You're enjoying it. I'm like, yeah, okay. So you're not doing music. You're not doing dancing. I'm like, it's one step at a time, you know. So I was like, oh, it's even about the father and daughter story. I was like, oh, okay. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Love it. I should kill it. Wow. You know. Yeah, and on set I told you, he calls me every morning.
Like he's been calling her on set, disturbing myself.
No, he has to know, like, if it's not just me, he calls everybody. You know, my dad is like that. My mom as well. Just that my mom she's very... I'm shy because of my mom. I took that from my mom. Oh, wow. She's very shy.
Yeah. How are you shy, please?
Yeah, she's very
You
shy.
don't look shy.
I am, actually.
That is so... Why is it... Have you noticed that most people in entertainment are shy and introverted?
Me too. I can't cross, like, if we're having, like, say, traditional marriage. I can't cross that square. It's not possible.
Why is that?
No, nothing. You will kill me.
Okay.
When you see her with all the steps, you're like, oh, no.
So I think maybe the right word to say is she can be shy. But that she's shy. If you're shy, you don't climb stage, they dance.
No, you
it's
can't
different.
when it works.
Stage.
Yeah, you can psych yourself.
Once you're on stage, you're different.
Like
That's not the person. It's a personality.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you actually have a shy personality. That's news to me. And I wouldn't even agree because I feel like people that are shy wouldn't even go on stage. Maybe from experience
most of the
that I
actors
have.
you know are shy.
If I'm pressed in church and church is on, I can't go out.
I won't stand
I
up.
can't go out.
Yeah, no send you. We can't walk from the stage to the back.
That's good.
It's good for you. Good for you.
I wish I was like that.
Me too. I wish I was like that.
Oh my goodness. So what are your expectations regarding this movie now? I mean, I know that when I first of all discovered Lekwa Rose, she was dancing and I loved the L energy. And then she went for Big Brother. That's another milestone. Check. Then I see that you do a lot of. In fact, when I noticed you started doing the movies,
Couple Chronicles.
Yes, I loved it. I was like, this girl, practice. Okay, Hollywood loading. And then when I saw this. The reason why I loved it was because, yes, I'm close to my dad and I can relate very, very well. So for you now, I'm sure you did this movie because you want people to understand how the fatherly and daughterly bond can be, explored. What would you say to women or to girls who are not close to their dad and they're curious, like, how can I explore, relationship with my dad? How can I get close to my dad? Do you have, like, any tip for them?
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that some of them, the foundation of that relationship, most of it is never there's no foundation, you know? So it's going to be kind of like difficult. But I believe every child needs or wants, or before they go to bed at night, they think of that father figure they wish they have in their life. So just take a step and just have that conversation. You know, that conversation might change a lot. It might actually be that closure you need. From that conversation, you can actually pick like, okay, I think he's not a father figure. Let me just let it go. But don't just keep it in the air and keep it wandering. Just have that conversation. Just take that bold step, you know. And if it's a foundation that there was never a foundation or whatever, you should actually talk it out with your mom first. You know, because there's some mothers that are actually a father figure right now in their child life. And it's not easy. Shout out to those women, they're strong. You know, so you need to carry your mother along. If you give it a go-ahead out of respect for all the years she has sleepless nights. So just make that step. Try to contact your father. You know.
Amazing.
It's amazing, actually.
All right. If you just joined us, we're having the conversation celebrating the enduring bond of father and child with our guests, Willie and Lekwa Rose. So please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation by sending us an SMS or send a message to our WhatsApp 081-8038-4663, or our phone line, which is now open. You can call us on 070-2500-7749 and 0701-424-2420. And please subscribe to our channel. Okay, go ahead and do that. But before we wrap up, Liquorose, I would want you to give a snippet. I know lots of your fans are looking forward to, we want to see her on the big screen. And I mean, I'm wishing you success all across this path along the way. But I want you to share snippets with us, maybe without giving so much away. But what is the story? We know it's about father-daughter, but what is sort of the drama or the twist or the plot that goes in? Is that okay, Willis? Can we get so please let us know.
Okay, it's just some bonds. Some bonds are incredible. You know, some bonds you can't even bear them. Because now it's like you want to marry a woman and bring a woman to your life, and you realize there's a male figure, a dominant male figure in her life already, and now you have to compete. It's okay if you have to compete with other people outside, other strange men. But now you have to compete with somebody who actually brought her into this world. So, you know, because it's just about the bond between the father and daughter. And now the other man, which is our husband-to-be or our boyfriend, is feeling left out and jealous. So you can compete with other men out there, but how can you compete with her father?
That's hard. Have you heard this song? I need a man who's patient and kind.
Exactly.
Out of the door. You know? I heard that song. I was like, man.
So Daddy's love is first of all, is appreciating all the fathers out there. You know, we love you. There might just be one Father's Day in a year, but you know, every day is Father's Day. Okay, so and we ask you and bill you all the time because we love you, daddies. So it's going to appreciate every father out there, and at the same time, give you some panacea into how you can navigate that relationship. And men out there who is going through something like this, maybe your wife is too close to the dad, this is the solution, and how to find a way around it is in Daddy's Love. Watch this movie and you'll be good, trust me. Don't be, you can't compete with the fathers, you can't. Trust me, you can't.
Honestly, but I believe that there's some men that don't understand. Like maybe their own childhood, they didn't have a father figure, and it's weird. Like, how are you this close to your father? Is it normal? Like, why is your dad massaging your feet? Why are you the one touching your dad? Like, why? Well, this movie basically I feel like it's going to amplify that, because from watching the trailer, he's in shock. He's like, come, what does this mean? Look at me, you're dancing with your dad, and he's wondering, like, come, which kind of bond is this? So I believe that what you have done is to help people that don't know what the experience is like. They should watch this so that they don't have to feel like it's strange, because we have people like Liquorose that have close bond with their dad, and thankfully we have this movie to help us amplify it.
Yes.
So I have a question for you, Jibol. Was I going to call you Jibol? She'll be fine. It would have been awesome if he was here, but sadly he couldn't make it. But Willis, you said earlier that this was sort of a response to your previous movie, Mommy Dearest, and I'm looking at your track, the record you're building, and it looks as though you're addressing societal issues, but not the popular societal issues we know. It's sort of the one that cuts across home, that means a lot to you. So I'm thinking, is this a path you want to continue with in filmmaking, or are you at some point just going to make the usual movies? I'm not saying it's bad, but are you at some point going to get into the usual movie of my boyfriend, my husband and stuff?
Believe it or not, I never planned out, I never set out to do any of these movies.
Oh, okay.
I never set out, but I just discovered recently. Somebody asked me that, is it hilarious? Somebody asked me that question, like, why are you always making movies about family? I said, I don't even know. And I went back to check. I discovered that every movie I make is either at the point where I am in life or what I'm looking forward to, or tied to me. Like, Mommy Dearest, my mom and I, everything, blah, blah, blah. What's it called? Switch. It's just something I thought of, like women, because it's about body swap comedy. Right, so I just thought, how can women, I need to appreciate them. If a man just wakes up one morning and becomes a woman, can he really do their job? That's how Switch came about. That's it. You know, the new movie we're about to make now, we have two. The one that is going to, don't look at me. The one other one that she already has the script.
There we have it. There we have it. You're making another movie, and Liquor Road is going to each other.
Two more. So they're this one is about husband and wife that went to. Then the other one is about a young lady that was, everything had to do with. So I discovered Mommy Dearest was when I was with my mom trying to, move, get someone else, and the other one switched like that. Mommy Dearest 2, and I got to Baby Steps, and then this one. So I have a daughter now. So I told you when we started, I said it's about. So
you want a bond like that.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, okay, is this going to be me when she's of age of getting married? She's just 6, right? Is this going to be me? And then the new movie we're making now is the one when she has grown a bit and I need to tame her. Like, the society we live in now. How can I give? Should I send her to the village or what?
I think I see what you're doing.
Are you seeing it?
Indirectly.
You know the solution. You know the steps already.
I don't know.
You know the baby steps.
I don't know.
You know the baby
So
steps.
I think I feel like what you're doing is with your own relationship with your daughter, as she's growing older, her father is a household producer, and she will see the work her father has done, and she will see that my daddy is not what I think. My daddy, like my daddy is portraying. No, he did. Because what you're doing, I love what you're doing because there's no way. Like I understand the situation that you can't control it. However, she's growing. One day she go ask questions. Where's my daddy? Internet day. Oh, this movie my daddy is producing, and she will see every time like, okay, this man is about family. What's going on? Why is he not here? She will ask questions, and I'm really hoping someday you get that reunion and you get everything your heart desires because I understand. Yes, let me.
You're gonna get it.
No, this is awesome. And honest, I'm not going to cry because I brought out tissue thinking I was going to cry, but I didn't cry. But definitely watching this movie. I'm definitely going to share it with all my friends.
Thank you.
And it's because I feel like I said, there are 2 different types of people. The people that have the bond of their dad and the people that do not. So for the people that have the bond of their father, this movie is going to remind you, like me personally, it's going to remind me of, I used to sit on my father's laps in my 30s. Like people be wondering, like, why is it do?
I do. Do you know what I find weird? I don't know if it's about this generation or something like that. I remember there was a video of David Beckham carrying his daughter on his laps, and the world went crazy. Like, how dare you carry your grown-up daughter on your laps?
I used to kiss my dad on the lip.
That's something I cannot do. I would definitely feel
my dad see me too now, he'll say, come sit.
Do you understand?
And I'm like,
I kiss my dad on the lip.
I still sit on my dad's,
Because as a child, that's what, like, there's no way you would think about it as a sexual thing. This is my father. Are you okay?
Even my mom still attempts to carry me whenever she sees me.
When we posted, what you guys are showing as a teaser. When we posted this teaser, we posted it last year. Since last year, October. When we posted this teaser, somebody, I read the comments because I listen to my fans and I want to know what they're saying. So she came in, and then her fan and our fans, they joined together. So I need to see what they're saying. Somebody literally said that they have it in mind that this is going to be something. It's going to be something that has to do with incest.
Oh God!
I'm like, please. However, we know that we have those type of things in the society, but let's not use other people's negative experiences to cloud people's positive experiences. I remember whenever I have breakups like this, and I'll just call my daddy. I'll say, Daddy, this is what happened. The words he would tell me, I'm like, who you be? Who the man be?
Yeah.
I've moved on.
Exactly.
Because my dad will assure me, and I really love this. I was also, one last question, then I'll hand over to Sanzi. For you now, production is, your movies are awesome. And by the grace of God, you're going to do more amazing movies that will win awards, that will go global. What should we expect from you in the next 5 years?
That's a big one.
Aside the fact that you're making 2 movies, that will maybe.
Oh, that's for me.
We'll come to you.
One after the other.
You are the pilot.
So what I've tried to do recently, what I've learned recently is that I don't plan my my life per 5 years time. The highest I have is just 1.
Right.
Why? Because things come and then sweep you off. You're not God. God just throws you something else.
Life
if I tell you that the script I sent you wasn't what I was planning, would you believe? It wasn't what I was planning. I was planning something totally different. The one we're about to make, the one I was talking about the little girl. It's not even, I kept it for 4 years, a 4-year project, right? But it's happening next. Do you understand? So I just try to, plan myself as I go. The Holy Spirit directs, right? Let him direct me. So what I will say is that I'll keep making movies. I heard some people say, I retired. I will not retire. Clint Eastwood is 92. He's still making movies. Martin Scorsese is 84, thereabouts.
Still making movies.
Me, I'll make movies till
100. Please,
yes.
please
My
do.
time on net is over. So.
Okay. Licorice, how about you? Because me, I know when they say triple threats, is there any 5-foot threats? I don't know if there's a word like that, but she is multi-talented. I mean, we've seen, first of all, it's not easy to be in that Big Brother house because I know how the thing can mess with your head. And she came out strong, even with all the drama. I've seen you soar, like on and on and on. So what is your, let me not say 5 years now, because as he said, it's too far. Your next step. What do you think? What should we expect? I'm your fan, so what should we expect from you?
Okay, like I've always said, entertainment, more entertainment. You know, just acting is my number one. Yeah, I love it.
How?
Dance is my number 3, actually.
It's not true.
So what's number 2?
Music.
Oh wow!
Acting is number 1 because acting is I just love it. Because I'm very shy. So then I'm not shy when I'm acting. So I can play other people and stuff. So expect more movies. Expect music. Expect a lot around the dance. I'm not abandoning dance.
That's good to hear.
I'm not abandoning dance.
Because we love it when you dance.
Yeah,
the energy is so infectious.
And I love watching her. I love watching her act. Mostly with like the both of you.
I want to point this out. We shot this movie before we even started shooting Couple Chronicles with Saga. So he saw me.
Killing it.
It was at Afrif, right?
Yeah.
That's it, Afrif.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, I didn't really watch you. But if he says you can act, okay, we'll see, we'll work on something.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's blind
Daniel.
trust. I love it.
Daniel. He just said, he's my guy. So it was like, if I tell you she can act, she can act. That's okay. So,
I love the fact that you can take a risk because I think that's what we are missing in the industry. I was telling someone that every year at the Oscars, you see new talents.
New faces.
Yes, it's refreshing. I love it. The Oscars, the Emmys, but in Nigeria, the AMVCAs, the AMA Awards, it's like the same face being recycled. And it gets, I'm rooting for Nollywood, but it gets a bit boring. And so, yes, we've known Licorice, we know you as a dancer, we've seen you in Big Brother. Now, imagine what it would be coming out next year and you're nominated for AMVCA.
I claim it. What's the time? I claim it.
Yes, that's refreshing. That's, oh, wow, look at a new face, not a new face, but you get what I mean. Yes. And then next year, it's another person and another person. I think it keeps things fresh. Nobody Nobody likes to be still.
But there are a lot of new faces right now.
Oh yeah, they are.
And you can't really blame Nollywood. Our legends, and they're just super good.
Right.
They are.
I get it, both of you, but what she's saying is, like, we need to bring new people, though.
And there are more new people.
So now the new people, like she said, new people are coming, right, and stuff. So I like that for
I'm just rooting for producers that are giving new people.
Yeah, it's not easy, though.
Like the
it's not easy, though.
It's a risk.
This thing costs us.
Yes.
Yeah. So it costs us too.
That's why you prefer a famous face so that it can.
Yeah, you must blend with the famous face. You must. You know.
But honestly, Licorice, before we're wrapping up in like a couple of seconds, I'm definitely looking for that movie where you blend in all of your talents. Like the triple or the quadruple threat
like some
that
honey or step up.
Thank you. You get it, stomp the yard, stuff like amazing.
We were talking about it before we shot
That's
this.
before we shot this one.
We're talking about it in July.
I bet the world is looking forward to that because I kid you not, my first introduction to you was as a dancer with your girl group. Before I now heard someone say, "Oh, she's been in Johnson's," and so I'm glad to like search for clips and all that. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. I know you are too. Yes?
Yes.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen. Awesome. And then you're singing as well and just exploring all the amazing gifts you have.
Like any singing on anywhere?
Yeah, the one I did with my girl group. They released it when I was in Big Brother House.
Okay. Do you have it on your page? Because I'm going to go and check. I haven't heard you sing.
Stalker alert.
Sure. No, I'm not hiding. So one amazing thing about...
Oh, I was not singing on it, though. I was actually rapping. Because
Where can we see you sing?
That movie.
Yeah, and the new one. Oh, I'm not supposed to sing.
Okay, don't worry. So we should wait.
I'm working on something.
So next year, this year, sometime.
Yeah, it might be late this year, next year.
So y'all should please look out for Licorice because, like, you guys, I'm super excited that you were able to make it today because, I mean, being able to experience it firsthand is important as far as I'm concerned. Why? Because aside from having fans that you do not know, for me, I feel like when we meet people that we see on the screen or we see on social media and we see them in real life, that, oh my God, these are like regular people like you and I, however, they are working. So for you to be doing how many things, it's crazy. Like stress, pressure, anxiety with your personal life, with Nigeria, but you're still doing amazingly. Well done.
Thank
well
you.
Done.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank you for
And
having
on
us.
that note, thank you, Wilisi Kedum. Thank you, Philip
Thank
Rose,
you.
for coming.
And congratulations. on
Yeah,
the movie.
congratulations. Don't
Thank
forget,
you.
Daddy's Love premieres October 1st, all out in cinemas. So go out there and see it. And be sure to, they say the best way to market is word of mouth. Abi?
Word of mouth. Tune in African Magic, guys.
African Magic, please.
Oh,
African
yes.
Magic
yes.
family.
Family.
Yes. 4
Uh,
p.m. 4 p.m. African Magic family. Stay glued to your TV, okay? Thank you.
All right, you heard that October 1st. And from all of us, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget you can interact with us on, if you watch this now or much later, you can like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed our quote earlier, here it is. A good father will always leave his imprint on his daughter for the rest of her life. That's by Dr. James Dobson. And that's a wrap on Ways Today. See you on Monday. Today is a Friday. Have a lovely weekend. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, it's Oluchi for Ways Breakfast. Thanks for always tuning in. Our research has shown that you're probably not subscribed to our channel. What are you waiting for? Make sure you hit that subscribe button below so you never miss out on our latest content and stay in the loop with all things Ways. If the channel grows, it means more great content for you guys. So hit that subscribe button now.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to the Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Great panelists with topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. My name is Inikwi Victoria Amodu, and I am joined by Elijah Felix and Bola Yaya. Permit me to lead the way right after this short break. Ministry partners with NDPC to empower youth amid road safety concerns and celebratory act of youth-led change. The Federal Ministry of Youth has signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, to train 5,000 Nigerian youth in data protection and privacy. Minister of State for Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, highlighted that this partnership will not only provide technical skills, but also generate job opportunities and contribute to national development. Meanwhile, concerns about law enforcement in Lagos have resurfaced after several arrests. Some attempted were made for alleged traffic violations. Citizens have called for clearer road signs and better communication, pointing out that improper placement of traffic lights and signposts creates confusion for road users. In more positive news, Nigerian youth celebrity Ashakain has built a borehole in Plateau State community that had previously only relied on 3 wells and put children to school. This act of goodwill has provided access to clean water and education, which will greatly impact the community's health and education.
This is great.
I mean, this is great. But before we go into Ashakain's goodwill or good change act, I really want us to talk about the NDPC and the ministry's collaboration to train 5,000 Nigerian youth, in data protection.
Okay, so data protection, training 5,000 youths for data protection is not really the solution to these problems. Giving youth technical skills, it's more like putting the cart before the horse. Why not teach them on data science first? Teach them on data science, you understand? So at least we know that skill is employable. You understand? Make them employable in the job market. So I'd like to know your thoughts.
Anyway, the thing is, I agree with you on one hand, but let me just see how to buttress on what you are saying. It's a good will from the ministry to say, okay, let's train your youths in data. But the issue I have is that, it's not just, if they're talking about employability skill, we should expose youth beyond just giving them information about the importance of data protection online and the rest.
I think everybody should actually have.
Everybody should just have as a basic knowledge. But it does not directly connote skills development in that area. What they'll be talking about is skills of the future, tech skills, data science, data analysis, artificial intelligence, AI. These are skills where young persons can tap into. Learn to integrate these skills to their existing profession. Those that have existing professions. If you don't have an existing, let's say you're a student or undergraduate in the university or just a young person, you can actually learn these things and then build up your skills and then get exposed to the right kind of technical trainings and then exams, qualifying exams if there need be, and then look for job opportunities.
Yes, true.
Probably they are trying to teach them on better usage of data privacy.
Data privacy.
But it does not necessarily translate into.
Let's first of all applaud them on one hand. At least that consciousness. Okay, we have to do more for the youth. But beyond that, if they really want to do this, they should do it thoroughly. If you are talking about 5,000 young persons, you want to train them. Let it be that you are training them on relevant tech skills.
Precisely. So that would be able to, that would be sustainable.
That would be sustainable.
So I really want us to talk about the impact of this training, right, on the Nigerian economy. But before we actually go into that, I want to suggest that there are actually multiple ways to go about this. Yes, there's training, which is very commendable. But I think that, if we're going to talk about unemployment, right, what about job placement for people who already have these skills? I don't know if you understand me. In Nigeria, we have
buttress with cybersecurity, something like that.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. If you look at the finance sector,
or even internship.
Yeah, if you look at the finance sector, the emergence of a lot of fintechs, things thrive on analytics. Yeah, there are opportunities there. Then you are talking about other opportunities beyond just the provision of job opportunity within the country. Do you know that these skills can be exported from the confine of your homes? You can actually solve data dependent problem abroad and then in foreign currency. They pay you and you are working in Nigeria. So you can actually, these are ways where Nigerian youths can gain from
and
this.
That's why, because data science cuts across sectors, you can use it.
And that's why your points are actually valid on the fact that beyond data protection, the skills that they
can you protect data that you don't understand the data science behind the data?
You need to, that's why I said they were putting the cart before the horse. You understand?
Well,
you need to understand what you're trying to protect.
They are I think the ministry is trying to promote data, the consciousness of the importance of protecting data, because data and your own data, your personal data, your privacy is important. It could be used against you. So it ought to be protected. It's a good awareness. But beyond that, I think what they need more is, for instance, now you can't learn traffic. I was saying it earlier that you can't learn how to drive without learning traffic light skill. When you learn traffic light skill, it doesn't end there. Beyond that, do you learn how driving is a survival skill? That's what most people say, which is true. So if you are informed about your data privacy in the cyber world, cyberspace, beyond that, can you navigate the cyberspace using the new technology, AIs, analytics, and then the science behind it, and incorporate it into your profession?
So very quickly, right, what are your thoughts on the impact of this, on the Nigerian economy?
That's what as earlier said, the issue of foreign exchange, foreign inflow of so imagine a young person is given this job. Let's say you are working for one company in China or in the US, and then you are earning in foreign currency. The money is coming to Nigeria.
Precisely.
So many other things. And when money, they say enough people are happy, they're employed, people will be willing to pay government tax, do the right things, money will go around, be able to afford things. It's actually going to go around.
It's going to go around. Okay, so
and then we also be a knowledge-based economy. This is another one, because there are a lot of there's this I remember this quote that says, "Earth's great treasure lies in the human personality," or that the greatest wealth in the earth lies in between the ears of the humans, means your brain. So just imagine that we're talking about exporting oil. How many young persons will have access to crude oil? Literally none. Almost none. Let's just accept those that are close to the
let's just say
the corridors of power.
Not everyone.
Not everyone. In fact, the vast 99% or more than 99%. Now, but what you can export or what you can gain access to, that human raw material, human natural resources, is your intellect. Now, if the youth can develop their skills in tandem with global standards and new technology, we can be able to tap into global economy.
That's why I believe
and
we
then
as
export
humans,
our skill
we are
and then develop our country.
You understand? We are evolving. So if everyone can key into that mentality of continuous knowledge, learning and development and all that, so it's going to translate more into more employability instead of just being stagnant or static in one place and start thinking or waiting for someone to spoon feed you.
All right, thank you very much. So in recent times, we've actually seen the whole harassment, from the police force. And their major reason is that, the road users, use one way, or they go against or have gone against the traffic rules. Do you get? But then when you actually look deeper into this, you get to realize and understand that, first of all, there is no proper communication, as to these rules or traffic signs that they are trying to enforce. You are passing a way and then you say it's one way. Please, where is the signpost?
Okay, let me get down to a point. Okay. Most of these people who learn how to drive, normally you are learning how to drive, you're supposed, the norm is that you should learn rules, traffic rules and everything about the ways, dual roads and how to navigate them. Yeah, precisely. But let me ask you a question. How many of these persons navigating or using the roads learn that way? Is a question you should ask. Okay. You get, what are the authorities you get governing these things? Are they accountable enough? Are they doing their job? Sometimes some people just learn somewhere and obtain their driver's license without knowing these rules. So that is where, we're starting from the grass, from the down, level from the person learning. You understand? Before we go to the top.
Okay. Okay, so Elijah, what's your take?
You know, recently this Nollywood actress, celebrity, Kate Henshaw, she actually narrated her own ordeal with the police while she was driving. You know, they were actually fixing the way. So, you know, when they are fixing the road, especially dual carriage route, they will block one of the lane that is being constructed, and then every other one will serve as both directions of the traffic. Now, when they finish it, you need to duly inform the public that this road is completed, and you won't see anything, or maybe you put something that is vague, and then they keep doing it as before. Then the police will just harass them.
Come from nowhere.
Now the issue is that I think the problem, if we watch several times, I've seen how these guys react. I mean, not just the police, even the LASMA. Let me use LASMA for example. LASMA themselves. I've seen LASMA. I'm not saying entirely the whole of LASMA.
Some of them.
Some LASMA official. We have, of course, LASMA is doing a very excellent job. We've seen how they handle traffic. They do very well. But some of their officials, unfortunately, when you watch them at different junctions or bus stops along the road, they are actually waiting for you to just commit an offense, and they will come in with their own zest and zeal
and you know
just to do that and punish you.
Offenses that are not even properly communicated, that's the major issue.
Some of these things could have been avoided. Maybe they see you want to park somewhere you're not supposed to. They can actually inform you, please don't park there. It's not waiting until
I just feel they do it intentionally.
They do it. That's what I feel. So they just want so that they can exploit people, extort money from people and the rest.
So I actually want to orient. Is it orient or orient now? You know, if you're watching this, if you're a police force, or if you're a member of the force, or last man or whoever, and also for citizens as well. So number one.
And for context, LASMA is Lagos State Traffic Management Authority. The traffic officials. So that's just for context.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now there's a law that actually governs and that binds this act. Right. So first of all, the whole issue of harassment, when, just like you talked about the celebrity that had an encounter with this person, we have a right to dignity of human person. So I think that it's very essential that when these armed forces, when these forces are coming out to, in quotes, enforce whatever laws that they are trying to enforce, they should understand that you should do that respectfully. Every human or every Nigerian citizen has their right to dignity of human person. Now, the Police Force Act actually, not even recommends, mandates that every policeman should carry out their task professionally and respectfully. So it's very unprofessional for you to come and just arrest someone. You don't have a valid reason for arresting the person and harass the person. So it's very essential that we do that. Now, for the signpost, I think it's also very essential that we properly communicate these traffic signs, whatever improvements that we have on our roads. Not the Constitution now. One of the acts, right, also mandates that there is proper communication, a bold and visible signage of all of these traffic signs. Clearly stated. So please, if you're not doing that, ensure you go back to your drawing book.
But another thing again, just to extend your conversation, beyond those, can we automate the system? Like a thriving city like Lagos. Lagos is always used as a model state in Nigeria and some part of West Africa. Can we upgrade that? Most of these things can be automated. You don't have to have policemen and traffic officers running around. Do you know they can actually endanger themselves? Just imagine a police officer trying to stop a vehicle, and then another vehicle could just knock him down, or there could be chaos accidents. Can we automate the process and have capture cameras that can capture plate numbers?
This is just beyond law enforcement as well. Take for instance, apart from governance, even the people, zebra crossing, you don't try it. You don't try it here.
People don't understand these things.
You can't even do it here.
You can't try it, brother.
You cannot.
Because I want to cross the road and I go and stand on the zebra crossing and you get people walking with me say don't try.
You will be smashed. Because most people don't even understand what zebra crossing.
Even some of the road users, you see a pedestrian standing there. Something should signal to you that
what about traffic lights? How many of them obey traffic lights?
The issue is that they can actually drive massive orientation. At the same time, we can always be where we are always be. if we claim to be a thriving city, Lagos is what they call it, cosmopolitan and what? And there was this word, I'm trying to remember, but it's a developing city. A city that would be like a model city to other parts of the country and West Africa, even the region. In terms of West Africa now, we need to always do better. So if you go to countries like, let's say, if you go to cities like London, go to cities like Dubai, go to cities like New York, mention those cities. You don't see, of course, they have human factor. Police officers will be there to, at times,
but
control,
very,
they also, they are the minimal human intervention. They have the structure. So can we grow beyond this level? While we are trying to orientate the police to do the right thing,
you orient the people.
We also orientate the people. We also try to encourage technology in managing these things, and then let us have a thriving, well-developed city.
So we saw Ashakain, right? Ashakain built a borehole.
There's something, yes, I saw it too. There's something they said about Kind. That Kind is doing more for the people than I won't mention.
Yeah,
so he has done that project. I think he collaborated with another celebrity. So I've forgotten her name.
I think with an organization. I don't know.
It's a person, an individual.
Okay. You mean Ashakain with the other another individual?
Yes, it's actually a state. So they did it, and you see the joy. Like you saw the joy on their faces. They had like 2 or 3 channels of water. And
it was just 3 wells.
It's 3 wells, you can imagine.
This day and time.
Just imagine, just 3
for a community
to you get. Wow. So that came as a relief for them, you understand? So I just see it as people, we have values. Yes, we do have values. We do have empathy, and we see what the day-to-day person struggles. So you cannot tell me that people in the government cannot see that.
True.
You are a person before you are a leader, right? You are a person first before you're a leader or before you attain any position of prominence. So I must commend him. Like that's commendable.
Well,
not just that, a lot of other things he has done. So we name him the Mr. Beast of Nigeria.
Yes.
So it's commendable.
Okay, well, it's a good one what he has done, but I still beg to differ, in the sense that after he does constructs the ball, what next? Who will maintain it?
Yeah, they place solar systems.
I'm trying to say, forget all those ones. Let me tell you what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
It's a good thing, don't get me wrong. It's a good thing. The reason why I say forget all those ones is that we have seen, this is more like a recurring decimal. We have seen a lot of well-meaning Nigerians done good stuff for Nigerians.
Citizen, an ordinary person doing
at the ending, these things are not being maintained. So who is supposed to do that? It still falls, the bulk falls, the lies and the text of the government. Do your job. You don't have to wait. It's not the job of the citizens to provide basic infrastructure for all the citizens.
They are not doing
what we are saying.
Because this is a government that wants to come and tax the citizens. They are always talking about raising funds, tax, and
that's
the government should work for you. But how about you putting those things, providing basic infrastructures and addressing the needs? That's what we call needs. I think if you listen to United Nations, how they solve problems.
The basic needs for a society
that's what we call they do needs assessment. They go to a particular community and they do needs assessment. What does these people, what do they really want? Can we, and why are they having this problem? They will keep asking why until they go from the effect to the cause, and then they will solve the problem. Kudos to the Ashakain, he did well. But the question is, there are many other Nigerians that have done similar things before him, but the problem still persists. So that means it all boils down to the government. Do what you want to do. You don't have to allow people suffer before other people come to help for something that could be done.
When
provide the basic infrastructure.
Post, what came to mind was you can just see the humanity in Nigerian or in citizens. So why can't we have this in our
I'm not a prophet of Zoom. I'm not a prophet of Zoom. But let me tell you, go back there in 10 years, most of those boreholes will not be properly managed.
At least that's more like
you are looking at a temporary relief. I know, but we are not. I'm not saying
it's not going to be there forever.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying that it's not the solution. The solution is a good thing. What he has done, we want more Nigerians to help.
Step up.
But can the government step up, provide sustainable development?
This is for the government to step up.
That's what we're saying.
So
provide sustainable development for your citizens. Don't rely on the goodwill alone of the citizens.
Very true.
That's
all right. So far, we've discussed about the traffic issues. We've discussed about the 5,000 Nigerian youth training on data protection, and also the goodwill of the Nigerian celebrity Ashakain. Please do stay tuned after the break. Elijah would be next. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
World Politics, a tale of political tensions in the US and Nigeria's 2024 off-cycle election. The ballot is stronger than the bullets, and that's from Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. The chaotic political landscape in the United States, especially following recent assassination attempts on former President Trump, has placed a global spotlight on the country's struggle to maintain a peaceful political atmosphere. This turbulence raises serious questions about the integrity of democratic values. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, all eyes are on Edo State as it gears up for the 2024 gubernatorial elections. The principle of credibility, integrity, accountability, and fairness will play a vital role in determining the outcome. These democratic pillars should guide the electoral processes, ensuring a result that reflects the true will of the people and solidifies trust in the nation's political system. Okay, so you know, before we delve into the U.S. election and the Edo State election, you know, we still have other countries that are having elections this year. But let's talk about our neighbor here, Ghana, for instance. You know, the president of Ghana has just completed his tenure. That is in the person of Akufo-Addo, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. I think this year will be handing over. But you know, as they prepare to have an election this year, his vice president is one of the persons contesting for
president.
Yeah, and then there are a lot of concern in Ghana. I just want to get so the vice president, his name, we know, is from their party. We have New Patriotic Party in Ghana. Okay. So the vice president of Ghana, Mahmoud Bawumia, I think that's the pronunciation. We're correct. Dr. Mahamoud Bawumia. So now there are concerns. He talked about issues on tax, you know, encouraging technological development in Ghana, enhancing tech skills, just like what we said in Ghana. He wanted young persons to be involved in technology, and also their processes to be automated. He wants to introduce technological processes in their system of managing governmental processes. He also wants to see how to encourage this issue of taxing. You know, there is this issue of maybe too much multiple taxation, high cost of living in Ghana. So these are the concerns. You can see that it's kind of similar to what we have in Nigeria. Precisely. So this problem is not just related to Nigeria. So we'll be watching Ghana from now till when they have the election, even post-election. So we are going to be monitoring Ghana. We'll talk more about it subsequently. So back to the U.S. election. You know, about, let's say, last week, a middle of, or let's say at the beginning of last week, there was a second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump at his Trump International Golf Course. You know, luckily for him again, this time around the suspect was apprehended. He was arrested. You know, the first attempt, the suspect was actually killed at site. Or killed, he was shot at site. So now the issue is this. The system is so chaotic right now in the US.
You know,
and the rest.
What I have to say is that now there is more like the US elections is more like the center of attention to the world, because United States stands as a bastion of democracy. Precisely. The world is more like, you say you are a leader in something, you're actually the head of something, and you are not living up to expectations. You understand the violence, just imagine assassins coming so close to a political figure and a person who is running for presidency. It goes to show that it's questionable. You get, it's many things you get, and coming from their campaign lines, the words, the system, like just imagine the
smear politics.
Yes, imagine the last campaign they had. The debates they had with Trump and Kamala. It just goes to show that the world is watching, and people are like, oh, is this not the bastion of democracy? This is what they do. How much more?
Soldiers actually died and fight for democracy.
For democracy.
Restoring democracy
but
in other,
just see
other
how,
regions.
see the direction it's going. Like, the trajectory is not so good.
At all.
Like, it's not very good, and it's not more like something a leader should do. You understand? Standing as, okay, you are always putting the spotlight on people's democracy, that you are not doing this right, but see the country, see everything going on. 3 assassination attempts. Come on, the first one could be a mistake. It's actually the first one.
It's 2 assassinations.
Okay, the second one. The first one could be a mistake. What about the second one?
The first one was not actually a mistake.
No, let's just say first attempts could be a mistake or something you could get up. But what about the second one? You won't excuse the second one? You won't excuse it, you get. So I guess it's a problem. The world is watching them. The systems, the so-called democracy they stand for, is watching. All majority of these countries that are kind of practicing democracy and all that, this same country kind of like question them that you guys are practicing quasi-democracy. What about you now?
Although the sitting president Biden has committed to beef up personal security for Donald Trump, but beyond that, they should go beyond words. Can we have a rancor?
No, I feel the atmosphere, the political atmosphere in the US now is quite violent and tense. It's just too violent.
Disturbing.
Yes, it's very disturbing. You get shootings, you see word attack. Even the running candidates, you see the words they use on each other. The last debate was not focused on what you are doing for the people, or what you are going to do, or the strategies you put in place. This one is more like a personal vendetta.
Personal scores.
You get, it's just a problem.
So we are appealing to President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Please work with yourselves.
So beyond vote candidates, right? It might also be that their followers or people who are supporting them also, I don't know.
It all boils down to both of them now. They should try to take charge. Donald Trump should talk to his base. Kamala, talk to your base. Everybody, calm down.
There's more like social unrest.
Exactly.
There's a divide in interest.
So what's that thing we always say in Nigeria? Let's tell them, election no be war.
Election
no be war.
Well, indeed. So I think that it's very essential that caution is being taken, and everybody, we're all stakeholders in this. So please, be responsible and accountable as well.
Yes. They're moving down to
Edo State elections.
State.
Recently the Chief of Defense Staff in the person of General Christopher Musa had to travel all the way from Abuja to meet the governor of Edo State and speak with security stakeholders to discuss and ensure the participation of the military enhancing or promoting free and fair election and security and safety. So the issue is that I have with this is that before you delve into the matter, there have been some concern about police being compromised. The governor was making some allegation that he feels that the police will do more harm than good, and there are some means of calculated ways to maybe favor a certain party over another party. But then the question is, should soldiers be involved in enhancing law and order, especially during elections? Don't they have, although in this part of the world it's so normal that when there's a little unrest, you see soldiers roaming around doing the work of police. It's not this is an abnormal situation. It's not becoming a very normal situation. To the extent that the Chief of Defense Staff had to leave his office to come and where he had there are other important things he could have done in Abuja there.
So what is really happening to the police force or to our police force? So it now feels like people would only listen when they see the military or the militants, which is not
military.
The military rather. We need to really revisit this situation. It's something we need to talk about. I'm saying
that's another thing. Government. We ought to, because this will now open other issues like police funding, police retraining, police redeployment, police orientation, public orientation, police civil relationship, all these things. But that's like topic for another day. But let's focus on the election. Can we tell the political situations too in the Edo State, although has not really become, it's a little bit chaotic.
Something about a peace accord.
Yes, but there's an issue now. They are accusing some members of a certain political party as complicit in the death of a police officer. That's how serious it is now. Wow. So it's like there is violence already. So can we tone down the tense
and focus on residents of Edo State are already scared of, you know, the upcoming election, and there's an atmosphere of fear, right?
Apprehension, fear.
An atmosphere of fear.
Yes. So, and the governor seem to have lost confidence in the police force, which is not supposed to be. There's supposed to be a cordial relationship between the governor and then the chief, what do you call them, the commissioner of police. So they are for the enhance. The military does not necessarily have to get involved.
So does it even mean that the police force not understand their place of ensuring safety?
I think it's a matter of, this is a systematic problem, or should I say, I would call it a systemic failure or problem. It's not because we have a lot of, some of these police officers are well trained. Have you seen some of our high-ranking police officers, the badges they wear? Like there was a police officer, I saw his badge. I think the current Inspector General of Police, if you look at his badge, he's carrying an FBI badge. He was trained in FBI Academy in the US. So many of them are well trained, they know these things. The problem is a systemic failure, and it happened over the years. So like I said, we will not talk about that now. Police case is another case, but we are focused on the election now. Maybe another time we will revisit this issue of police case. But the question now is that, how would we boost voters' confidence in Edo State and ensure a rancor-free, less tense atmosphere in Edo State? That is the issue on ground now. Whether the military gets involved or not. So that's the question now. So what do you think about this? What do you think?
Well, I still believe in fairness. I still believe in sensibility when treating political topics, because first of all, you are trying to govern. I won't use the word rule. You are trying to govern people like yourself. You understand? You are trying to govern people. You are trying to create policies and strategies to help these people grow, to help your state grow. And you also, you are helping yourself and posterity to come. So why not build on the principle of fairness, credibility, and accountability? I think the problem we have is the issue of accountability and credibility as a nation. If we are able to fix our problem with credibility, then to an extent, we'll fix many things as a nation and as leaders.
Yeah, so I'll take it up from where Bola talked about accountability, which is very essential. If you remember the debates, there was a call for debates where all the candidates, right, from the three political parties were to come and, you know, debate, and only one, you know, actually honored it. So now, and this raises the issue of accountability. If you cannot come and actually express or debate, you know, to the people that you intend to govern, how are we sure that you would be accountable when you get to office? Do you understand? So before you get to office, you're already not accountable.
Okay.
So when you now get to office, what's the possibility of your accountability?
Okay. So
it's more of a thing that what you did before office, you are going to continue.
You're going to continue doing it. And another thing I want to say is that we should let the people of Edo State freely, you know, and fairly vote who they want in office without fear of violence and tension.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what we're going to just emphasize is that the various candidates should, especially the three musketeers, we know they have many candidates, but the three musketeers, the major the three choices, which is the PDP, APC, and the Labour Party, we should focus more on addressing the concerns of Edo State, not just smear politics or personal attacks. That is one. And then let me emphasize Abraham Lincoln again. He said, ballots is greater than the bullets, right? So we don't have to kill ourselves because of the ballot is stronger and greater than the bullets. I'm paraphrasing him, Abraham Lincoln, so that you can actually cause change and positive revolution through the ballots, not the bullets.
True.
And then election, no be war. To those in Ghana, Nigeria, and US, we see election, no be war. Right, thank you very much for your contribution. Bola Yaya is next after the break.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 0005719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Climate change. Urgent flood warning for 11 Nigerian states amid Lagdo Dam releases. Nigerian authorities have raised alarm for 11 states, warning of imminent flooding as Cameroon initiates controlled releases from its Lagdo Dam. Following heavy rainfall across West and Central Africa, with water levels expected to rise, residents affected in regions must take swift precautionary measures, secure property, stay updated on alerts, and evacuate if necessary. Immediate action is vital to safeguarding lives, minimizing damage, and preventing potential disaster in vulnerable communities. Wow. You can see that this is more like, because it has been forecasted that it's going to rise, water level is going to rise, you get, in coming days. And also, you know, there are so many measures to be taken before this whole thing happened. So if we are going back in time in history, Cameroon and Nigeria had a pact to create dams, 2 dams, Nigeria on the end and Cameroon. Cameroon created theirs, but I don't know what happened. You get, from our own sector, you understand? So I think that is more like we're paying the price for what was supposed to be prevented some years ago.
And now they are not still managing it well. The next generation too will still suffer it.
Now this is not just the issue of climate change. This is more like an issue of what measures, what preemptive measures can you take? Have you taken? You get, how are you going to evacuate people? Like recently, money, billions of naira has been donated, you get, to these flood victims as flood relief. So how can they channel these funds, you understand, to properly tackle the issue on ground? So what are your thoughts?
Okay. All right. So first of all, you mentioned evacuation. I mean, my thoughts on this, right, is that this situation there's a need for urgency, right, in this situation, and there's a need to approach it in multiple, you know, ways. First of all, there's need for immediate action, which number one you've mentioned is evacuation. You know, moving from where those people were affected, and moving from where they had to probably a higher place or a higher ground, somewhere that, you know, the water or the flood would not affect. Now, to also pay attention to the evacuation plans, right? What's the plan? What's the government planning? What is their plan, or what are the plans of the community leaders to evacuate citizens or residents of that place from there to a better location? Another thing is, we are so used to, number one, blaming climate change. Number two, you know, reactive measures, which is not good for us. So lack of inaction, you know, when it is needed, is actually more costly. You know, it costs life, livelihood, and also our stock as well, you know, and the environment. So it's very essential that the governments, because this is not, we shouldn't blame climate change for this at this point in time. What needs to be done should be done. There should be proper infrastructure, you know, the drainage system, building of more drainage systems to be able to, you know, pass drains, and also infrastructure. I don't know, I mentioned this, you know, before we came on air, that there's need for us to build proper infrastructure, you know, in order to help with the channel.
You know, this is going to be an issue because, you know, hydrological experts are of the opinion that the Garua River is more like a tributary to the River Benue, meaning it empties into the River Benue. You get, and there are people living within this belt, the belt of the River Benue. How do you think, like, I'll push this question, what do you think can be done? Because this is going to lead to deaths, loss of properties.
From people that are, let's say, people that conducted various survey on these areas years before, I'm sure they may have, one way or the other, written reports or notified the government that there are some areas that are prone to flooding by virtue of their position, height, or, you know, geographical position in these areas. there are areas that are more prone to flooding and erosion than some other areas.
Yes.
So the question is, they saw this thing, some of them saw this in 30 years ago. You know, most times they will tell you this thing will happen in the next so number of years. They used to forecast. Right now, because of, now, that time, the climate and atmospheric condition of the world at that time is different from now.
Yeah.
So we are having climate change. Those people in astronomical physics and geography, they will tell you what is happening. That we're actually having climate change. Polar ice is melting. You know, the world is 70% water. Yeah, according to geography. Yeah. The world is constituent, is 70% water, 30% land, terrestrial. So, and the major vast amount of this water is stored as ice. They have polar ice region. But due to global warming, effect of global warming and climate change, these ice are already melting, some of them, and then increasing the level of water level globally. Sea levels are rising. When you see those measures, so those things and these things. So now, they are going to be more. Don't you watch what is happening in other countries? In fact, our country, Nigeria, is even milder compared to what is happening in many other countries. Destroying communities, livelihood, changing people's ancestral heritage.
Yes,
that's
like
the word.
Like
you see that these people are used to living this particular way in this particular area, for the past maybe 100 years or more. All of a sudden, water just came, change it, and then it's not
below water.
Very digital. So
because there are so many civilizations that has gone below water over time. So and it's happening. It's a continuous.
So now the issue now is that you know the problem we are. Let me tell you something. This is on a lighter note, though. When you have problem in Nigeria, when there is a little outcry or unrest, what does the government do? It's either they're sharing bag of rice in Nigeria or giving you 500 million naira. Like the governor of Borno State, well, he was magnanimous enough to give each head of households that he saw that were distressed 10,000 naira each. But guess what? It will not solve the problem. In fact, they are even exploited. They are exploited. Boats were collecting, charging so much to move them. And kudos to the army. The army actually came to the rescue, used their special military vehicles to transport people from
one place to the other. Yes. So I saw a clip where they were throwing bread. What is bread like?
Those are temporary.
I know it's temporary relief, but it's more like they are seeing it more as a solution. Okay, the funds that has been released, how do they channel this funds?
There's a statement that Remi Tinubu, the first lady, or the wife of the president. Some people call her wife of the president. Wife of the president, first lady, the same person. She was magnanimous enough through her, by virtue of her being the first lady or wife of the president, donated 500 million naira for relief. Other women in Nigeria, like Atiku, raised 100 million. Peter Obi 50 million. Other people. It's a good one. I like the fact that they are raising this money. But the question is, the question they should ask now is emergency relief to help them.
Precisely.
This thing has happened, is a recurring decimal. Other communities, they should not wait for these things to happen. There are many other communities that are prone to flood. What have they done to the money that was raised before? How have they used them judiciously to
that boils down to accountability.
How are they managing it?
Now it's not across sectors.
It is being used to address this
train money to the
problem. That's part of accountability. Where accountability comes in.
Can they monitor them? I think the federal government, this is the time that this is where we call state of emergency, you know.
Yes.
State of emergency is not only for insecurity, like the one that has to do with kinetic insecurity, where exchange of gunfire. This one now is natural insecurity. Should I say natural state of emergency? The president should use his power as president, the authority as president, to hold or partner with the governor, the governor of Borno State, and they should work together to call every hands on decks, and they should work towards this thing, declare that state of emergency, so that these people will not be displaced and their daily life. Do you know how many persons lost their goods?
So many, like it's going to like 9 billion naira loss of property.
So these things will not. I hope there is insurance for them. That's another problem. But let's save their life first. So the government have to channel this for. It's not by giving. I appreciate those people that were able to bring that money for this.
And I know the resultant.
Can the money do the work?
You know, the resultant effect of these things that it's affecting crops, it's affecting food supply, as food security is being affected. Farmlands are being washed away.
Not to talk of diseases. Do you know that graves are assumed? Let me even tell you what is happening now. Graves where they bury people, skeletons are actually, graves are opening, corpses that are ready to decompose are coming outside. You know, these things are, bacteria, this and that.
So now you're putting the health of the residents at risk as well.
Not just, you are putting health
plus animals.
It's not just
they said they were shooting. Are you
aware
that they were shooting animals? It was trending online that some snakes, animals, reptiles, dangerous animals from
coming out from the zoo and forest.
So they are, you know, when they
are being driven out of their natural habitat.
When they feel threatened, they came to attack humans. They said from what I gathered, they said the police or the soldiers when they see the shoot. So that this is already causing ecological imbalance because you are disputing. Imagine when there's extinction, what will happen to the ecological balance? So it's a very bad something.
So I think really your suggestion about state of emergency really needs to be called, you know,
And then for other states that are yet to experience this,
they start working on it.
Yes, we have Calabar,
Edo State, yes. So you have got a lot of gully valleys in Edo State, you know. It's common where water will wash down. You see a deep valley. These things happen, and then even Lagos. We know we are close to
the
coastal areas. So let's see as much as possible to work.
Like almost, let's just say half of Nigeria is just close to coastal. Nigeria is a coastal state, a coastal country.
Don't underestimate where we have both landlocked and coastal.
I know we have landlocked, but we are coastal
the power of water. Flood. If it happens, do you know, a very vast, you don't know the extent to which the water can flow. It flows very fast. Just imagine what happened in Lekki.
Now, it has been forecasted that they are going to be like high levels in coming days, and we have more rains before we come into dry season.
They said the rains that are falling are rains that are supposed to fall for 1 year will fall for 1 day because of climate change.
So what are they doing now to address this before it happens?
You see, that's the problem, because as at now, we really do not know the measures. We've not heard. The only thing we've been hearing is just the donations that are happening.
So what's our step by step?
Yes, exactly. Being accountable for this fund, you get channeling it right. You get to understand to curb this situation,
and also putting us in the know. Carry all the citizens and residents along with your plans. It's very essential. We're talking about lives here, please.
Exactly. So we discussed about flood and the resultant effect in humanity. It's called on food security, health, and many other things. So we urge the government to put in committees, set up committees that are accountable enough to channel these funds to proper use for these victims, because I mean, this is going to be a very big problem if not properly tackled.
We try to tell it like it is, regardless of whose axe is God. As Nipi stated, do keep your comments coming in on Facebook Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Until next week, we continue working together to accomplish what we do best. Let's continue to push for social change. Bye.
Bye.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days. when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Season. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your Everything job, will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Our agenda speaks to the needs of Lagosians. And our government is working for the people. In the last 5 years, we have driven an economic agenda, the Themes Plus agenda, having all the pillars attend to the yearning and demands of the people of Lagos in critical areas where we believe growth and development can happen. Businesses have equally been given the pathway and opportunity to do well and flourish. This is according to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The governor was speaking when he received the British High Commissioner Richard Montgomery at the Lagos House Marina. Sanwo-Olu also told the British High Commissioner that generally his government has created a peaceful, secure, and safe environment for everyone to thrive. And this is the Greater Lagos vision. Lagos is truly rising. I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. On this episode, Sanwo-Olu pays glowing tribute to his deputy Hamzat on 60th birthday. Lagos State Government reassures business community of enabling environment. Governor Sanwo-Olu, and others, assure on economic recovery, seek more women inclusion in governance. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lock Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has declared that the bond between him and his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, has transcended the current offices they occupy, describing him as a very hard-working, dependable, and loyal. The governor stated this in his goodwill message at the 60th birthday celebration of Dr. Hamzat, held at the Alausa Central Mosque in Ikeja. It was a gathering of political bigwigs, traditional rulers, frontline clergymen, and members of Lagos State's Executive Council. They are here to celebrate with the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, as he clocks 60. The mood of the occasion took off with a session of prayers for the celebrants.
Thank you for the grace of being alive today. Thank you, O Lord, on behalf of our father and our brother, all of us gathered here from around Lagos and world together. We have come to say thank you today because it has pleased you to spare the life of our father and our brother. Be exalted in the name of Jesus Christ.
A rain of tributes rent the air. Leading the park was Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who spoke glowingly about the cordiality he enjoys with his deputy. Friends and well-wishers took turn to eulogize Dr. Hamzat.
At 60, sir, I am here to challenge you with the word of the Lord. It's not yet time for you to begin to wind down. At 80, Joshua said, and Caleb said, give me another mountain. As I was at 40, so I am right now. You are not 80 yet, sir. You are only 60. So we expect you to refire. We expect you to re-engage and for you to go forward, and like the word says, that you should stretch some more.
The Christian community in Lagos is happy with you. The Muslim community is happy with you. And you are a record breaker.
The deputy governor was overwhelmed by the encomiums as he used the occasion to speak on current reforms the country is undergoing presently. He urged Nigerians to be patient with President Bola Tinubu.
So, Mr. Governor, may God continue to be with you. My darling sister, you are a very good woman. I saw your passion. The way Governor must have team, okay? So we thank you. We thank you for your passion, your dedication. God will continue to bless you. And your children will fulfill their destinies. I'm grateful to you. My darling sister, my darling wife also. You know, she's like a shock absorber. Nothing, whatever it is. Anyway, so I thank you very much for being a good wife, for being a good mother, and for the children. May God continue to bless you all.
Highlights of the event was the cutting of the cake by the deputy governor.
51, 52, 53, and 60. I think Allah. Congratulations. Congratulations.
The Lagos State government has declared that the state is open for business and has restated its commitment to create an enabling environment for all businesses to thrive. The State Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Toke Benson Awoyinka, stated this while fielding questions from journalists shortly after a tour of some tourist sites in Lagos Island. The Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Toke Benson Awoyinka, led a tour of the historic Onikon House. She was accompanied by the Managing Director of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, and the Director General of the National Commission of Museums and Monuments, Nigeria, Olugbile Holloway. The group learned about the wealth of culture and history embodied by the Onikon House.
Next, the group visited the National Museum, where the commissioner explored Nigeria's historical artifacts and underscored the significance of preserving and showcasing the nation's heritage. During her campaign to promote cultural tourism in the region, Benson Awoyinka toured the historic J.K. Rondo Center on Lagos Island. The architecturally impressive and historically significant center serves as a vital cultural hub for the state of Lagos. Her visit included an in-depth exploration of the center's diverse facilities, such as exhibition halls and event spaces. The tour concluded with a visit to Freedom Park on Lagos Island. This national memorial, historical landmark, cultural site and arts and recreation center has a storied past. It once served as a prison for political activists who fought for Nigeria's independence. Benson Awoyinka, so elated, gave her thoughts on the tour.
Lagos is a huge city that is filled with so much history and so much heritage. The untold story of Lagos, that's the reason why we have come up this morning with the MD of Sterling Bank and the DG of the National Museums to show Lagosians and to show the world the potential of Lagos tourism. The potential of Lagos tourism, the potential of showing off our heritage, the potential of us telling our history the way it should be told and not our history being told by other people. It is also to show our children that there's so much embedded in Lagos, there's so much culture, there's so much heritage, and there's so much to do out here, rather than us going to look for things elsewhere outside of our shores. So the tour mainly this morning is to showcase what you can do on a normal day in Lagos. On a normal day in Lagos, you can visit a lot of places. On a normal day in Lagos, you can relax. Lagos is about live, work, and play.
She highlighted the need for continued collaborations and investment in cultural sites.
Lagos is open to business. Lagos is open to promote tourism. Lagos is open to showcase our art and our heritage, our culture. We're embedded with so much culture, and this is the time to show it. So we're going to create that enabling environment for all the businesses in Lagos to thrive, for collaborations, for people, for our young people to thrive. Because if you look around us, we have a demography of very, very young individuals who are waiting out there, seeking that for us to hold up that hand, and we're ready for them now.
Let's remind ourselves is that tourism is also a business. The way you grow tourism, the way you grow art and culture and the creative industry is to make sure that there is enough resources to invest. It's only when you've invested that you can then raise the standard so that people from all over the world can see and be willing to come here. If you go on this tour and you see the incredible wealth of history that is hidden on the ground, that is just waiting to be put out there, you understand that there is a lot of opportunity for business, opportunity for job creation, opportunity to also project this city and this country in the right light, and that's what we are trying to do.
I think the most important thing in this partnership is for us to, like I always say, begin to retell our stories. The National Museum itself is a national monument, and within that we have artifacts that go as far back as the 15th century. So these artifacts tell not just the Lagos State story, but the story of Nigeria. And by partnering with Lagos State, we can make the National Museum a tourist destination in a wider ecosystem of cultural tourism. Oniko itself is a cultural hub. Today we went to the Oniko House, we went to the National Museum, we went to the Randall Center, but you know we also have the Muson Center here. So this in itself can be made a tourist hub. And by working with the Lagos State government and incorporating the National Museum, it's obvious that now with this handshake, gone are the days where you say, oh, this is state, this is federal. As far as visitors are concerned, I'm sure they don't have any business knowing which is state or federal. They just want to come and immerse themselves in the people's culture. And with this union, I believe that that definitely will happen.
The commissioner firmly believes that collaboration between the public and private sectors is crucial for showcasing the region's rich cultural heritage and economic opportunities.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lock Mayor show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a subnational in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little subnational, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
Akwa Ibom State Governor Umar Eno says the challenges facing the nation are not strange, but Nigerians are simply going through a temporary phase that will soon become history. Governor Eno said what matters is a determination to forge ahead and encourage people to make their right decisions, even when those decisions may initially seem unpalatable. He said this during the opening ceremony of the 24th National Women's Conference organized by the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, CAWSO.
Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign.
Women from diverse socio-economic backgrounds gathered for the 24th National Women's Conference organized by the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Government Officials, CAWSO. This edition of the conference aimed to address the various challenges facing women, empowering them and support their pursuit of independence and self-actualization. Speaking as a guest of honor at the opening ceremony, Akwa Ibom State Governor Umar Eno, who was represented by his deputy, Senator Akon Eyakeni, called for greater inclusion of women in the governance process to drive quicker, more positive and more visible results.
Considering the array of great minds in this arena, this conference holds great promise for Nigeria. My belief is that with gender equality, we can achieve more for our people, break more glass ceilings, and work towards a more gender-friendly governance.
At the event, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu pledged that his administration will continue to develop programs to empower women and increase their participation across all levels of government. He reiterated his administration's commitment to serving the people of Lagos better by creating more opportunities for women, youth, and businesses to reach their full potential, aligning with the government's Themes Plus Development agenda.
This conference, in our view, is not just a gathering of minds, but it's a call to action. It challenges us to break free from the constraints that hold us back, to channel our energy positively. And we believe that when we channel our energy positively, we'll enrich lives, not only our lives, but lives around us. Our communities need you. Our communities deserve you. Our communities would be better if women like you thrived to empower others, fully take charge, and take not only the home front, but also the societal front, the workplaces, and show leadership at all of these places.
The wife of the Lagos State Governor and chairwoman of the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials Council, Dr. Ibijoke Sowonlu, encouraged women to be selfless and challenge their limits, highlighting how Council has positively impacted the lives of the vulnerable and continues to drive change and positivity among women across the state.
Backbone of our homes and society, it is essential that we embrace the reality of the present economic situation, not only in Nigeria, but globally. The era of extravagant lifestyle is over. We must adjust, prioritize what truly matters, and lead by example in our homes and communities. Please, let's reduce the affluence. There's a lot of people out there that are feeling the pinch, even you. The scarcity, it affects everyone. The prices of food is affecting everyone. So we need to adjust.
The 24th National Women Conference is themed Soul Beyond Boundaries, Enrich Communities.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedokun. Bye for now.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your Everything job, will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're welcome to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. Today, we're going to have a new kind of sport that we're going to be talking about. Usually when we're on this program, we're talking football, basketball, you know, the big sports. But what about the other sports? You know, football is suffering. That's the biggest sport we have in this country. Basketball is unarguably the number two sport in the country, and they too are struggling. Now, if the big boys are struggling, what about the smaller sports? What are the prospects that they have? How can they compete? How can they find support? How can they find success? Today, we're going to be talking about a sport that's not just small, it's a bit new to Nigeria, if I should say so. We're going to be talking about archery, all right? And joining me in the studio to do that would be the managing director of, the founder and CEO of Zen Archery Lagos. He is Mr. Emmanuel Oyeleke. He'll be joining us today, and with him is Aderonke Adenrioye, who is a member of Zen Archery. Now, we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to start the discussion in earnest. I'd advise you to stay with us and maybe even invite a friend or two to join in what you're going to hear. Remember again, it's archery. Keep the dial on Plus TV Africa. When we return, the business begins.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're welcome back to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga, and you're watching Plus TV Africa. We're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. In the studio with me is Mr. Emmanuel Oyeleke, who is the founder and CEO of Zen Archery. And with him in the studio is a member of the Zen Archery Club, Aderonke Adenrioye. Now, I'm going to be a gentleman and start with Aderonke. Because I know we're going to be extracting the most from Emmanuel, but you know, they say ladies first, so I'm going to talk to you first. You're an archer, right?
Yes, I am.
It's a bit of a strange sport, isn't it?
Well, yes, you can say it's a bit of a strange sport.
And it's a bit new to Nigeria as well.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so why archery? When did you discover the sport, and when did you become an active participant or an active athlete in the sport?
Well, I started archery when the club opened in December, and it all started when a friend of mine invited me to the opening. I had said I was interested in taking up a new sport, and I was looking for a sport to take up. And I got to the opening of the range, and we were allowed to try out. We had some basic lessons, and I found it very interesting because it was a kind of sport that required skill and technique. You had to be centered and focused. So it sort of had a way of quietening you to be able to shoot and aim. And then it was also physically exerting. It requires a lot of resilience. So I started off practicing, going there after work because I do a regular 9 to 5. And then over time, I found I was challenged to go for the first tournament in March. And that was like 4 months after I got introduced to archery. I think one of the major things as well is the community of archers, how everyone champions everyone and encourages everyone to, you know, improve on their skill and their technique and all that. So yes, that has been my journey so far.
Okay, and not just your journey, because I understand too that your child or your children, is it child or children?
So yes, my daughter. Yes, my daughter,
Your daughter
is also an archer. Yes.
That's Okay, so Emmanuel, let's talk about archery.
Fantastic.
Well. You brought Zen Archery to Ilupeju, right?
Yes.
Yeah? And
Ilupeju,
that's where you
Yes.
got engaged
Yes.
In the sport. Now, you used to be not an archer.
Yes.
You used to be what exactly?
Oh, I've been so many things in my short life. I've been a computer programmer.
Yeah.
I've been a photographer. I'm still a photographer.
Okay.
I've been a Scrabbler. I've played Scrabble at the highest level, the World Championship level.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I've done quite a few things, but I've settled in to explore my passion for archery. And I wasn't always an archer. The journey started, I think, in 2018, where because of my passion, I used to be a badminton player actually too. Wow. I played at the West Africa Polytechnic Games, and because of my passion for sports has really done quite a lot for me. 'Cause while I was in the university, I was on scholarship for 3 years in full tuition, private university in Nigeria. So you can imagine how
Why,
much.
because of sports?
Just because of sports.
What
because
sport was that?
Scrabble.
Oh,
I was
okay.
playing Scrabble. So, so I believe in the potential for sports to lift an human from nothing to something. I mean, I don't think I'll be who I am today if I wasn't engaged in sports. And it stemmed also from my father's. My father was a goalkeeper. He used to play for Obafemi Awolowo University all his days, traveling around, and even when he became a lecturer, I mean, they go for senior staff games or whatever it is that they do. So I really had interest in sports, although I didn't do the regular sports. I didn't do football. I think my father was frustrated with teaching me how to play football, so I never took that up. I played table tennis at some point. So archery. Yes, I am a sport enthusiast. So archery came about when I was looking for something else to do. I stopped doing sport for about 8 years because I started photography, and photography was very demanding. Sport is always very demanding too. I couldn't combine the two together. But I was able to find, I just was interested in learning archery for some strange reason. So I started searching all over the internet in 2018 for someone that could teach me archery. Then I came across Ladi Alakwini. Ladi Alakwini is based in the UK right now, but he founded Lekki Archers Club. So I found him, I messaged him. It was like, okay, well, you're interested in archery, no problem. I'm coming back to Nigeria in 1 year. If you can wait for me, then no problem, I'll teach you archery. Then after a year, he came back and he had his first beginner's course, or maybe second one actually, in Lekki Pinefield School in Lekki. And I enrolled for that, and I started learning archery. And immediately after the class, I bought my equipment and I started doing archery. Coincidentally, he sent the first pictures he took of me while he got me my first equipment. He sent it to me today, and I just couldn't believe
Why didn't you send those pictures?
I will send it to you thereafter. I mean, so
you would have used it for
yes, I know.
But in any case,
yes.
So how do we know? You know, because let me try and lead the audience to where I think they'll be comfortable with you.
Yes.
How do we know, for instance, that this is not another passing
passion?
Yeah.
Well, I would say it's not a passing passion, and even if it is, while I'm passionate about this, I will put platforms and people in place. It's not just about me right now. It's bigger than just me. We started off Zen Archery in December, and right now we can boast of over 40 active members of Zen Archery. And not just that, as we speak to you, our staff are in Lakoe Lakes, engaging in activities that will introduce other people to archery. And all these things, you can say, even if I decide not to be passionate about it, I've generated enough interest that people will take it up and run with it.
Okay, so what does it take to be a member? It's archery first.
Yes.
Let me even.
Yes.
Is it a very expensive sport? Would you say?
I will say yes, it is an expensive sport. I wouldn't lie to you. It is expensive when you want to do it well. But what we've been able to do at the club is we made it easy for you to be able to take it up. Because we have all the equipment. You don't have to buy anything for you to start learning. It's already, we made it available at the club at very cheap or very low cost, so that you can just walk in. You can walk in with your child, with your wife, with your family, and have a go. And then eventually when you see that, okay, this is something I really want to do, then you can become a member of the club. And after a while, when you know that you're really, really interested, you can start investing in your own equipment.
But that was before Madame joined, and so she's one of the deep pockets that...
No, I wouldn't say that. So when I joined, I used the club's equipment, and by the time I did the first tournament, because your equipment is like an extension of you. If you are going to go pro, you need to be so used to the equipment that you can predict what and when. And you can't do that using borrowed equipment. So if you plan to do go for tournaments like I plan to do, it's usually better for you to have your own equipment. So you could have mastered and configured it to your own setting, and you can use it as much as possible. So for me, it was because I realized that doing the tournament sort of fast-tracked my learning. And it made me interested in doing more. So when I did in Nigeria in March, and I saw how the impact it had on developing my skills and fast-tracking my learning, and I decided, you know what, let me try an international one. Let me see with other people outside my environment, if, and then I went and I was like, we could go Africa-wide with this. So that's just it. It's not compulsory. We all have different reasons.
You skipped the part where you won the gold medal.
Yes, I did, for the compound women's category. Yes, in Cote d'Ivoire.
All right, that has been exciting so far. And I think this is an exciting sport. Something I like to try myself.
Absolutely.
Because I like to think that I have the focus and the discipline.
And I mean, you mentioned it. Discipline, focus, coordination. Those are some of the things that archery will teach you. I mean, you never know if you're patient until, sometimes on a good day, you're shooting and all your arrows are good. On a bad day, you're shooting, you're doing everything right, and something is not just working. That's when you now need to be patient, even more patient, and look inside.
Until you find your rhythm.
And find your rhythm again. So,
okay, so this is a business program, so we're going to talk about what you think the impact of archery can be in Nigeria. You already highlighted that sports is very critical to nations, and to progressive civilizations. I would say that there's not a progressive civilization in this world where sports is not a major component.
Absolutely.
Do you understand?
Absolutely.
And it is something we still struggle with in this part. The fact that, look, sports is not just about coming up with, glamorous tournaments, and it's a way of life. Absolutely. People should start it when they're young, and they're usually community driven. Do you understand? So even if it's football, you should be part of your community club, your community archery club, and all of that, your community table tennis club, and that's what it creates, some sort of community identity and pride. And so this is not something we do yet here. So which is why, for instance, you find that we're in Nigeria, we're supporting clubs in the UK, in Europe, and all of that. Because if we did it the right way,
we will be proud
then
of.
Then we're really invested in our own.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what probably you've started with your daughter. How old is she, by the way?
She's 10.
10?
Yeah, she started when she was 9.
9. What sort of progress do you think she's making?
Significant progress. She has also gotten her cousin to join. So they were both at the summer camp this year. Convinced.
Archery camp.
Yes, summer archery camp.
Okay, so as a parent, what sort of impact do you think this has had on her life, her character, and her?
So one is confidence.
Okay.
She's more confident because she's had to interact and engage people much older than her, and she has to speak.
Okay.
Then it's also sportsmanship, knowing well that
That's on the screen, by the way.
Knowing well that sometimes you fail, and you have to pick yourself up and go again.
Yeah.
That you failed once doesn't mean that you are not good enough or that you cannot win the next time. Also, it's also the ability to aspire and dream and see that there are bigger things you can do with whatever you have. So so like now she gave me an assignment to do for her today, and it was just self-motivated because she's trying to improve on herself because she has seen the potential basically in doing things like archery, which was very new and strange to her. Like, she's the only one in her school that does archery.
Really?
Yes. So she has to keep explaining this is what it's about, this is how you do it, and yes.
How do you get to parents through her child, for instance?
Yeah, I think it's a gradual process. It's not something that can be forced. Essentially because of the nature of the sport itself. I mean, it comes with a lot of technical skill. It's not a round ledger that you can just pick up and knock around. But that's why we keep going out with the message of archery. We keep telling people there's a safe space for you to practice archery. And what we're also trying to do is also take it to different schools. But we'll definitely engaging in talks with them first, because we can't, number one, they need to have a safe space to practice it. And those are some of the things that we're going out to do. That's why we put up the summer camp. We had parents come in for summer camp, bring in 2 of their children in the family, and these people, after the summer camp, they've signed up to be members of the club. And even though kids have returned to school, they promise that maybe weekends, when there's time, they can always bring their kids to come and practice more. They're looking at buying equipment for their kids. So we're looking at still just reaching out to more people. The more people that are able to experience the sports, the more people know about it, the more people tell people about it, and I'm sure the more parents and young ones that we can get.
Okay, so how do we grow this sport in Nigeria? Do you, for instance, have national championships at this time?
Yes, yes, it's something that we've had in the past.
Okay.
Although, I mean, it's been a bit tough for the past few years, because there's been so many back and forths when it comes to the organization. When I say organization, I'm saying organization that is seen to the progress of archery vis-a-vis the federation in Nigeria.
You have a federation for archery?
Yes, we have. We have a federation, but I'd rather not go into the details of.
Okay, so I know where you're coming from.
Yes, yes.
And because of this program, I get to deal with heads of, I get to deal with people in different sports.
Yes.
And all I can tell you is that your experience is no different from any other sport.
It's not isolated.
You know, which means that there's still a long way we have to go with our sports.
Absolutely.
But that's why we have here. We're trying to, you know, because we need to get sports to become, you know, a critical component of our
absolutely. I absolutely think like sports is one of the, after the family, is one of the best agents of socialization, because sports can teach you it can teach you discipline, it can introduce you to communities, it can give you support. In my own case, I was on scholarship playing Scrabble. I mean, how many people get that? I mean, so I feel like sports is one of the very, very important things. And the earlier we start looking into so-called lesser sports that you mentioned, I mean,
not lesser, smaller.
Well, they call them lesser sports in some quarters. But I'll tell you what, if you go to the Olympics, the only medal is only one medal that you can win out of football.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How many can you win from archery?
Several categories. Several categories.
Okay.
So at least in recurve alone, you have the single male, single female, mixed double, team. That's 4 medals already.
So he makes a point that I like to make all of the time. Yes. You send a 30-man team
to win 1 medal
to the Olympics to chase 1 gold medal,
which is not sure.
Do you understand? And your chances are less than 10%.
Yeah.
And there are other sports, even though my favorite example is swimming, because with swimming you can do up to 30-something gold medals.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Okay. Anyway, so with sports today, you need to start conventional wisdom is that you should start very early, maybe before 5.
Yes.
Otherwise, you may not be able to compete internationally.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you get a sense? Is this the same with archery?
Archery,
Yes.
I would say yes and no. Yes, because the earlier you start, the more your chances of going further. But we've seen a lot of people who have not started that early. We have a world champion now. I mean, well, suppose like past world champion Brady, who started when he was 15.
Oh.
Yes, and I think he's about 35 or 36 now, and he still won silver at the last Olympics. Yeah, so for archery, I think it's a little bit more, because archery doesn't have a age barrier. We have people that are 50 that are still actively competing. We have people that are 70 that are still actively competing.
So I have a chance then.
Absolutely,
At 72.
No, absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's a sport that doesn't really have like an age barrier. So far you can move.
Yeah.
So far, even we have the para archery, where we have some of them that are extremely good. And we even at that last tournament in not in Cote d'Ivoire,
in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, we introduced the category which featured para athletes in archery. And it was well received. We had athletes, about 5 or 6 athletes that did para archery at the tournament.
Okay.
Yes.
All fine and dandy so far. So where are the problems? We have identified costs as one of those problems.
Yes, yes.
And then I imagine there's not sufficient awareness yet.
Not yet. We're trying our best. For instance, you can tell the last tournament we went for in Ivory Coast, we tried to get sponsorship. 10 athletes went from Nigeria. 10 athletes spending at least 2 million each. That's about 20 million that we had to raise by ourselves just to be able to.
So who finances it? You finance yourselves?
Yes, self-sponsored. And obviously we did well. We won medals. But
did you win any cash rewards or anything?
No. No, sadly. Sadly. And that's one of the things that I really wanted us to be able to change. It's a notion that we have to change, and I feel like if we start doing this in Nigeria, when we start things, we turn things around. And I think that's one of the things we can do with this. We need to make superstars of archers in Nigeria. That's one of my motivations for trying to put this together. We need to make the same way we have like athletes that are superstars in tennis, in football. We need to be able to boast of the same, because we spend, if not much more money than all these other athletes are spending. We spend on our equipment. We spend on maintaining the range, maintaining training. It's not child's play. So why are we not able to reap the same rewards from the same or even more efforts that we're putting into the sports? So those are the things that we really need to do.
All right. We've been talking about archery in Nigeria, and in the studio with me has been Emmanuel Oyeleke, who is the founder and CEO of Zen Archery. And with her is a member of the club, of the Zen Archery Club in Ilupeju, Aderonke Adenrioye, right? We're going to go on a short break now, and when we return, we're going to be talking more archery, and this time we're going to be looking at, the commercial opportunities in the sport locally, all right? So stick with us. It's a short break. Don't go away. When we return, the business continues.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. And today in the studio with me is Emmanuel Oyeleke. He's the founder and CEO of Zen Archery Ilupeju. And with him is a member of his club, Aderonke Adenrioye. Today we've been talking archery, and we're looking at the opportunities for the sport in Nigeria. It's a relatively new sport to us here in Nigeria, and we're looking to grow this sport, you know, in a country where there are so many other big sports like football, like basketball, like athletics. You know, what are the chances or the opportunities for archery in Nigeria? Now, let's talk to Madam. Yeah, because you're the one who bought into archery. Yeah, he sold it to you. Yeah. Okay, so now as a parent and as a young woman, yeah, what prospects do you see for archery in Nigeria?
Well, I would say, one, I see a time where we have tournaments and the amount of economic benefits it brings to all those involved. For example, when we went to Cote d'Ivoire, we had over 200 delegates from West Africa.
Okay.
And that meant hotels, food, transport, you know, it also meant equipment. So many things have gone in. And so it shows that if as a sport, we develop it well. And that was just a tournament that had 6 countries out of West and Central Africa. So if we developed it to be something that had more participation, you could imagine the amount of, you know, activity that could develop around that. The other part of it for me is that, you know, not to even talk of apparel, because for example, we got a lot of compliments for our kits and all that from there.
Who developed the kit, by the way?
Nigerians.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the designer of this tracksuit is a member of our club.
Oh, okay.
A designer as well. So a design of this was done here in Nigeria, printed here in Nigeria as well. So there's a lot of opportunity, basically. Even parts of our equipment, like our arm guards, our bots and stuff like that. We are beginning to find people who can manufacture locally because not everything should be imported, basically. Absolutely. So there's even the art of repairing equipment and all that. We are beginning to see locally people developing that. And when we got to Cote d'Ivoire, we saw the bamboo archery. That's people developing archery equipment with bamboo. Although it's not a category that is global, but there's already an economy around it. People buy, people shoot. It's a category that people introduce people into, especially younger ones, before they get into serious equipment. So there's a lot of potential around it. Running camps, running clubs, running tournaments, getting sponsorships, people winning prize monies. Because the last time we did it in Nigeria, the participants won prize money. If it didn't cover cost of equipment, at least it covered cost of logistics. And they're attending the tournament as a whole. So yeah, there's a lot that could happen if it is pushed properly. We're also hoping that over time it's also an avenue for scholarships, depending on where. Okay,
but as a parent, when you relate to other parents, what do they tell you about your interest in archery?
So most times they are intrigued at, I think primarily because of the lack of age barrier, that I could pick it up and be able to go for a tournament and actually even win some medals. And that I could actually be practicing side by side with my daughter, despite the fact that we're in different categories and all that. I think for a lot of people, that's the interesting thing. They see it as a means of bonding and, you know, having shared interests with your child, basically. And, you know, for other sports, if I'm in the football category, we can't be practicing together because we're in very different categories. We have to go in very different teams. But this, we can actually practice side by side and prepare for tournaments, even though we are using different equipment and all that. So yeah, so those are the interesting things. The team bond, the bond it builds. The dynamics. Yeah, and the dynamics of, you know, working and, you know, growing together with your child, actually. Yeah, that's what they enjoy about it.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to you on how much marketing you're doing, you know, to win more followers for archery. But I see this imposing thing that you have in front of you.
Yes, this is
this is the bow, yeah.
This is a compound bow, yes.
Yeah.
So we have different categories in archery. We have the compound bow, we have the recurve bow, and we have the bare bow. This is an example of what a compound bow looks like.
Okay, so let me tell you what came to my mind when I saw this. I've forgotten this guy's name. What's this really mean guy in Game of Thrones? That goes loose.
Oh yes, yes.
You know,
I can't remember the name, but yes.
Yeah. Oh dear, I don't remember what. Yeah. So you have this, yeah, and I think okay, so it's a skill. You didn't mention that, but it's also a defensive skill. You know, if you have this and you have to fight well, it's a skill to have. But so tell me, what's this? It looks pretty expensive from what I can see.
Yes, this is a top of the line equipment from the manufacturer that manufactured this.
Okay.
It's a compound bowl, and the operations of this, how it differs from a normal recurve bowl is because it has pulleys, and the pulleys help and give it a lot more power than when you have a normal recurve bowl.
Yeah.
So pretty much I'll just highlight the key parts of this bowl.
Please do.
This is what you call the riser. The riser is where you hold the bowl, and it's what holds the limbs together.
Okay.
This is what you call the bottom limb, and this is the top limb. These are the pulleys.
Yeah.
They are called cams.
Yeah.
And the cams, the strings go around the cam.
Yeah.
So pretty much the way this works is once you pull it back, it generates potential energy in the limbs.
Oh, okay.
And also the cams are configured in a way that it adds a lot more energy to what you're pulling. So this is typically a 60 pounds or a 50 pounds bowl. 50 pounds is 25 kilograms or thereabouts. So that's the force you're using to pull it. And that's the force it's generating. It turns it into kinetic energy so that the arrow that is attached to this string can go and strike to that target. That's pretty much how this works.
How much apple have you seen for you?
Well, I mean, over
does it have
time,
anything to do with physical size?
Yes, yeah. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with physical size, but it needs a little bit of strength. And that's how, the reason why we do this is we graduate, we start with something not so heavy at first, and then gradually we start increasing the poundage over time until you're able to pull something much stronger. So the essence of it having much poundage is so that when you're shooting a longer distance, the arrow can travel faster and less interference from the wind when it's stronger, and then it's the target that you're aiming it at.
You don't have this in the National Sports Festival, do you?
We're still working to get it into the festival. We're trying. It's an Olympic sport, but over the years, in terms of administration, we've not gotten the best of it because just like a lot of things in Nigeria, the people that know about the sports and are genuinely passionate about the sports are never the ones that run the show. So we have people running the show that really don't know anything about archery, and they're just there for.
So how did they get appointed then?
Well, that's another story for another day. That's another story for another day.
This I had a guest once
Yes.
that said a Kenyan, by the way, that said that a Kenyan cricketer. That in Kenya there are basically two provinces where cricket is well played. But then you have to subject the leadership to a voting process that involved 47 provinces.
You can imagine.
45 of which
don't know anything about.
And then they have to decide the fate of the two provinces. But that's another thing. We are making progress.
Absolutely. How many times have you seen archery on TV, on national TV? This is progress.
Yes. So these days I tell my people, let's celebrate the little wins, because those little wins will then
culminate into big ones.
Into bigger things.
Yes.
So this is exciting, and this is well received. So to Madame, tell us, what's her role exactly? Is she like some sort of? No, it's not like she has a direct role in the
communications.
Are you an executive of the club?
Well, by inference, she's a communications expert.
So no wonder she's speaking so eloquently about it. Yeah, but okay, so do you guys have like a structured or an intentional marketing plan, to recruit more parents in the, not just in the Lukweju area, but maybe in thinking about scaling up to other areas, either by getting them to come to Lukweju or to introduce new outlets around Lagos?
Yeah, so yes, so we have started developing that because there's also the need to have clear pictures of where we're going to and be able to paint it to the general public.
Okay.
So we've started working on that and started also trying to share the information with members of the club. And what we do for now is anyone that has experienced archery or Zen Archery Club, spread the news about your experience. That's what we've done so far. And we're looking to get more sponsorships, especially corporate sponsorships. Next year, we plan to host an open championship, the Zen Archery Open Championship, and have delegates from across Africa come in and expose our talents here to, you know, worthy opponents, basically, for lack of a better way to put it. And just let people experience the beauty of archery or at an Africa-wide scale before the Africa tournaments that would happen later in the year. So these are things we're working on, primarily to get sponsorship. It's an expensive sport. It's a lot to bring people together to do. We're also hoping that more and more people can see the beauty of it. And those are the things we are doing, because the more people see the beauty of it, the more they can be convinced that there's potential. Basically, that's how I experienced it. I went for a tournament and saw the beauty of it. So how can we get more people to be at tournaments and experience the beauty of it? That's what we're trying to do, basically.
Okay, so yeah, you guys have said this is an expensive sport. Expensive sports are played by people who are powerful and well placed in society. So why are you struggling for sponsorship?
It's new.
It's new.
Yeah, it's new, and we just need to get more people interested in it. We need to get the right.
Do you have like
traction.
a corporate archery event? Like for corporates, like
Yeah, we do archery experiences. Where
okay, what I mean is, do you have something, say, where a GTB staff can play against?
No, not yet.
MTN staff?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Because for that to happen,
have
all
a
these
canvas.
different people have to
Have
really
learned
experience it
about-
first.
And have
Then we
teams.
can. But obviously, when we are in places like Lakwe Lakes, for instance, a lot of people go there for team bonding exercises. And over the past 3 months, we've had like different teams from different companies and corporate organizations go there, and they get exposed. As we speak right now, some people are there getting exposed to
Do you have
archery.
somebody on ground there?
Yes, we have staff. We've trained staff, and we employ staff that go to these different places. The range at Lukweju is also run by 2 female staff that are there 6 days in a week, Tuesdays to Sundays.
That Lakwe,
Yes.
I'm right, sir?
Yes, yes.
That's a very smart.
Absolutely, and I think it's strategic too. But we need more places like this. We need more opportunities to showcase the sport, because it's only when you experience it. A lot of people would say, oh, they'll come around to the club and they'll be excited. We want to shoot. Right, because they've experienced it in movies. A lot of people say they play iPhone games or iGames. They play archery, and when they start shooting, it's a lot different from what they've experienced so far. Because people are struggling to like, oh, I didn't know it was this hard to pull, and people after like 25 minutes, they're already okay. I didn't know that it was this strenuous. So people need to experience it more to really know what it entails, to have like a detailed perspective of what the archery entails. And we're striving in our own way, in our own little way, to do this, spreading the word, spreading the gospel as much as possible, trying to make it easy for people to experience it. That's the thing. So we even have sometimes where the people in the community, I would say maybe underserved people who, street kids and stuff, we bring them in and we even expose them to the game, just give them a lesson or two, and they're so interested about it. And we've been able to, one of the girls that came from the street. She comes regularly to the range and shoots, and we're hoping that, okay, well, once she gets her skills up to a certain level, maybe if we're hosting our next tournament, we can even sponsor her to go for the tournament, and that becomes another opportunity for someone that never knew she could do archery to inspire absolutely, because one of our things for self and for community, that's our mantra for in Zen Archery, for self, for yourself, because when you're doing this, you're improving yourself. Consistency, dedication, hard work, all these are things that are required for you to succeed at archery, and I dare say at any sport, right? But particularly at archery. So when you do this, you're helping yourself, and then when a critical mass does this, we're inspiring the community. So because everybody gets better, and that's one of the things that we stand for.
Okay. Yes. So joining. Look, if I want to join Zen Archery,
yes.
If I want to join Zen Archery,
yes,
I would have to pay money, some subscription fee.
Absolutely, but you can try out first. I mean, subscriptions goes into like maintaining the equipment. We buy most of this equipment and keep them for people to be able to use.
So I can try out before.
Yes,
yes,
you can try out before you
for as
subscribe.
long as you want before you become a full member.
Yes.
But if I'm trying out, I pay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like what kind of fees are we looking at?
It's nominal, 15K for an hour. Yes. 15K for an hour. I mean,
I'm poor.
You know why? You know why this is? I mean, when you go to probably other countries to try out, I mean, for instance, the least.
No, I'm not saying it's expensive, by the way.
Oh no, I understand.
I'm lamenting my own fate.
Yes.
No. But okay, so to join you guys, anybody can just walk.
Anybody can walk in.
Do you do any sort of promotion of the club?
Yes.
Not archery now, of the club.
Well, archery is integral to the club. That's the only thing we do at the club.
Okay,
so.
okay. You're not the only archery club.
No, we're not.
About how many do you think?
We have quite a lot. At least.
Really?
Yes, in Nigeria.
No, in Lagos.
Oh, in Lagos we have Lekki Archers Club. We have Zen Archery. We have the Police College. And if we're counting, we have Takwa Bay Club. There's a club in Takwa Bay.
Okay.
Yes. I know that there was one at Landmark Beach, but I don't know if
whether it's
still there. I know that there was one.
Do they have in Abuja?
Oh yes, they have several in Abuja. There's Arch Club in Abuja. There's Shooters Club in Abuja. I think those are the two that are most popular. There's Firefly Initiative in Abuja. Yes, Equestrian actually, archery and horse riding. They do that in Abuja. There's Arewa Nights, but I'm not sure if that's resident in Abuja.
So you're pretty much around the place now.
Yes,
isn't it?
yes, we're growing. We're growing steadily. Yes, there's not a formal club in Port Harcourt, but there's someone that does it in Port Harcourt. There's a club in Edo State. There's a club in Rivers. There's one in Ilorin. We started. There's one in Ibadan actually. Kingsmen Archery in Ibadan. So we've recognized that this sport we can't rely on probably the government or the federation to propagate it, because I tell you, archery has been in Nigeria formally since 1993 or 1994. Yes, formally.
Okay.
Yes, we've had successive presidents of the federation. Archery was demonstrated at the 2002 Bauchi Games.
Oh wow!
That's 22 years ago, and still, it's not a sport. And so you can imagine where the disconnect comes from, right? So this is what we've taken upon ourselves, that, you know what, it doesn't really matter. We'll do what is in our might to propagate the game.
But you know, to be at the game,
yes,
to become a national sports festival game.
Yes.
I imagine that it's young people that will be looking
yes,
to
both young and old, because of the way the game is. For instance, it was just National Youth Games just finished a few days ago, and one of my, it was demonstrated at Youth Games in Ilorin some like 2 or 3, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
That's archery, but still, It's never been. So this is what we do. For instance, we try as much as possible to encourage people, for the people going to the youth games, encourage them to go and even demonstrate. But we need the legislation, we need the political know-how to be able to make sure that, okay, well, now that it's there, now that it has been demonstrated, we need to push it in. We need to make sure it's part of it.
We all need.
We need this backing.
Yeah,
that's
government to.
Yes, we need government to really look into it and make it happen. Yes.
To even understand. I had a former minister of sports on the program who said that, you know, that really that government really doesn't understand the power of sports.
You know, and that's what I believe too.
There's a point you made earlier, and I think of all of the things I like about sports, right? That's the most, maybe the one I value the most, and that's the fact that, you know, it gives you resilience.
Yes.
And the fact that you've lost today
doesn't mean that you can't pick up yourself.
You know, because when you wake up tomorrow, sports teaches you that you have new opportunities.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a clean slate.
Yeah, yeah. And so let's start to bring this home now. Yes. You know, I'd like to have you guys again.
Absolutely. I mean, just.
I don't want you people. I don't want.
You want younger ones.
I want. What's your daughter's name, by the way? Iriolua.
Yeah, we have.
I'd like to hear what our experience
is
with the sport, you know, and how it makes her feel, and where she wants to go with the sport, you know. And I quite agree with you. You know, there was a tennis tournament we had not too long ago, and some mother came with her 2 daughters. They saw the excitement and they said they wanted to play tennis. You know, that's what we should do. We should develop a new culture of taking our children out to this.
I would say it's. I think it's also a new thing. It's a generational gap that our parents failed us. I wouldn't say failed us, but they failed to see, because our parents were lots of 9-to-5ers. They were focused on their careers, and as you are the kid, you have to focus on building a career too, not sports. Right? Well, now it's changed. I mean, when you are a different generation.
When I was growing up,
it was different.
Gen X.
Yes, it was different. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
When I was growing up, my parents were not into sports. But I used to go to the stadium.
Yes.
You know, even as a university student, we'll go to the stadium to watch a football game. So
I'll tell you I'll tell you the stories I heard.
Wider society.
The stories I heard will be Surulere a day to, or 2 days or 3 days to a tournament where another club is coming from outside Lagos to play. There will be buses packed in Surulere. All the hotels are booked. The stadium is filled up.
The match is 4 p.m. on a Saturday.
Yes, the stadium is filled. They sleep over.
Because they don't want to pay. So they sleep in the stadium, and then they wake up in the stadium. And so that's like waiting almost 24
hours to a match.
We need to go back there. And unfortunately, I think that personally, when I boil it down, I think 2 things happened that we couldn't cope with. One, globalization became a thing, and 2, cable TV brought into our homes easy TV, so couch viewing of sports, you know. So on a final note, what would you like to contribute at this point? What do you think we've missed that you'd like to contribute? Where are the opportunities for people who are looking at us now and saying, okay, maybe there's something in archery, you know, how do I get involved? What can I make money from this, you know? What would you have to say to them?
What I would say is there's a huge satisfaction that comes with the sport.
Okay.
Especially the amount of how much it helps your mental health, especially when you're in a country like Nigeria. And then secondly, because it's also in quotes, for lack of a better way to place it, in lesser sports, it means that there are not too many people there yet. So with whatever you're doing now, you're still a pioneer, and there's a lot of ground you can cover, basically, as against trying to find your voice in other bigger sports.
So basically, you can become a big fish in a small pond.
Exactly. And then also, because there are multiple categories, it's never boring. You can move from left to right. There's no age limits. You can't basically say you're too old to do the sport. There's always room. And then there's so many tournaments around the world that you can constantly be exploring as you go along. Also, I would say that in terms of sponsorships, corporates should begin to look at doing more things around sports. Not too many people have sports sponsorships as part of the things they do for their CSR. So sports sponsorship should be something that, especially when you're talking youth empowerment, should be something that they also need to begin to look at. And not just about music concerts and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. See, good point, and I'll tell you why. Earlier we talked about, how progressive civilizations invest in sports. What she just pointed to is very important in the sense that in North America, for instance, 70% of all sponsorship goes to sports. Wow. And as a matter of fact, according to IEG, which is like one of the world's leading bodies on sponsorship, as of 1984, it was 90% of all sponsorship going to. So if you're a corporate out there, you're not investing in sports, you're probably not investing in building a better society. 1 minute, Emmanuel. What's your final word on this? Where's the money? Who do you employ to come and do your shows? For the young people that are listening,
I would say Aderonke said it all. But there's always room for more. There's always room for doing better. I think one of the things that we essentially have inculcated is we can't play lesser. So if we have something being done outside of Nigeria, we should be able to do even better, or at least do it at the same level. So whatever it is that we're doing here, we're making sure that it's standardized, it's standard. We go toe to toe with anybody. So we're not playing small time. We're not playing, and we're in it for the long haul.
Okay,
that's it.
And so that's our program for today. We've been talking to Emmanuel Oyeleke, the founder and CEO of Zen Archery in Ilukweju. And with him has been Aderonke Adenrioye, an archer and a member of Zen Archery. That's been the program today. Next week we have a very important guest, and we're going to be talking big time football on the African continent, all right? And so until we meet again next week, it's me, Owufo Ezaga, saying be productive, be good, and stay safe.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
From a very young age, we are asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused. However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period, and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, arts, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and arts.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money,
I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. Once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. We have processes. So these things, this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, has a structure. And sometimes I don't I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, I have my stylus pen here, and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So this is always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach, and sometimes I just go with the flow. The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men, who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the 3rd President of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialite faces. I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church, and they were talking about career. Some people knew what they wanted to do, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell me, oh, you're such a good singer. Oh, you can draw. Oh, you can write beautifully. I was writing poems, I was writing stories. So which one will I do? I asked all the older people around me. They all say the same thing. Focus on one thing. If you focus on one, but I'm not the kind of person that can still my mind and focus on one thing.
It's easy to see your multi-potentiality as a limitation or an affliction that you need to overcome. But what I've learned through speaking with people and writing about these ideas on my website is that there are some tremendous strengths to being this way.
In the modern world, where a common job might require someone to be a social media expert, public speaker, writer, and data analyst, the polymath wins, and the deep subject matter expert is relegated to a back corner to be used as a resource for others, explained Jake Chapman in Specialization, Polymaths, and the Pareto Principle in the Convergence Economy. Although specialization has certain economic advantages, in the era of technological convergence, well-educated generalists will be those who are the most valuable. Emily Wapnick explains the multi-potentialite superpowers in her TED Talk.
Fast Company magazine identified adaptability as the single most important skill to develop in order to thrive in the 21st century. The economic world is changing so quickly and unpredictably that it is the individuals and organizations that can pivot in order to meet the needs of the market that are really going to thrive. Idea synthesis, rapid learning, and adaptability. 3 skills that multi-potentialites are very adept at.
The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in an address in March, called on member states to eradicate sexual exploitation and abuse from the workplace, support victims, and hold perpetrators and their enablers to account. On this week's episode of Our Voices, we focus on sexual harassment by looking at research and analysis by African scholars that looks at sexual harassment from a legal, socioeconomic, and cultural realities. Hello and welcome. I am Oriani Tangishaka, and this is Our Voices. With me is my co-host Semenyesh Yakoye. Ginny Niwa is out today. Before we get into the topic, Semenyesh, and of course our viewers, what do you think are some of the reasons why that sexual harassment behaviors continues to be active, especially in the workspace? Some say it takes two to tango, and especially for women, by the way they dress, by the way they behave. Have there any role in inviting these type of behaviors against themselves?
If you are asking that to me, no is my answer. I don't think women are the victims, are the are to be blamed at all. Mm-hmm. You don't shoot someone and kill and say, oh, it's his fault, he made me angry. You don't say that. Mm-hmm. The same way you don't harass sexually or attack sexually and say, she was dressed improperly. Mm-hmm. If she is, deal with that, in a proper channel through your organizational structure. Mm-hmm. So for me, the reasons are, display of power. Women traditionally have been holding, supervision positions. They are owners of the businesses. So they have an advantage to get away with whatever they want. Mm-hmm. They also have this perceived role in society where they think that men can get whatever they want. Mm-hmm. So they try to come to you because they think they just can't. They are men. Mm-hmm. But for me, the most important reason is lack of, proper procedure or regulation in the workplace. There needs to be a proper channel where such actions can be prohibited, and then when such actions happen, can be punishable. That is the most important thing that an organization needs to have in order to, minimize or completely abolish sexual harassment in a workplace.
Absolutely, I do agree, but there's also those who also argue that maybe the advocacy against sexual harassment sometimes or lately has been taken so far that it actually diminishes the relationship of men and women that they have on a regular basis, that sometimes everything can be sexual harassment, looking at someone or maybe touching someone. Those relationships that used to be normal and sometimes, so we'll see what the expert says.
Definitely, I agree with you.
I'm looking forward to hearing what the experts have to say in terms of what is sexual harassment, so we'll know that this is what it is, this is what it's not, so that,
I agree with you what you said, like how it has been extended, but for me, I think it should be cultural, in the culture context of where it's happening. In some countries, in my country, a man and woman can touch each other, a friendly touch, but in countries like the West, everybody has to keep their space.
Personal space.
Personal space is valued. So wherever things are happening, the policies and the procedures need to be drafted according to the culture of the society.
That's why I'm really glad that the experts that we're going to talk to today have an African perspective in terms of what they've researched and found happening on the continent. So, yeah.
Well, let's first go to Nairobi, Kenya, where Rachel Ombaka, a journalist who returned to the workplace after her maternity leave, experienced sexual harassment by a supervisor. Unfortunately, she's not alone. About 40% of women in Kenya have been sexually harassed in their workplace, according to the Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya. Saida Salwa shares Rachel's story and offers advice on how to curb such inappropriate behavior.
A few years back, Rachel Ombaka, a digital reporter in Nairobi, Kenya, was sexually harassed at the workplace. The incident undermined her confidence. She was offended and devastated. It took time before she was able to put it all behind her.
I had just come back from maternity leave. When you just give birth, when you go back to work, your clothes are still tight. Yeah. So what I was wearing was a bit tight, and we were having a newsroom meeting, and then an editor who's about my father's age sent me a lewd message on my phone commenting on how I was dressed, and it was in a sexual manner. His message had a sexual tone, and I started crying in the middle of the meeting. I felt very offended, and I felt like a commodity. you know, because of the way he had described my body.
Ombaka reported the matter to the Human Resources Department, but HR dismissed the incident as something trivial that happens often at the workplace.
When someone wrongs you, specifically in a professional environment, there needs to be a repercussion. And there was no repercussion, and yet I had reported.
Kenya's Employment and Labour Act prohibits sexual harassment at the workplace, says Tony Odera, a partner at the Barnsbury Associates Advocates in Kenya.
Sexual harassment in the workplace, we would basically define it as advances or actions that have sexual connotation that are not welcomed in the workplace. Section 6 of the Employment and Labour Act prohibits sexual harassment in the workplace.
You are able to see that sexual harassment in the workplace may not only be physical, as is the case with sexual abuse, says Ngini Nasongo, a counseling psychologist. She says it is important to know and understand the difference.
It is verbal. Then we also have touch. There are people who can even hit you or touch you inappropriately. There are certain messages that are sent. Or someone just comes and slips over something on your desk, something that is out of what your beliefs and values are.
We are also talking about abuse of position of authority, which is also criminalized under the Sexual Offences Act.
There are people who wear hijabs and they still, you know, they still get sexually harassed. Children still get sexually harassed. So it's not about dressing, it's not about age.
Many women are fighting back and reporting these incidents. However, seeking recourse through the legal process can be both expensive and exhausting. Many women who complain may end up losing their jobs.
What are the implications? You develop what you call low self-esteem. Your work performance is definitely going to drop because every time you come to work, you develop what you call lethargy. And again, you can develop mental health issues.
According to Odera, it is alarming that 40% of women have reported being sexually harassed in Kenya. However, there are ways of dealing with the situation.
The first thing is make your no to be an emphatic no. If you do not feel confident enough in the procedures that are available in your office, then you can also be able to report to the police. And there's also the avenue that there are many women organizations.
I wonder sometimes if I hadn't gone through sexual harassment, would I be this vocal? Would I be an advocate about sexual harassment? I'm thankful that I was able to turn it around.
Ombaka wants to leave a legacy against sexual harassment for her daughter and the future generations. For VOA, I'm Saida Swale in Nairobi, Kenya.
Thank you so much, Saida Swale, for that report. Well, to dive deep into this topic, we have invited Furaha Joy Sakai Songweme, the author of Sexual Harassment and the Law in Africa and founder of Africa and Sexual Harassment Initiative, as well as Mrs. Samantha Musige, sexual harassment survivor and advocate against this crime, who joins us via Skype from Uganda, the city of Kampala. How are you ladies doing?
We're doing very well.
Very welcome
excited
to
be here.
voices.
Thank you.
Thank you so
great
much.
to have you.
Now, Furaha Joy, you have written a very interesting book, and it has amazing reviews.
Right.
But I'm wondering, why is such a topic not so much found when you look at the research or the publications on the continent? Why don't we find so much of that when we look for it?
Yeah, I think that sexual harassment just continues to be kept under the wraps. It is an issue that challenges the patriarchy, and it is an issue that has just not evolved sufficiently in terms of the law. And so as a lawyer and an advocate on issues pertaining to sexual harassment, I've studied the laws, and although we have several countries that have incorporated legislation, there are still too many gaps that allow perpetrators to escape liability.
Before we go to our Skype guest in Kampala, Samantha, let's define what sexual harassment is so that our audience can understand what we are talking about. What is sexual harassment in a workplace?
Of course. Sexual harassment would really be the general terms that you would find across regions would be unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature, and it would be as a form of discrimination and prohibited an unfair labor practice in some regions. The attention is, the devil is in the details when it comes to the definition of sexual harassment. And that is really what then makes it very complicated from country to country, from region to region. If you look, for example, at the example of Kenya and how they define sexual harassment, they have two principal laws that address sexual harassment, and that's a good thing. The Employment Act and as well as the Sexual Offences Act. However, again, the devil is in the details. If you look at the definition of sexual harassment within the Sexual Offences Act, it requires a persistent behavior, persistent sexual conduct, unwelcome sexual conduct. And this definition or requirement of persistent is something that differs in other regions. In South Africa,
it's subjective, and you don't know how persistent you have to be
exactly, you know, because why is a once-off incident not sufficient? South Africa law recognizes that a once-off incident is sufficient, but you know, other laws do not. And yet we know that a once-off incident is sufficient to establish a case of sexual harassment.
Wow, some would say that's pretty harsh. If maybe like an innocent statement was made, you know, you are going to get accountable for that. So, yeah. But, you know, I guess, you know, Samantha, who's with us in Kampala, Mrs. Samantha Mwesige, is that definition clear enough for the perpetrator to understand that their behavior is wrong and illegal? And if so, why do they still do what they do in many cases?
Thank you. I think most countries have belabored the definition of sexual harassment. Where I come from in Uganda, I must say we are very good at lawmaking. Our Employment Act has defined sexual harassment quite well, given examples, broad. I think we shouldn't get lost in that detail. The key thing to note is that it is unwanted. I took issue when you said, you know, and again, these were sentiments that are shared broadly, that it takes two to tango, you know, or you're preventing ordinary sexual relations between human beings. But like we've said, when you preface it with unwanted, as human beings, the reason it escalates is because you've sat down and told someone, look here, stop this. It makes me this way. You're vocal about how you feel and its effect. So the definition is not quite the issue. It's been defined in very many jurisdictions across Africa, in America. I mean, if we look at the Spanish soccer coach who kissed a football player, you know, the discourse that was just around that, you know, some people were saying, oh, that's culture, that's how they greet. Oh, you know, even after she comes out and says, look here, and files a complaint, the discussion is around, you know, how he is excited, that's how he's choosing to celebrate the win. And this is recorded on broadcast worldwide, you know. So I think the definition is not the issue. We all know what sexual harassment is, that it is unwanted, but it is more the gendered norm, cultural norm thing where men are empowered and they are the alpha male and they are entitled in spite of what a woman may want for them to go ahead and further insist or escalate that it becomes sexual harassment.
Right. Well, ladies, I truly appreciate your insight on this, and I want to hear more, but please stay with us. It's time for a short break. When we return, our guests will help us understand how to fearlessly fight sexual harassment out of our society, despite its many facets. What are your thoughts on this topic? We ask you to share this on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linoch Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You are watching Our Voices, and we are discussing sexual harassment, especially in the workplace. Our guests, Furaha Joy Saungume, author and founder of Africa in Sexual Harassment Initiative, and Samantha Mwesi Jane, sexual harassment survivor and advocate, who are here to tell us from their personal experience and expertise on how to combat this behavior. One question I have, maybe it can be for both of you. But before we continue our discussion, our VOA reporter based in Luwenge, Malawi, spoke to Mimori Ngosi, a child and women's rights activist, and Grace Ngomba, a primary school teacher, to share their thoughts on the predatory practice.
Well, it's a big challenge when it comes to sexual harassment in workplaces, because this is an environment where someone is supposed to showcase their talents, their skills, and an environment that is supposed to be abuse-free, harassment-free. But you find that even for women, most of them are being harassed, most of them are being sexually exploited, or in the name of opportunities. You know, it doesn't really come on merit. Those are the challenges that most women are facing in workplaces. Number one, we need to make sure that the safeguarding policies that each and every employee or senior employees sign are those policies that are actually working. We have these policies, the SEA policies, the child protection policies, and all other policies that guide us on these issues. Let's make sure that each and every organization has those policies. Each and everyone coming, let's make sure that they sign and they commit to be someone that will abide by those policies. And also it is good that we can even just create posters where someone is entering the office who say this is an abuse-free area, this is a harassment-free area. It will send a strong message to people. They will know that this area cannot abuse anyone, I cannot exploit anyone, and especially women, because women are the ones that are suffering more when it comes to harassment at work.
This sexual harassment has impacted much in working places because most of the women are not empowered in their working places. They are facing a lot of challenges from men if their men are in upper positions. For example, maybe you want promotion at working place, even if you want a job. It's very difficult to get a job nowadays if men are in position, because first they ask you to do sexual intercourse in order to get a job. Or maybe you want a promotion, they can tell you that if you want to be promoted at this working place, first you have to give us this and this. Maybe they want to sleep with you, they want to do other things that are being harassed to you. It can be stopped maybe if people are educated. We have to do a lot of campaigns. We have to train, to teach people how to avoid this sexual harassment. Also, women has to be empowered so that they can know their rights. They are able to know their rights. They are able to know to make their own decisions. Also, they have to be empowered economically in order for them to stand on their own. If a woman can stand on in their own, they cannot face these challenges.
That's really great. That's really great when our last person said, about education, about, being a